Wow, what a very energetic performance. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. They've really entertained us. I'm really happy. I'm learning so much and I am enjoying. So, without further ado, we are on to the next agenda on the list, and that is we need now to hear from our keynote speaker, he was already here, and I have already introduced him. It's Professor Kwesia Domako, and he will be presenting his, welcome, and he will do his presentation in Twi. So please, I'm giving you a few seconds in case you need interpretation to set up your equipment now. And the title of his presentation is called From Margins to Mainstream, the State and Future of Ghana's Indigenous Languages. Please welcome, Professor.
Yo, CP, thank you very much. Me kasa no etifi asem ye peja kasa hodo mu. Ghana kasa hodo dwumadie eneyi ne wondache. Ti ahyase ye me kan
Hello, everyone. Akaba, good morning. I would like to warmly welcome everybody to the 4th day of the African Language Conference 2026. I go by the name Fatima Adams, and I would be your moderator for this session. This being the 4th day, we've had a series of sessions and discussions over the past 3 days, which I believe has been very informative and insightful to all of us. And it's also enlightened the need of our indigenous languages and how it contributes to social and economic development. Before we dive into the session, I would like to give a brief introduction of AFLC and what we are about. So once again, I would like to welcome you to the African Languages Conference 2026. Over 1 billion Africans speak indigenous languages every day, yet these languages remain largely excluded from classrooms, courtrooms, technology, and economic opportunity. That is why African Languages Conference 2026 brings together language activists, scholars, technologists, policymakers, educators, and community leaders to forge pathways forward. AFL's journey started in 2022. It was founded in 2022 to celebrate African Languages Week. AFLC was built on a clear mission to build a collaborative platform that promotes African languages and advances language and digital rights through advocacy, education, and action. In 4 years, we've grown from a community initiative to a global platform, convening over 2,000 participants, 130 speakers, and sessions in more than 24 African languages. In 2024, we formalized as a 501c3 nonprofit organization, deepening our governance and year-to-year continuity. AFLC 2026 gathers under the theme Language Justice, African Languages for Social and Economic Development. This is our second on-site edition hosted in Accra, Ghana earlier this week on February 23rd to 24th, and it now continues with 3 days of online programming on February 26th to 28th via Zoom. All sessions are live streamed on the AFLC YouTube and Facebook platforms with interpretation in English and French provided throughout. We would like to acknowledge our partners and sponsors whose contributions have been very vital to the success of this conference. We would like to acknowledge African Language Consultants, Silicon of Stanford University, African Translations, University of Education, Winneba, International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Now, I would like to introduce our speaker for the first session, which is going to be very interesting. The topic is on the revitalization through community and digital platforms. This workshop is going to be in Malagasy, so I would like to entreat that we make use of the interpretation provided. Kindly look out for the globe button. It's at the bottom of your screen, and then once you tap it, it's going to have interpretation. You choose the language that best suits you. This session is going to explore how digital platforms, including social media apps and online archives, can serve as powerful tools for the revitalization of endangered African languages. Drawing from case studies in Madagascar, it highlights how communities are leveraging digital technologies to document, teach, and promote local languages. Attendees will learn practical strategies for integrating African languages into digital spaces, ensuring their survival and fostering cultural pride. Our speaker for this session is Mamisoa Revitalization. She is a language activist, translator, and writer passionate about linguistic inclusion, contributing to Wikipedia, Global Voices, and other language revitalization platforms. Her research focuses on the digital revitalization of local languages in Madagascar. Once again, I would like to remind us that we have interpretation. Kindly look out for the globe button and then choose your choice of language. Also, you can leave your questions, contributions in our Q&A section or in the chat box, and right after the presentation, we would have Mamisoa address those questions. Thank you very much, and I will now hand over the microphone to Mamisoa to take us through this presentation. Thank you.
Faly miarabantsika rehetra ny tenako. Raveloko tiana Mamisoa ny anarako avy aty Madagasikara. Mpandika teny mpanoratra mpiaro ny teny malagasy. Mpanoratra ao amin'ny Global Voices, mpandray anjara ao amin'ny Wikipedia ary mpamorona ny Voices for Democracy and Justice in Africa. Ary ihany koa mitantana association. Dia faly ny tenako manolotra antsika an'ity atrikasa ity izay mitondra ny lohateny hoe fanandratana ny teny malagasy amin'ny sehatra numerika. I'm gonna share the screen. Can you see my screen, please? Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen, please? Okay, I can begin?
Yes, please, we can.
Thank you. Fanadratana ny teny malagasy amin'ny sehatra numerika no horesantsika amin'ity atrikasa ity. Ny tanjon'ity atrikasa ity dia ny ampiseho ny lanjan'ny teny malagasy amin'ny sehatra numerika. Ny teny malagasy izay fitaovana lehibe mampiray ny firenena, izany hoe Madagasikara, ary manome fahafahana maneho hevitra sy hizara fahalalana amin'ny internet. Ho hitantsika ny fomba fampiasana azy amin'ny tranokala, tambazotra sosialy sy fitaovana fanabeazana. Anazava ihany koa ny andraikitry ny fanabeazana, ny fitendreny dia fototry ny fianarana mahomby. Ho jerentsika ny fomba ahafahan'ny fanabeazana manohana ny fampiasana ny teny malagasy eny na ny teny-dreny rehetra manomboka any an-tsekoly ka hatrany amin'ny sehatry ny asa sy ny sehatra nomerika mazava ho azy. Iresaka ny fandraiketana sy fiarovana ny teny, tsy voasoratra daholo ny fiteny-paritra sy ny fomba fiteny maro. Ho jerentsika ny fomba anangonana sy hitehirizana azy ireny amin'ny endrika nomerika na koa an-tsoratra mba tsy ho very. Ampirisika ihany koa ny fandraisana anjara mavitrika, tsy ho mpanatrika fotsiny ihany fa mpandray anjara sy mandray andraikitra, manoratra, mandrakitra, mizara votoaty ary manampy amin'ny fampiroboroboana ny teny malagasy amin'ny internet na ihany koa na ny tenin-drazantsika tsirairay avy. Raha izay aza ny tanjon'ny tetikasa, ny tanjon'ny atrikasa, azafady. Ho jerentsika ny toetra na ny anjara toeran'i Madagasikara eo amin'ny tontolon'ny nomerika ankehitriny. Eto Madagasikara dia ny teny malagasy no teny am-pirenena ary eo amin'ny 30 tapitrisa eo ny olona izay mampiasa ny teny malagasy. Izany hoe mbola betsaka ny olona mampiasa ny teny malagasy saingy atahorana izany ankehitriny noho ny antony maro samihafa fa ho resantsika ihany izany avy eo. Rehefa miresaka momba ny Madagasikara dia manan-karena ara-piteny ny firenena, manana fiteny nasionaly voalohany dia ny teny malagasy izay ombona malagasy rehetra, manana ihany koa ny fiteny ofisialy faharoa dia ny teny frantsay izay mbola ampiasaina amin'ny sehatra maro toy ny fitantanana, ny fandraharana ary ny fanabeazana. Ao anatin'ny teny malagasy dia misy fiteny-paritra karazany maro manodidina ny 80 izay samy maneho ny tantara, ny kolontsaina, ny fomba fisaina samihafa. Zava-dehibe ny manamarika fa na dia maro aza ny fiteny-paritra eto Madagasikara dia ny teny malagasy no mampiray ny malagasy rehetra. Teny mpifandraisana, teny fampianarana, fototry maha izy azy ny malagasy ary hery lehibe ho an'ny fanabeazana sy ny fampandrosoana. Na dia manan-karena izany teny malagasy, mana fiteny-paritra maro samihafa sy mbola ampiasain'ny ankabeazan'ny malagasy dia aiza kosa ny toerany eo amin'ny tontolo nomerika ankehitriny. Miatrika fanamby lehibe izy satria diso amhaifana loatra ny teny malagasy. Laza teo hoe mbola maro mampiasa azy fa indrindra ny any ambanivohitra ary matetika ihany koa lasa vary amin'anana sy tsy dia manana lanjany ny teny malagasy. Ampiasaina izy izany fa ohatran'ny hoe tsy araka ny tokony ho izy. Io anefa no anisan'ny andro lehiben'ny fandrosoana sy ny fiandrianam-pirenena marina. Raha tsy laza fatsy ny fanabeazana amin'ny teny-dreny izay manafaingana ny fandraisan'ny zaza ny fahalalàna, ny fandraisan'ny ankizy ny fahalalàna. Eo amin'ny tontolo nomerika, rehefa mijery tranokala, rindran'asa, fitaovana fanabeazana dia zara raha hita ny teny malagasy. Tsy zara raha hita amin'ny tontolo nomerika. Misy vokany mivantana izany. Sarotra ho an'ny mpianatra ny mahita loharano amin'ny fiteniny. Rehefa manao fikarohana ho an'ny fianarana izy dia amin'ny teny vahiny avokoa ny ankamaroany fa zara raha misy amin'ny teny malagasy. Mihena ny fampiasana an-tsoratra ny teny malagasy. Misy fiteny-paritra aza tena tsy voarakitra mihitsy ao anaty internet ary tsy fantatra intsony ny fisiany ka atahorana ho very. Fiteny-paritra izay lazaiko izay. Izany rehetra izany dia vokatry ny fanomezan-danja ny teny vahiny eo amin'ny sehatry ny internet. Ary eo ihany koa ny tsy fahampiany fanohanana sy ny fanohanana ny teny malagasy ny fomba ahafahana mampiroapirobo izany eo ny fironana amin'ny teny vahiny indrindra ny teny frantsay noho ny fanantoloana satria takiana trano ny teny frantsay rehefa hiditra amin'ny sehatry ny asa dia lasa mirona mankany ny tanora ankehitriny ary ny tena mampalahelo aza dia rehefa miteny frantsay ianao dia heverina fa manam-pahaizana fa rehefa miteny gasy ianao dia toy ny hoe tsy ampy fahaizana tsy nadio fianarana dia izay zavatra izay no mila esorina indrindra eo amin'ny tanora mba ahatsapany ny tena lanjany izany hoe teny malagasy na ny tenin-drazana izay. Raha izay ary ny fanahy, raha izay ny olana, inona ny vahaolana azo atao hoentina manavotra sy manome sehatra ny teny malagasy eo amin'ny sehatra nomerika indrindra. Betsaka ny malagasy mampiasa tambajotra sosialy toy ny Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, WhatsApp sy ny sisa maro samihafa saingy ny teny vahiny no tena manjaka. Tsy dia mahasehatra ny teny malagasy raha fitinina dia vitsy dia tena vitsy ny votoaty. Manjaka ny teny vahiny tsy ampy ny fandraiketana. Araka izany ilaina ny mampiasa mivantana ny teny malagasy an-tserasera. Misy zavatra azo atao dia izao toy ny manoratra amin'ny teny malagasy, mamorona votoaty fanabeazana, mampiditra ny fiteny amin'ny sehatra nomerika, mandrakitra sy mitahiry ny haren'ny fiteny. Andao ho jerentsika ireo vahaolana azo ampiasaina. Afaka ampiasaintsika maro amintsika angamba no efa mahafantatra ny atao hoe blog. Afaka manomboka amin'ny blog isika manoratra izay mahafinaritra antsika, manoratra momba ny tantara izay hitantsika fa tsara ho fantatry ny hafa, manoratra lahatsoratra momba ny tantara, fomban-drazana, ohabolana sy ny zavatra iainantsika. Mizara izany amin'ny tambajotra sosialy, YouTube na sehatra hafa amin'ny teny malagasy. Afaka manao horonan-tsary ihany koa na podcast amin'ny teny malagasy. Ao ihany koa ny sehatra izay ataoko angambany fa maro amintsika no efa mahalala azy dia ny Wikipédia izay rakim-pahalalana nomerika, rakim-pahalalana misokatra. Ny Wikipédia izay sehatra lehibe azon'ny rehetra ampiasaina mba anoratana sy hizarana fahalalana amin'ny tenin-drazana. Teny malagasy moa izany dia efa miezaka hatrany mampiroborobo ny fisiany ao anatin'izany Wikipédia izany. Afaka mandray anjara amin'ny fanoratana, fanatsarana lahatsoratra na fandikan-teny amin'ny tenim-pirenena. Tsy mila hoe manam-pahaizana manokana vao afaka mandray anjara fa rehefa ao anatintsika ny fitiavana ny tenin-drazana dia efa afaka manampy betsaka isika amin'ny fampiasana izany teny izany amin'ny sehatra maro samihafa. Afaka manomboka blog tsotra isika toy ny ao amin'ny blogspot, ny wordpress sy ny wix ary avy eo afaka mitombo amin'ny sehatra hafa lehibebe kokoa. Ohatra iray izay anisan'ny nokarakaranay tamin'ny herintaona tamin'ny iray volan'ny teny malagasy ny wikiteny. Ohatra iray mivaingana izay fiaraha-miasa teo amin'ny Global Voices sy ny Wikipédia. Tanjona voalohany tamin'ity atrik'asa wikiteny ity ny fampiroboroboana ny teny malagasy sy ny fampahafantarana ny Madagasikara sy ny kolontsainy amin'ny alalan'ny teknôlôjia nomerika. No hamafisina ny fampiasana ny Wikipédia ho sehatra fanehoan-kevitra ary ireo lahatsoratra ao amin'ny Global Voices ho loharanom-baovao azo antoka mba hampanakarena ny votoaty amin'ny fiteny malagasy. Tiako marina ihany koa ny Global Voice dia sehatra iraisam-pirenena ahitana mpanao gazety, mpandika teny, mpanoratra, mpikirakira internet avy amin'ny lafy valonosy ary mitatitra tantara sy vaovao iraisam-pirenena amin'ny fiteny maro. Ahitana fiteny maro ao anatin'izany, ao anatin'ny sehatra, ao anatin'ny tambazotra Global Voices ary ao anatin'izany ihany koa ny teny malagasy. Ianao ihany koa afaka mandika teny ao anatin'izany Global Voices sy Wikipédia izany raha tia ampahafantatra ny tenin-drazanao raha tia hanome sehatra, hanome lanja ny tenin-drazana. Anisan'ny manome lanja ny tenin-drazana ireo sehatra anankiroa ireo ary mbola misy ihany koa ny maro hafa fa ireo aloha izany no tena hoe ampiasaiko ary mety hoe mety amintsika ihany koa. Izany hoe hitantsika fa afaka mivoatra sy ampiasaina amin'ny sehatra maro ny tenin-drazana rehefa mandray anjara isika amin'ny fanoratana izany. Tsy manoratra ihany fa mitantara ihany koa ny kolontsain'ny firenentsika. Fa voalazako teo ny momba ny Global Voices. Raha izay ary ny azontsika anisan'ny ahafahantsika mitahiry ny tenin-drazana ihany koa ny fampiasana ny zinona sy ny e-book. Afaka manoratra boky kely amin'ny teny malagasy toy ny tantara fohy, ohabolana, torolalana na votoaty fanabeazana. Nisy tsika moa izany mampiaro ny teny antsika dia tsy mitsahatra mikaroka. Tsy mitsahatra mikaroka tsika ny amin'ny fomba entina hanandratana ny teny malagasy sy hanapariahana an'izany. Ka anisan'ny nandray anjara tamin'ny atrikasa mitondra ny lohateny hoe Language Lodge 2025 ny tenako tamin'ny herintaona. Atrikasa izay nokarakarain'ny Rising Voice sy Smithsonian Folklife sy ny Endangered Languages Project. Izay mampianatra ny fomba fanaovana zinona sy ny e-book, ary nampitombo ny fahaiza-mamorona sy fahalalana ny fomba fizarana votoaty amin'ny fomba tena tsotra, tsy dia mandany vola satria taratasy A4 dia efa mahavita boky kely anankiray ahafahanao miresaka na mitantara zavatra anankiray mahaliana ary hozaraina amin'ny mpianatra na ny ankizy na ho an'izay mety liana amin'izany. Araka io hitantsika amin'ny sary io ity izao izay nataoko tamin'izay. Io zinona nataoko io dia mitantara ny zon'ny ankizy amin'ny teny malagasy mazava ho azy. Mampahafantatra hoe inona avy ny zon'ny ankizy. Ny tanjoko tamin'ity zinona ity dia ny ampahafantatra ny zon'ny ankizy ary izaran'ity zinona ity ho an'ny ankizy izay afaka nozaraiko anazy. Izany hoe tsy vitany hoe mampahafantatra ny zon'ny ankizy tamin'ny alalan'io zinona io, tamin'ny alalan'io boky kely io fa afaka ihany koa nampiseho ny hakanton'ny teny malagasy tamin'ny alalan'izany boky kely izany, izay manome fanentanana ho an'ny ankizy ihany koa ho tia ny teny malagasy sy ahafantatra ny zony. Izany hoe raha misy zavatra tianao hozaraina amin'ny ankizy amin'ny alalan'ny fomba tsotra nefa mahomby dia zavatra anankiray tsara be ny zinona. Eo ihany koa ny e-book izay mampiasa Canva. Iny moa izany mbola mila atrikasa kely lavalava ny amin'ny e-book, izany hoe ianao mihitsy izany mitantara ny tantara ampeo dia izay afaka zarainao amin'ny sehatra nomerika, YouTube sy ny sisa. Donc anjarantsika zany ny mizara sy manentana ny amin'ny fomba tokony hikolokoloana ny tenin-drazantsika hovidianiko hoe manoratra votoaty amin'ny sehatra toy ny Wikipédia, Global Voices, ao ihany koa ny translation Wordpress, ao koa ny Amnesty International afaka andikana teny, maro be mihitsy ny sehatra afaka andikana teny, ary ianao ao anatin'ireo sehatra ireo tsy vitany hoe mandika teny fa tena mianatra ianao mahazo fahalalana ary maro be mihitsy ny irika ao anatin'io sehatra io na tsy laza fotsiny afa-tsy ny fifandraisana eo amin'ny samy mpandray anjara ary ny fifampizarana traikefa ny amin'ny fomba ampandrosoana ny teny, ampandrosoana ny tenin-drazana. Ao ihany koa hoe mitantara tantara, horonan-tsary fohy amin'ny tambajotra sosialy. Ampiasaintsika ny tambajotra sosialy mba hanehoana ny hakantony ny teny malagasy, mamorona blogy, mizara fitaovana voasoratra toy ny zinona, e-book, miara-miasa amin'ny mpampianatra, ny foibe ara-kolontsaina, ny onjam-peo mba hahatratra olona maro kokoa. Manao ahoana ny hoavy? Raha hitantsika teo ny fomba fizarana ny asa sy ny fanandratana ny tenin-drazana dia manontany teny isika hoe anao ahoana ny hoavy ny teny malagasy, anao ahoana ny hoavy ny tenin-drazako ankehitriny. Rehefa omentsika lanja ny tenin-drazana dia mazava ho azy fa anana hoavy, ataoko hoe anana hoavy tsara, olovan'ny taranaka hoavy. Ka mba ahitsika hoe ny asa ataonao anio ho fanomezana ho an'ny hoavy. Ny asa fanandratana ny teny malagasy izay ataontsika anio, ny asa fanandratana ny tenin-drazantsika izay ataontsika anio dia lova sarobidy ho an'ny taranaka hoavy. Ka noho izany dia manentana antsika handray anjara amin'ny hetsika fanandratana ny tenin-drazantsika. Efa nomeko antsika teo ny zavatra rehetra afaka atao. Eo ny ohatra ny fampiasana fiteny ihany koa eo anivon'ny fiarahamonina. Ny fahombiazana voalohany dia ny fampiasana ny tenin-drazana ampireharehana isan'andro. Fanabeazana ny ankizy, ny fampahafantarana ny ankizy sy ny tanora ny lanja ny tenin-drazana, mianatra tantara amin'ny tenin-drazana, ny hira, ny ohabolana izay manampy amin'ny fampitana ny kolontsaina sy fiteny ho an'ny taranaka hoavy. Fanomezan-danja ny teny malagasy amin'ny interneto na an-tsoratra ihany koa. Fiaraha-miasa amin'ny sokajin-taona rehetra, ny zokiolona, ny tanora, mpampianatra, miara-miasa miaraka. Ny zokiolona moa izany indrindra tena hoe manana tantara mahafinaritra, afaka zaraina amin'ny tanora, afaka zaraina amin'ny ankizy, afaka tonontsika ireny zokiolona ireny mba hizara ny zavakanto, ny ohabolana tsara, raiketina, antserasera na antsoratra. Ny teny malagasy hita maso manan-danja ary mavitrika, izay zany ny tanjona hoe tenin-drazana hita maso, ampiasaina andavanandro, manana lanjany eo amin'ny sehatra nomerika ary mavitrika. Tadidio fa ny fahombiazana dia tsy fiarovana fotsiny ihany fa fandraisana anjara sy ny rehareha. Fotoana ary izao anehoana fa tsy mpitazana fotsiny isika, tsy mpihaino fotsiny isika fa tena mikaroka sy mandray andraikitra amin'ny fanomezan-danja ny teny. Hetsika lehibe ohatra izao fihaonam-ben'ny fiteny afrikanina izao ary isaorako manokana ny African Language Conference nanome izao fahafahana izao ho ahy izaha ny traikefa koa sy izaha ihany koa hoe misy izany teny malagasy manana ny lanjany izany. Ny sehatra ny hetsika toy izao tokoa dia tena manome sehatra ny fiteny afrikanina izay tsy dia hita firy amin'ny aterineto ary manome sehatra mba hisongadina. Koa manomboka izao manomboka amin'ny teninao raha te hampiroborobo ny tenin-drazana dia manomboka amin'ny zavatra tsotra araka ny efa voalaza teo tantara lahatsoratra vohy, afaka raiketina an-tsoratra an-tserasera indrindrindra izany, zaraina amin'ny sehatra maro samihafa araka toy ny hoe Wikipédia, blog sy ny tambazotra sosialy, global voices sy ny sisa maro samihafa, manangana fiarahamonina manandratra ny teny malagasy, mifandray mivantana amin'ny olona, mamorona vondrom-piarahamonina mavitrika amin'ny fanandratana, amin'ny fiarovana ny tenin-drazana. Ny tenintsika dia tsy fitaovana fotsiny tsy fitaovana fampiasana. Izy no mitahiry ny fahendrena, ny hatsikana ary ny maha izy antsika maha olona antsika. Ny zavatra raketintsika sy zaraintsika anio dia fanomezana sarobidy ho an'ny taranaka ho avy. Izany hoe isika tsirairay avy dia mpiambina ny feon'ny tenintsika. Tsy mila miandry fitaovana lafo be na toe-javatra tonga lafatra vao afaka manao zavatra ho an'ny tenin-drazantsika, fa afaka manomboka teny izao manomboka izay eo am-pelatanantsika, finday, kahie, ny feontsika, ampiasaina ny feontsika hanehoana ny hakanton'ny tenintsika ary ny tantara. Dia izay ny azoko atolotra anio aza miandry tonga lafatra, restina izao ny andraikitra amin'ny fiarovana sy fampivelarana ny tenintsika satria ny tenintsika no harentsika sy lovantsika. Mankasitraka indrindra antsika ny any an-trano farany ary mankasitraka indrindra ihany koa ny African Language Conference nanome an'izao fotoana izao nahafahako ny resaka an'izay fanandratana ny teny malagasy izay izay afaka ampiharina ihany koa ho an'ny tenin-drazana samihafa. Mankasitraka indrindra tompoko.
Thank you very much, Mamisoa, for the presentation. It was insightful. I would like to thank our interpreters too. It went very smoothly. With that said, I would want to find out if we have any questions or contributions for this morning's session. I would like to take them. We have a few minutes before the next session starts. So if we have any questions, any contributions, you can kindly leave them in the chat box or the Q&A section, and then I'll have Mamisoa address them. Thank you. Okay. 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 I would like to thank you very much, Mamisoa, for the presentation. We really appreciate you coming in to also add your voice to the conversation. I would also like to thank our technical team and then our audience. We appreciate the fact that we are all still here on the fourth day, and I hope we will stay till the end of it all, because we have very insightful sessions ahead that I believe we would all learn a thing or two from. With that said, I would like to say that we have the next session starting at 10 a.m. The next session is starting at 10 a.m. and it's going to be a presentation done in English. The topic is on building AI that understands African languages and realities. Building AI that understands African languages and realities. And our speaker is Martha Iyambo. So I would entreat all of us to stick and stay for the next session, and for that matter, the rest of the sessions for the day. Thank you very much.
applause for them. A round of applause. Thank you so very much. That was very entertaining and very energetic. I am so very glad I personally got to experience this. I feel very honored. I hope some of you, all of you, feel honored the way I am. So can we just take a moment and let that soak in? How that feels, how, the welcome and the way that people have received us here. I truly do hope that for those of you that are here have felt really welcome, have felt warmly embraced. I know I have embraced some people here. Yeah? I'm saying this because a little while ago, we were all outside and under the sky together, and the dance group welcomed us. And if that welcome ceremony didn't tell you everything you need to know about this, I don't know what else would do. So that is AFLC for you. It's not just a conference that starts when people, someone taps their mic and says good morning. It's a conference that starts with us. It starts with the people of Africa. It starts with the people in the diaspora, with the culture, the community, the kind of energy you carry into a room with you. And now we are in that room. So welcome. I personally welcome you. And on behalf of AFLC, I also welcome. And can you also welcome? Please do. Yes. I will introduce myself to you, but I probably need a different welcoming. I'll tell you later, okay? So I just want to welcome you joyfully, wholeheartedly to the African Languages Conference 2026. So I want to talk a little bit about what AFLC is. And before I tell you my name, I think I should talk a little bit about the things that matter to AFLC. I want you to know that this is not just a conference about African languages. It is a conference that happens in African languages. It's not a conference about African languages. It's a conference that happens in African languages. And by Africans, for Africans, and for everyone in the world who understands that the knowledge and futures of all people cannot and will not be told in someone else's tongue. I know how it feels when somebody speaks your language. It feels warmer. You understand much more faster, and there is some sort of empathy there. So this is the 5th edition of this conference, and for the very first time, we are in Ghana, right here in the heart of Accra, the University of Ghana. It's a beautiful university. And this year's theme is Language Justice, African Languages for Social and Economic Development. Language Justice, Language Justice. 2 words that together carry the weight of everything that has been excluded, overlooked, and underestimated, and everything that is possible when we choose to change that. Over 1 billion Africans communicate primarily in indigenous languages. 1 billion, quite a lot. And yet those languages remain in the margins of education systems, digital platforms, economic policy, and public. That gap is not natural. It is a choice, and AFLC exists to help us make a difference, a different one. Today and tomorrow, you will hear presentations delivered in Akan, Twi, Ikosa, Kiswahili, Dagbani, and English. You will hear from linguists, educators, technologists, storytellers, and advocates. And you will be part of the conversation that is genuinely, unapologetically African. Okay, so this is where I get to talk a little bit about myself. Are you curious to know about me? Really? I feel honored. Okay, so my name is Rahman Sekela. Some of you have seen this. My name is Rahman Sekela. I come from Tanzania, the land of Kilimanjaro, and the Spice Island of Zanzibar. I work as a translator, but I also work in subtitling and dubbing, and it's mainly from English into Swahili. Somebody was asking, do you speak French? No, I don't speak French. Fortunately, unfortunately, it's all okay. And I've done this, the work that I've mentioned, translation, interpretation, dubbing, and subtitling, for more than a decade, and I really do love it. I've been part of the shift from guessing what is on screen to actually experiencing global stories in Kiswahili, and that's going to be part of my presentation tomorrow. My work sits at the intersection of language, media, and the creative economy, where African languages move from the margins to the center of global storytelling. It's a real honor to be your MC today, and I'm excited to learn, exchange ideas, and celebrate African languages with you all. And as a pure Mswahili that I am, I want to now welcome you and say, Karibuni sana. Thank you. Oh, so you know Asante sana? Okay, now you guys should just learn Swahili, okay? Okay, so let's move on with our, I've introduced myself. Okay. So I'll just be honest with you. When I walked in this morning, in this room with a lot of energy and maybe a little bit of nerves, and then that welcome ceremony happened, and I thought, you know what? We are going to be just fine. We are going to be just fine. All is well, okay? So I want to dive into a few things before we move on into the important, most interesting parts of our program today. And I promise these will be quick, but they matter. So please stay with me. First of all, we do provide interpretation in African languages. You can see this is the headset. So these gadgets will help you get the interpretation that you need in your preferred language. So like we've said, this is a multilingual conference by design, and we have simultaneous interpretation team working right now on site and in Zoom interpretation online. So if a session is delivered in an African language, interpretation into English is available. So channel 1 is for English, channel 2 is for any African language of your choice. So please make sure your receiver is set accordingly. And to our interpretation team, thank you. You're not in the background. find a book exhibition featuring literature in African languages and about African languages. They're going to do a setup, so you can be free and later on move and talk and read and buy. It is free. It's open to every delegate. Please visit the exhibition area during your breaks. The exhibitors will be there and they are wonderful. They have a lot of things for us. And please capture these moments when you have time. Take videos, take photos, share whatever that you're experiencing here. We want the world to know what is happening in this room today. Use the hashtag AFLC 2026 or AFLCON. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading this in abbreviation. It's AFLConf. And tag us on our social media at AFLCconf. So this is history in the making. Let's document it together. I know some of you have already taken pictures. I took them for you. I expect to see, and I know where you guys work. I don't know where you live, but where you work, I know. So I'm expecting the people from Akalan. I'm expecting a lot of posts and videos. Some people have taken pictures, photos before we started, so you can post that and anything that is you think is worth sharing. Now, it's time to call the people that are behind all of this. I want to take a real moment here because what you are sitting inside today did not happen by accident, okay? This conference has been in the making since August of last year. 6 months of planning, partnerships, speaker coordination, logistics, and the kind of quiet determination you never see on stage, but that makes every stage possible, okay? It was built by two people who believe deeply and persistently that this conversation cannot wait. Please hold your applause until the very end. I want to name everyone properly. To the conference team who were here yesterday and the day before setting up every detail in this space, we see you and we are very grateful. To the live stream team, Kwame and his team, I'm sorry about that, for making sure that the thousands of people who could not be in Accra today are still in this room with us. You're bringing the world to us and us to the world. To our local organizing committee, we thank you for your knowledge, your hospitality, and for making Ghana the perfect home for AFLC 2026. To our hospitality and ushering team, thank you for making every delegate feel from the moment they arrived this morning. To our partners and sponsors, Silicon at Stanford University, African Language Consultant, and African Translation, your investment in this conference is an investment in language justice itself. And so I want to thank you for that. And to every volunteer who gave their time and energy to make this happen. We honor you now. Okay, so the two people at the center of it all. Since January 2020, carried this vision forward with extraordinary commitment. One of them is here with us in this room today. One of them is joining us live from across the world. And if that isn't a beautiful example of a conference that truly has no borders, I don't know what is. Please put your hands together for the co-founders. You might get something. Hongera, Imara, Wa, to the team and to you guys. So thank you so very much. Now we are on to our program. And I know a lot of people are still coming in, some into the auditorium, some are joining us live on Zoom. I just want to reiterate a bit about the interpretation services. We do have them here on site. For those that are online, I would like to tell you that the English channel is, for English interpretation, you can go on to the to channel 1, and for French interpretation, go to channel 2, for those that are online. So please welcome, and welcome to anyone that is coming in. You are not late at all. So on to the rest of the program, and this is where the good stuff comes in. I want to welcome Professor, if I get it wrong, you will correct me. Okay, I want to welcome Professor Kwesi Adomako. Please welcome. Yes? Stand here. I want to say a lot of good things about you. There's quite a lot. It's very heavy. Too many words that I can say. You will forgive me. In the interest of time, I will say a little bit about him, and the rest, when we meet, when we go out, you to him. That's how you network. I don't want to tell the story of your life, do I? Okay, so Professor Kwesi Adomako is an associate professor of linguistics and Akan at the University of Education Winneba here in Ghana. His work focuses on Kwa languages, especially phonetics and phonology, with interest in language, culture, and media. He brings over 16 years of experience in higher education and language policy in Ghana. Welcome. Karibu sana. I'll be using Swahili. I hope by the end of the 2 days you will be speaking Swahili. Karibu sana. Yes.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I stand in the stead of the principal of College of Languages Education, who is also standing in the stead of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Education, Winneba. So I'm wearing a bigger shoe. We were very happy when around November we had a contact that we want to collaborate with us in the organization of this workshop, because that sits very well right in the center of the mandate of our college, which is to train teachers in teaching, documenting, and also researching in Ghanaian languages. And that also syncs very well with the strategic plan, the corporate strategic plan of the University of Education Winneba, that also seeks to collaborate with both local and international organizations in promoting language education. So with this conglomeration of professionals from academia and also from the practitioners, we hope and wish that the 2-day deliberation is going to cause us to rethink and also reassess our attitude towards the African languages. And we hope by the end of we are going to have a lot of impact on the the African continent. On that note, we issue a very fruitful deliberation in the next 2 days, and our hope, the outcomes of the deliberation is first going to let us rethink policies on African languages, and also is going to cause us to have a revolution of our attitude towards African languages. And finally, is going to also cause people to just listen, also going to cause us to redirect investment and support we give to African languages. We know without language, a proper development cannot take place. Any development that takes place with that language at the center of it becomes an infrastructural development. We are not looking for infrastructural development. We are looking for a personal development, holistic development. On that note, on behalf of the management of the College of Language Education, we welcome you to Ghana and wish you a very fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. Asante sana.
Asante sana.
And I say karibu tena. So, Professor Kwesi, when you come to Dar es Salaam and you happen to go to a funeral maybe and you want to buy the coffin, the casket, we love to say thank you too much sometimes. So you go and buy and the seller will tell you karibu tena, which is welcome again. Now somebody might beat someone. because now you want another relative of mine to die. So Tanzanians say too much, asante sana, karibu tena. Asante sana is thank you, karibu tena is welcome again. But then when you go buy a coffin, you don't want a welcome again. Yeah. So that's us. Thank you, Professor, for keeping it short and in time with the time. And we now, the entertainment is not over, guys. We still have very good things for you. From the dance troupe that welcomed us earlier with the Adoa dance, now they have another performance. They are preparing right now. In a few seconds, we should be able to enjoy. Okay, let's give them some time. I just wanted to remind people, anyone that is here and doesn't have this, if you are here and you don't have this and you need it, kindly look for a lady called Miriam. Oh, Miriam should be here. Please, Miriam, come. You should be in front so they can reach out to you really quick. Anyone here is missing the program book and that needs it? Yes. Dance troupe is ready, so I want you, if you want and you feel like dancing, please dance. I'd love to see some of your moves, especially if you are from Ghana. So let us, you will dance. Okay, I can give you a gift. You want the booklet. I'm sorry, but you know, you can get a booklet and still dance. So yes, let us please welcome the dance group. Wow. What a very energetic performance. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. They've really entertained us. I'm really happy. I'm learning so much and I am enjoying. So, without further ado, we are on to the next agenda on the list, and that is we need now to hear from our keynote speaker, he was already here, and I have already introduced him. It's Professor Kwesia Domako, and he will be presenting his, welcome, and he will do his presentation in Twi. So please, I'm giving you a few seconds in case you need interpretation to set up your equipment now. And the title of his presentation is called From Margins to Mainstream, the State and Future of Ghana's Indigenous Languages. Please welcome, Professor.
Yo, CP, thank you very much.
And for anyone that is feeling thirsty, I know it's hot here, we have a water dispenser at the back with cups there. You can go and use it. Lastly, for all speakers that have PPT, PowerPoint slides, we do have this remote control. I wasn't able to tell Dr. Nana because she was already doing it, but you can have this, and everything is on the Google Drive of the live streaming guy. So you only need to move up, down, okay? Don't worry. You don't need to come here with your laptop unless there is need to do that, okay? So that's that. I now want to welcome, we have a panel. We do have a panel discussion. If you check into your programs, you will see that we have Dr. Rebecca Arthur. We have Dr. Pascal Podo. We have Dr. Chempong Samuel. We have Dr. Abraham Kwesi and Dr. Emmanuel Dogby. But they will be moderated by Dr. Simpiwe. So I want to welcome, as I call you, please come forward. Okay, I know you're all here. Dr. Rebecca Arthur, please welcome. Help me with this. Please let us welcome Dr. Rebecca Arthur. Okay. Yes. And Dr. Pascal Podo and Dr. Chempong Samuel. Yes. Okay. And Dr. Emmanuel Dogby. Yes, and our moderator. Please, the lady that is wearing a traditional attire, Siwapiwe, welcome. Karibu. Yeah, so I want to say a little bit about Dr. Rebecca Arthur. She is a senior lecturer and head of the Department of English Education at the University of Education, Winneba. She has over 25 years of experience in teaching and research with a focus on English methods and literary development. She also works closely with teacher training institutions, NGOs, and international education partners. Please say hi to us, Doctor. Yes, we want to know you. But we also do have Dr. Pascal Podo, who is a senior lecturer in Ewe language and linguistics at the University of Education, Winneba. He's the former head of department and currently coordinates postgraduate studies in the Faculty of Ghanaian Languages Education. Can you say hi to us? Yes. And then we have Dr. Achempong Samuel Owahene, who is a linguist and educator shaping Ghanaian languages, especially Mabia languages like, I don't want to mention this language, Likpapan. He bridges research, language development, and education policy to promote access, equity, and justice for all learners. Can you say hi to us, Doctor? Yes, thank you. And then we also have Dr. Abraham Kwesi. Is he here? Professor. Okay, I'm sorry. Excuse me. So we do have Professor Abraham Kwesi, who is a linguist with a PhD from the University of Hong Kong and over a decade of experience exploring languages, society, and how words shape the world around us. Can you also say hi to us? Thank you. It's nice to know you. Who have I left? Dr. Emmanuel Dogbe? Yes. He's the head of Ewe Education at University of Education, Winneba, a scholar of literature and language who shows how words entertain, educate, and empower, with expertise in Ewe culture, oral tradition, and literary studies. Can you also greet us? Thank you. It's nice to know you. Lastly, we do have our very own moderator, Siwapiwe Sibeko, who is a linguist and literacy champion, and she helps young learners thrive by turning African languages into bridges for early literacy, creating inclusive language-rich classrooms that spark curiosity and a love of learning. Can we give them a round of applause, please? I've taken Dr. Siwapi's phone. Now, we do have something that's going to come up. Can you give us just 5 minutes as we wait, and we will have a short video that's going to be shown there. Just 5 minutes. Guys, so I want to apologize. I made a mistake, just a little confusion, but not a bad one. It's all good. I actually forgot to introduce Dr. Naledi Mbude Mehana, who is going to be also a moderator. So I want to call up, please, Dr. Naledi, please come up. Can we, to make up for it, please let us clap even harder. Help me. I'm sorry. Yes. And because I left you out, you're going to be the only one that will have the privilege of introducing yourself. Yes. Yeah, as part of apology. Yes. Karibu. Yeah. Can you introduce just a short?
Oh, okay. Molweni, Sanibonani, I'm Naledi Mbude Mehana. I'm the Deputy Director General of Education in South Africa, in Pretoria. Thank you.
Nkosi, asante. Molweni, sanibonani, dumelang, good morning. That's only 4 of the 11 official languages of South Africa. Igama lam nguSiwaphiwe Sibeko, ndingumarhadebe umthimkhulu Ndlebentle Zombini uBhungane. If you don't hear that, it's fine. Those are my clan names. I am from AmaXhosa tribe in South Africa, the Eastern Cape and Ngqamakwe, and I work as a programs officer with an organization called Funda Wande, Reading for Meaning. We are a foundational literacy and numeracy organization responsible for making sure that children read for meaning and calculate with confidence by the age of 10. I have been trusted with the work of convening this panel discussion, and I want to say to all of you, welcome to Language Right, African Languages for Social and Economic Development panel discussion. Namgelengile nonke. But before we start, I just want to say, across our continent, language is not merely a medium of communication. It is a carrier of memory, epistemology, governance, and power. Most African states today constitutionally recognize multilingualism, which is a good thing. For an example, at home, Ekaya, South Africa, we formally recognize 11 and 12 when you add sign language, official languages. Kenya recognized Kiswahili and English as their official languages, while also recognizing other indigenous languages. Ethiopia structures its federal system around ethno-linguistic identity. Rwanda has undergone a significant shift in language of learning policy in pursuit of regional and global integration. However, yet across these contexts, a persistent question remains. Are language rights substantially realized, or they are primarily symbolic? In many cases, while multilingualism is constitutionally affirmed, state institutions like courts, universities, parliament, digital system operates predominantly in colonial language, and this creates layered inequalities. It affects who access justice. It shapes who participate confidently in classroom. It determines who thrive economically. It also influences whose knowledge is validated. Language rights are therefore not peripheral cultural concerns. They deeply tied to democratic participation, economic inclusion, and epistemic justice. As we engage in this panel, I invite us to consider 3 framing tensions that we're going to be speaking about. Recognition versus implementation. What exists in policy versus what is operationalized in practice. Number 2, identity versus mobility. The balance between linguistic heritage and global competitiveness. Number 3, the last one, unity versus diversity. Well, this is the question whether continental integration requires linguistic consolidation or deeper multilingual commitment. As we're about to start our conversation, today's conversation is not only about preservation, it is about structural transformation. It asks whether African languages can move from the margins of symbolic affirmation to the center of governance, education, commerce, and technology. I look forward to the insights of our panelists as we explore how language rights can be lived realities across our diverse African context. Our panelists have already been introduced, and this is how we are going to do this. We have 10 minutes each. I'll give a guiding question on what your insights and thoughts are on our language rights, and then we have 30 minutes discussion. I do have questions that are specific for each of you. You may be asked a question that was asked to someone else, and then we open it to the floor so that everyone is able to participate. We are all in this together, right? So my framing question, I will pass the mic through. My framing question on the language rights, I want to personalize it. Drawing from your experience, how has language shaped access to education? One. And what examples or highlights you can give us? And embedded on that, where gaps remains and what practical steps of innovation do you see as essential in advancing linguistic justice and making African languages functional across the society? One, how has language shaped access to education? And number two, what are practical steps or innovations do you see essential in advancing linguistic justice and making African languages function across society? We all know that there are gaps. So I'll start at the end. I think you have your mic. Dr. Kwesi, I'll start with you. And then we pass through until we get to Dr. Mbute. You have 10 minutes. Generous time.
Thank you, but please, can you take the question again?
All right.
Yeah.
The question is, drawing from your experience, how has language shaped access to education? You can give us examples. And also, the second one, where gaps remain, what practical steps or innovations do you see as essential to advancing linguistic justice and making African languages functional across society?
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. The first one, as to how language has shaped access to education, what I would say is that in the current dispensation, there are arguments about the fact that in knowledge societies, language should be seen as a commodity. And I think that this theory summarizes it all for us. If we live in education as a process, education as an activity is information-based, it's knowledge-based. And so if people do not have access to the language in which education is given, and as I said, education is information, is knowledge. So if people do not have access to the language in which education is supposed to be given, then it means that outrightly they are out of the equation. And that means that in societies, as is the case across the globe, where we are highly multilingual, and there are minorities in these societies. So these minorities, whose languages may not be the languages of education, are going to be at a disadvantage, whereas those who belong to the languages that provide access to education will be at an advantage. And so for me, I think that language is a crucial issue, and the more access one has to the language in which education is provided, the better one is positioned to access education. And therefore, if we are looking at access to education, education is a central issue. If we are looking at access to education, language is a central issue. And more, we must look at how all the languages, especially those that are at the margins, the minority languages, can also be made part of the languages through which people can have access to education. So that's my response to the first, question. Now, the second question about how, I'm a bit, yes, so the second question about how innovation, right, can be used to improve linguistic human rights or justice. Yes. So the point is this. I will look at this from the current system of life where technology is taking over. And for example, you find that most of our communication, we have only a few fora like this one where people actually get to engage in oral-based, face-to-face communication. Other than that, even though we live in the physical space in the world out there, much of our transactions are in the virtual spaces. So for languages to receive the innovation that is required and to serve the linguistic justice to all manner of people, I think that every language in the world should begin to get positioned in such a way that they can play a role in the digital world. And what it means, for example, is also that we should be able to integrate the development of our languages, right, with the necessary technological resources so that people who speak these languages can begin to make use of them in the digital spaces. And once we do that, what it means is that we are positioning these languages to be able to take their place in education. Education is also becoming increasingly digitally based. And therefore, if you have languages which are not eligible in the digital spaces, then it means that sooner or later, those languages will fall out of those that are capable of serving as resources for the delivery of education. So developing our languages and positioning them to be able to serve as languages that can function in the digital age is a very important way of innovating so that such languages can serve those who speak them the linguistic justice that we expect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kwesi. You speak about language as a commodity, which I agree with you, and I'm sure Dr. Mbute would as well. We're from South Africa together. And the more access you get to the language, the more access you get to education. And then in innovations, if we want to win, then let us position our languages as important because we all live in the digital space now, and therefore we need to compete as such. Thank you so much. Over to you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you. I will say that language will not exist as a language if the usage and the coverage of the usage is not recognized. Language exists to play at least, I may say, 4 roles: to construct knowledge, to retain knowledge, to disseminate knowledge, and also to negotiate knowledge. And when we come to education, education is there to make sure that a purpose is achieved. So we use language to convey what education is expected to achieve. Without the language, the intentions of education cannot be achieved. But here lies the case. We have our dialects, we have our languages which cut across different colonial boundaries. To be well educated means you are conscious of your culture, which can only be given to you through the language. Now that in modern day Africa, let me say, and Ghana to be specific, our education is based on a foreign language. Bringing a quality education to an individual can only be achieved if we embrace our mother language. In that regard, the faithfulness of education to an individual will not be achieved if the language of the transmission of that knowledge or the expected need that a society expects or an individual expects to acquire is given to him or her in an alien language, alien in quotes. In that regard, I think if we bring our Ghanaian languages, our African languages to the core in educating an individual, we will have a quality transformation. Let me also add that when we are asking or we are talking about language in education, we need to realize that though language exists as a communication tool, it does not exist only for communication. When we have a topic to treat, when we have an idea to integrate an individual, the way language will be used to emphasize the retention, that is what many of us are missing. Language usage. We have the language, but how to use the language for a content to be integrated, for a process to be initiated, is what many of us miss. Now we'll come to the innovation. What do we mean by the innovation? Innovation will only exist if we have a target to achieve. And to achieve a target, innovation is there to bring us the simplest way of bringing that target to a reality. As my friend has said, we, the linguists, have been making many, let me say, I'll use the hard word, genocide to the language, that when a new item comes to the system, let's say this bottled water, the producer has a name for it. This device, the producer has a name for it. If this comes to my language for the first time, give me the room to use it, and based on its function, I will generate a name for it. That practice is an innovation which will even add to the register of the language and also add to the vocabulary of the language. If devices are brought, the content of the devices, if they are familiar to us, we will not have any problem with innovation. Everybody will be innovative if the language if the language of education is familiar to you, and then you can use that language to create, to invent a lot of things, so that where somebody has started from or where somebody has ended, another person can continue from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And from what you said, you are pro of a language use and how we use languages. Like, we need to embrace our languages and make them important. And also for us to be innovative, I think we need time. We also thrive in using things for us to be able to give them names when they come.
Belenio Oyekuma. Good morning, everyone. Good morning from Nigeria. My name is Omasoye, and I will be your moderator for the next few sessions we'll be having. Welcome to day 4 of African Languages Conference 2026, and today is day 4. Thank you for being with us from day 1, day 2, day 3, and here we are at day 4. If you're just joining us, you can introduce yourself in the chat. Tell us your name, where you're joining from, and your language. You can greet in your language if you would like to. This session will kick off in the next 3 to 4 minutes. Welcome. I saw in the chat someone was asking that we were watching a panel session and what happened. Okay, that was a recap from day 1, the on-site at Accra, Ghana. So if you missed the opening session, you can always go to our YouTube to watch the recap. So what we were watching was the recap from day 1 on site. So please keep your introductions coming in the chat. And please, you can invite your friends who would like to be part of this session. We have an interesting session coming up on AI and how to make AI inclusive for African language and realities. So you don't want to miss that. Please share the Zoom registration link to others so they can also join part of the session. If you missed the previous sessions, you can watch the replay on YouTube.
Hello, Umatsoye, can you please take a second to check your sound settings? Your voice is very low.
Okay. Is it better? Am I audible? Is it better?
Not. Do you have a headset? Can you use a headset?
No, I don't have a headset. Is this better? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Martha? Am I
No, we
audible
can't.
enough?
I don't know. Participants, can you please write in the chat if you can hear me properly?
It's very low.
Yes, you are very far. You sound very far, so it's not convenient.
Okay, let me check my audio. Is it better? No.
No, it's not better. I think we'll have to quickly let Fatima come in for you whilst you sort out the audio issue. Thank you.
Okay.
May I begin?
Yes, please, you can go ahead. You can start.
Thanks. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me and I'm audible. Okay, so my name is Martha Iyambo, and I'm here representing MK Legal Consultancy, which is a consultancy firm in South Africa. I mainly represent the research department, and we focus a lot on the intersection of AI and data privacy and intellectual property, and just the whole ethics behind it and governance. So today I'm here to present on the building AI that understands African languages and realities. So the content for today will involve an introduction, a brief introduction, the problem, why this matters, global and continental initiatives, challenges, sectoral impacts, inclusive African AI, and a conclusion, also leaving space for contributions and questions at the end of the presentation. So why African languages matter in the AI era? So Africa is home to over 2,000 languages, representing nearly a third of the world's linguistic diversity. Language is not merely a communication tool, it is a carrier of culture, identity, values, and indigenous language systems. Yet most contemporary AI systems are trained on data sets dominated by English and other global north languages, resulting in technologies that fail to understand African contexts, dialects, and cultural nuances. And so this presentation focuses on why African languages must be central to AI development in order to advance language justice, inclusive development, and equitable participation in the digital economy. So what is the problem? Most global AI systems are trained on datasets drawn largely from the United States and Europe. And as a result, the systems struggle to understand African languages, dialects, as well as cultural contexts. So many African languages are low resourced, primarily oral, and lack standardized orthographies. And this leads to mistranslation and exclusion from voice technologies and limited usefulness of AI tools for African users. Why this matters? Linguistic exclusion in Africa has direct development consequences. In education, for example, digital learning tools often operate in languages learners do not fully understand, which limits comprehension and outcomes. And then in healthcare, language barriers limit access to reliable medical information. And in governance, citizens face challenges engaging with digital public services. And then lastly, economically, people are excluded from fintech, e-commerce, and digital entrepreneurship. So language blind AI reinforces inequality rather than reducing it. So building AI in African languages is thus central to achieving the objectives of the AU Agenda of 2063, as well as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. There has been significant momentum, and it's now emerging to address these gaps that were mentioned in African language representation within AI systems. So for globally, for example, we have the OpenAI, Meta, and Orange. They have announced collaborative efforts to fine-tune large language and speech models for African languages. So this initiative began with several West African languages and is now expanding to include other languages such as Swahili, Lingala, and Bambara. Similarly, Microsoft Azure Translator has also expanded its language coverage through community partnership and bilingual data collection efforts, helping to increase representation of African languages in machine translation systems. And then in addition, Global AI Research Africa, which is based in Accra, Ghana, is actively working on multilingual modeling and the development of African language datasets to strengthen local linguistic inclusion in AI technologies. So these initiatives signal growing recognition of Africa's linguistic importance But then these are all global initiatives. So this raises questions around data sourcing, ownership, and equity. So at the same time, we're also seeing African-led initiatives that demonstrate alternative and more inclusive models of AI development. So for instance, we have the Masakane, which is a Pan-African natural language processing research network that has produced open source datasets and translation models for more than 48 African countries. And it represents a collaborative, community-driven approach to language technology development across the country, or rather the continent. And then similarly, African Next Voices has collected over 9,000 hours of speech data across multiple African countries. So importantly, these initiatives prioritize sectors such as health and agriculture, ensuring that AI development is aligned with local and social economic needs. And then we also see innovation from Lelapa AI, which is a developing African context language models and multilingual tools grounded in Ubuntu-inspired values, emphasizing community inclusion as well as ethical responsibility. And then finally, platforms such as the Mozilla Common Voice are supporting crowdsourced speech datasets in African languages, expanding representation through participatory data collection. So despite this progress, significant challenges still remain. There is a persistent shortage of digitized language data along with the high costs associated with data annotation. And then computing infrastructure and data centers remain limited across much of the continent. And in addition, many African languages present linguistic complexity such as tonality, morphology, and code switching that standard AI models often struggle to handle effectively. So funding for African AI research is also fragmented and insufficient, limiting sustained development in long-term capacity building. So failing to address these interconnected challenges risks leaving African languages on the margins of the global AI development. Beyond the structural barriers, there are also serious ethical concerns. African languages are deeply connected to indigenous knowledge as well as oral traditions. So digitizing these languages for AI raises ethical questions such as who owns the linguistic data, how is consent obtained, from communities, and also how are these benefits shared. So without the clear safeguards, there is a risk of data colonialism, where linguistic data is extracted without meaningful community benefit. So responsible AI in Africa must be grounded in African value systems, prioritizing accountability, transparency, and most importantly, community benefit. So when AI systems operate in African languages, their impact extends far beyond convenience. They fundamentally reshape access, participation, and outcomes across the various development sectors. So, for example, in education, AI tools increasingly influence how learners acquire knowledge, yet many educational AI systems are multilingual and not monocultural, reflecting Western knowledge systems embedded in their training data. African indigenous education systems often emphasize on communal learning, spirituality, and interpersonal knowledge sharing. These are values that are poorly reflected in individualized screen-based AI learning tools. So when AI nudges learners towards dominant languages and worldviews, such as the English language, it risks cultural displacement rather than empowerment. Thus, building AI systems rooted in African languages and knowledge systems is essential to preserving epistemic diversity and also educational relevance. And then in healthcare, the stakes are even higher. So accurate, context-aware language technologies are critical for patient safety as well as effective public health communication. So, for example, during the Ebola and the COVID-19 outbreaks, language barriers significantly undermined health responses because critical information needed to be communicated across dozens of local languages. And automated translation often failed, requiring local human intervention for cultural accuracy. So this highlights the urgent need for African language-specific health data sets and AI systems developed with direct involvement from communities and health workers. And then lastly, in agriculture, African language-centric AI has already demonstrated tangible benefits. So platforms such as the Plant Village and the Farmline, they provide pest prediction, disease detection, and market information in local languages such as Creole, which is spoken in Sierra Leone, and excuse me if I'm mispronouncing this, but Hausa, spoken in Nigeria. And so for smallholder farmers who often rely on oral communication, voice-based and local language AI tools enable informed decision-making, thus improving productivity and strengthening resilience to climate and market stocks. So without African languages, AI systems cannot deliver inclusive growth, equitable services, or meaningful digital participation. Hence, prioritizing these languages ensures that AI becomes a genuine enabler of progress that reflects the continent's unique linguistic and social contexts. All right, so toward a map for inclusive African AI. So advancing African language AI requires deliberate action. So this includes investing in African-led data collection, annotation initiatives, supporting open source language resources, strengthening research networks and AI capacity building programs, and also developing ethical data governance frameworks rooted in African contexts. And then partnerships with global technology companies must also be transparent, equitable, and aligned with the local priorities rather than just extracting, data from the Western models. So in conclusion, building AI that understands African realities is not simply a technical challenge. It is a cultural, ethical, and developmental imperative. African languages must be foundational to the continent's digital future than just an afterthought. So by centering community-driven innovation, ethical data practices, and linguistic justice, Africa can also move from being a passive consumer of AI technologies to an actual active shaper of inclusive human-centered AI systems that reflect the continent's rich linguistic and cultural diversity. And thus, building AI in African languages is an act of digital inclusion, cultural preservation, and technology sovereignty. Thank you so much. It was a very short presentation, but thank you for your time. Yeah, so these are my contacts on LinkedIn as well as email. If you would like to find out more on the research that we do in terms of AI. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mata. Am I audible enough now?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. So really insightful. So we are going to take Q&A right now. If you have questions, please put them in the Q&A chat so we can take them. Okay, I see a hand raised. Oh no. Do you have any questions? Okay, I don't see one. Okay, we have a question from Promises Temin. It says, I don't know he or she says, what are the community benefits of What are the community benefits for AI translation?
In terms of languages?
Yes.
Okay, so especially with communities in terms of, with agriculture, most of the AI tools that are made for agriculture are in English, and most of the farmers that work in the African villages do not really understand, or they cannot, or even when they speak, their accents are not, I don't know what word to use, but AI cannot really pick it up. So that's important for them to be able to communicate, also to understand what is going, like what the AI is saying or what the AI is translating for them. That's why it's important. Also in health, just again with the language barrier, so they know because not everyone can understand English, or like also our accents are all different, so AI doesn't really pick up all the different accents. So yeah.
Okay, thank you, Martha. Do we have any other questions? Okay, there's a question from Kimoki Mori. He said, with matters regarding ethical and cultural consideration, what is the best preventive measure we can take now to avoid data colonialism, as he had mentioned? I believe we are in the best position to take action, but what is the best approach?
Creating our own data sets using data or information from Africa instead of just replicating or using the data from the West. Because we all have different, even in terms of climate, it's not going to be accurate because then you're using data about the climate from the West. So it will be important to create our own data sets that remain here and that we also benefit from, because it doesn't help that they just take or they help us, even with these partnerships where they come and they want to help and contribute. Yes, they're helping, but then are we also benefiting from it, or is it just them? So we need to create our own initiatives instead of just depending on the West. Yes, they have the funds, but we as Africans are also in a position to take the action instead of just depending from the global North. And that way we get to keep what we create instead of having it transferred, or the benefits transferred to that side.
Amazing. Thank you, Martha. I think I have a follow-up question to that. So it's creating data sets enough. So if we create these data sets, where are they being hosted? Do we have the infrastructure as well? Or we create a data set and say host it on different infrastructures that are built from the West. So what do you think? Beyond
Sorry,
creating the
what was
data.
the question?
I said beyond creating the data sets. Right.
Yes.
So we have the data set, we are creating the data set. So where are they being hosted? Do we also have the infrastructure to host the data sets?
I feel like Africa is in a better position than they were in previous years. There are now data sets that are being created. If I'm not mistaken, there are some data centers that are in Ghana, in South Africa, in Kenya as well. I think another problem is also the capacity. We do not have that as of yet. So we need to also initiate or put into the training and the capacity building. And I mean, we do have a lot of Africans that are involved in the whole AI and data training and all of that. But then a lot of them are going to the Western countries and they're moving there because they're getting job opportunities, but they're not coming back to Africa. So I think we need to also put a lot of effort into not just the infrastructure, but also the training and capacity. So I do believe that there are more data sets coming up. Yeah. So I think we are in a better position now than we were a few years ago.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Martha. Let me check. Okay, I think we have. Okay, we have one more question from Miss F.A. Kwanzaa. How big is a challenge? How big a challenge is literacy and the AI gap on the continent? Literacy in colonial languages isn't the best, but how is literacy in indigenous languages?
I think I
Did you
can
get
answer the
that?
first. Yeah, I think I can
Okay.
answer the first part. The part of the indigenous, I'm a bit confused about, but the challenge of literacy and the AI gap, I think I can answer that. It's just what I was saying on like capacity building. A lot of people do not understand AI, so initiating AI literacy courses just to understand what it actually is, what it does, and also just sorry, I was distracted. Initiating AI literacy initiatives and also just training initiatives and capacity building initiatives to make that gap smaller because it is definitely there because a lot of people do not understand it.
Okay. Would you like to take the second part too?
Yeah, no, I'm a bit
Okay.
confused
Okay. I
about
think
that.
I think we shared a follow-up question to that. So it was more to do with reading and writing, not just understanding AI.
In terms of reading and writing
Yeah, so
in
let me rephrase the
African
question again.
languages.
So she said literacy in colonial languages isn't the best. So most African countries, English like is the language of education, right? So she said it isn't the best, but how is literacy in indigenous languages? How many our educational systems, how far have they gone with using indigenous languages as the mode of instruction in schools?
Yeah, I think if I have to speak from a perspective of, like Southern Africa, a lot of the education is primarily done in English, which I feel is where the problem is, and not in indigenous languages. Indigenous languages are mostly like as a second languages, and there's not even for most of the schools. Most of the schools use again the Western languages such as Afrikaans, German, and French, which I feel that creates a gap because again, we do not have that creates a gap in the sense that there's not enough trained people to actually train these AI systems in these indigenous languages.
Thank you, Martha. Kwanzaa, I don't know if you've been clarified. You can type in the chat. Let's know. Do we have any other questions on how to build inclusive AI for African languages? Okay, I don't see any other question. All right, in the absence of any other question, we are going to draw the consent for this session. Thank you so much, Martha, for your presentation. Let me just follow up with Martha on LinkedIn, as I think it's a bigger discussion. I'm sure I need to convey my thoughts here. Okay, I believe Martha has shared her contact details in the last slide. Yeah, what's your link? What's your handle on LinkedIn, Martha?
Let me just post it on the chat.
Okay, great. So Martha is going to share her handle on the chat and you can follow up. Thank you everyone for joining this session. Our next session starts in exactly 30 minutes from now, not really 20 to 30 minutes from now. So just sit back and wait for the next session. We have an interesting session coming up, and it's titled Advancing Multilingual Education and Language Justice in Africa. So sit tight and wait for the next session. Amata has just shared her LinkedIn handle in the chat if you'd like to connect as well.
Asante tree and Equiapin tree are separately used together as one. Those 10 the ones that we use in education. Children go to school, and some of them leave school early, drop out of school early because of frustrations coming from the language of education, where some children are made fun of for not speaking good English. And when we talk about access to education, we must not limit it to just access. We must also talk about performance. How does the use of language that is foreign to a child enhance his academic performance? So the child is in school, but the child is frustrated just because the language that is used, even where the language in education policy of Ghana is implemented, majority of the time, the Ghanaian language is being used, but that is still a foreign language. If you go to my region, the Volta region, for example, Ewe is the major language of the region. And by implementing the language in education policy, we use Ewe in the classroom. But aside from Ewe, there are over 14 indigenous languages that are minority languages that are also found in the Volta region. And all the children from these minority language areas go to school and they are taught in Ewe, which is not the language they speak from home. So you can see that those children, whether they will do well, if we all understand the role of language in education and academic performance, we will know what frustrations and challenges those children face right here, even when we are implementing the language in education policy. So I would dovetail that to the second question, where you are talking about what steps can be taken to enhance the linguistic rights of our people. To be frank, we need to take a second look at the policy of language in education in Ghana. We have to look at the policy within the context of the numerous Ghanaian languages that we have, both the major languages and the minority languages, and see how we can encourage multilingual education rather than, and in fact, even though what we are practicing already may be called a multilingual education, but the transitional multilingual education is not helping us realize the benefits of education, and is actually minimizing the rights of the Ghanaian children who are in school. So we have to encourage multilingual education that prioritizes translanguaging, where multiple languages are used simultaneously within the classroom. So the child which is in school and is not an indigene of Ewe but is from community where Ewe is a majority language, must also be allowed to use his language, for example, Ikwana or Sia or Sekbele classroom. If we want to achieve that, we have to look at the training of teachers and posting of teachers. The way we go about posting of teachers currently is very bad, even when we try to be implementing the policy that we have. We train teachers without consideration to their language background. So you have an Akan speaking teacher posted to the north to teach children who do not speak Twi. The teacher is frustrated, the child is frustrated. Basically, when that happens, the right of the child to be educated in his language is violated right there. And I think we need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. That was quite a lot. But I think what I got from that is how complex it is for our African languages as well. You can imagine if it's 70 languages and only 10 are official. And I hear you speak about frustration around children not being able to finish school because they feel that they're not given a chance. They closed at the door at the beginning. And you advocate for intentional multilingualism that is coupled with translanguaging, where a child can be able to express themselves and learn in the language that they understand. Without wasting time, over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. So for me, I would like to start with the very famous saying of Nelson Mandela, where he says that when you speak to someone in a language he hears, you speak to the mind. But when you speak to the person in his or her own language, you speak to the heart. So basically, language is not just what we say, it's an embodiment of the totality of the individual. And that is very crucial. Now, when you come to access to education using language, if you go to our rural communities where I started teaching some years back, you realize that we had this system what we call School for Life, where children were engaged in literacy in their languages before they transitioned into the mainstream education. And the performance of those kids was exceptional compared to those who were taught practically in English and moving straight into the classroom. And there is a lot of research that has shown that using the child's native language to teach the child has a direct impact on the child's learning. Can we ask ourselves, we come to Ghana, I'm sure most of the African countries, a child who is 8, 9, 10 years is able to carry tomatoes, okra, pepper, and go out to sell. And the child sells, you give the child money, and the child is able to give you change. And this same child is performing poorly in mathematics. And the reason is that the child is being taught addition, subtraction, or whatever in a language he or she finds it very difficult. You come to admissions and accessibility. In our college, people apply to come and do, let's say, Eve, Twi, or Fanti, and the person failed English language, but passed the Ghanaian language, and that child is not qualified for admission because he or she cannot. And then we also find that children write WASI or junior high. They pass all the subjects and fail English, but then they use English to pass all the other subjects. So what is actually happening? We have something to do. Now, when it comes to the functionality, I think we need to ask ourselves, what are the domains of use of our Ghanaian languages? In Ghana, in parliament, in the hospital, in whatever, how much do we have these Ghanaian languages being used? And it begins with us, the linguists. And I think South Africa has done a lot, I think Tanzania, in terms of developing terminologies. We don't have terminologies, and this has to be a conscious effort by government. So if I'm going to teach mathematics in my language, what is addition? What is subtraction? What is a square? What's a triangle? What's photosynthesis? If we don't do this, then we give a lot of burden to the teacher who is trying to educate the child in his language but ends up miseducating the child because both of them will be struggling, and at the end of the day, we do not have enough. So for me, we need to develop terminology, standardize them, and get it accepted in the system, because at the moment, we have Ghanaian language textbooks, so 3. And you go to the class, 2 teachers teaching P3, one is teaching P3, P3B, and probably they are using 2 different textbooks. So one teacher tells the child in P3A that a noun is blah, blah, blah in the same language. In the other class, the same noun is given a different terminology because we do not have the standard. And that is very crucial if we want to ensure that there is parity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. That was a mouthful. And you speak about the functionality of our languages. And I can't imagine a class where a teacher and a child are struggling to hear each other, but they are there to teach each other and learn. And you speak about a conscious effort that needs to be done in standardizing the languages so that it's universal. If you are in the same school, you are in the same grade. When you go to another place, you speak the same language in terms of what you have been taught. And we can, of course, not live beyond the fact that we embody languages and languages are part of our lives. And Dr. Rebecca?
Thank you. I would like to look at it from the other side, where we are looking at language being a key to education. But has language also been a barrier to education in our African context? Yeah, from what my colleagues have said, some children have dropped out of school because of language being a barrier toward education for them. In the multilingual context, like Ghana here, what we normally face is that most of us think that your ability to become proficient in the English language makes you an elite in the society. So now what is happening is that most parents are trying as much as possible to let their children learn the English language at home from the beginning. But the question is, are they learning the right thing? Are they teaching them there? Because some parents don't even know, are not proficient in the language, but they are forcing it on their children. So they come to school with the mindset that, yes, my child is good in the English language. They come and it's a different ball game altogether. One thing that I've realized is that when I've had an experience where a parent had to hit the child because the child spoke a Ghanaian language. When a driver asked for a fare and then the child responded in the Ghanaian language, the father hit him. That's why are you speaking Ghanaian language? Why not English? So in our context, is the English language giving us access to education? If yes, how much of it? How literate are the children that we are training in the schools that will help them gain access to further education? Now, my colleague here, Mr. Podo, spoke about where a lot of the children in the Volta region are already using the L1. But the L1 that they are using is not the same L1 that when they go to school they are supposed to use. So where is the gap? And what are we doing as a country? We have many Ghanaian languages. So is it possible that we can look at a situation where we can use one of the Ghanaian languages as a national language? And that will help us use that alongside the L2. Because when the child gets to basic 3, and the child is transitioning to basic 4, it's expected that the child should be able to use the English language, should be proficient in the English language, be able to read and write. Is that the case? Now, when that is not seen, what happens? And that is why the child becomes frustrated and drop out of school. And therefore, accessibility is what? Halted. So what are we doing as a country so that that problem will be resolved, where the English language will not be seen as mandatory, whether the child can speak it or not? Then once the child is in basic 4, that child should or must speak it. And if the child is not able to speak it, the child is not part of, the child is seen as an alien in the classroom. We've had situations where we went on a monitoring in the northern part of the country, and then some children, when you ask, you go to a class, a lot of empty seats. You ask and it's like, oh, some of them have not been coming to school. Why? You go into it and you see that it is what? The problem of what? Language. They are in class 4, they are in class 5. The English language is used and these children don't understand. So they see themselves as not belonging to the environment that they find themselves. So the best thing is to what? Stay away. So in this case, is the language being used to help learners have access to education, especially the English language, or rather prevent them have access to education? That is where the problem is. So what can we do as a country? If we want language to promote or help our learners have access to education, or help our children have access to education, then something needs to be done. As a country faced with so many Ghanaian languages, which of them would we accept so that the children will be able to fit and have access to quality education, apart from using the L2, which is the English language, so that it wouldn't be like something like an imposition? Because some of the teachers who are trained to go and teach, some of them are not even proficient in a way. So we are faced with a lot of challenges. The teacher themselves, that's the teachers, the children, all of them are stakeholders in education. So what happens? How can we help as a country so that the teachers would also feel free? I know that some teachers are comfortable when it comes to using the Ghanaian language to teach. That one is a fact. But the problem is they are not supposed to do that, especially when they are teaching at the upper primary. So they are forced to. And that is where the problem comes in. So what can we do? I think the ball is in our court. As educators, as stakeholders of education, we have to go into it. And the situation where we look down upon our Ghanaian languages is also something that is not promoting a lot of us accepting our Ghanaian languages as, or any of our Ghanaian languages as a language of instruction in our schools. I remember some of my mates that we completed university with who did Ghanaian languages from the north, the Volta, they completed and didn't want to go back to the north, to the Volta region. They wanted to stay in the southern sector here. And if they are staying here, and then they are posted to the basic schools, and they are supposed to use the L1 for the language in education policy, how would they be able to do that? It means that policy will face a lot of challenges. So what are we doing as a country? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rebecca. I think the question is, what are we doing as a country to make sure that language is for belonging and not alienation. Said a lot of things, teacher training, the upbringing, the language that children bring to school, that is not the language of the school. And then we have the language ideology that high proficiency in English is associated with being elite, but I think we are moving to somewhere. And lastly, Masize Kowe Dr. Mbude.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to latch to what colleagues have already outlined about how language access shapes education. One of the most important understandings that Africa has missed over these years is the issue of mother tongue and why scientifically it is one of the areas that we haven't understood, that there is a direct biological reason why the mother tongue shapes education. And the reason is that around the 7th month of pregnancy, when women are pregnant, something happens that is profound in young children, in the fetus, as a fetus in the womb. It is called fetal programming. This is when the sounds, the child, the fetus, the unborn baby can hear all other sounds and can distinguish that this is a car, this is music, these are people speaking, but there is one voice, one sound that the fetus can distinguish at that time. It is the voice of the mother. And that is why it is not called father tongue, it is called mother tongue. Because of everything, the input through the umbilical cord. Now, anyone who does science will tell you how sounds travel faster in water. Now, the first sound that babies experience is the water in the uterus of the mother. So wave attenuation happens during that time. Now, the fetal programming that happens during that time is that all other sounds that a fetus is here are muffled sounds. The only sound that is clear is the voice of the mother. So the development of language does not wait until children are born. There's something that we call a language reservoir that begins around, particularly around the 7th month, when the child can hear distinctively the voice and the sound of the mother. And that's why babies biologically start kicking around that time. The voice of the mother calms the baby. And when children are born, that's why the first interaction that it is done in hospitals is to put the baby on top of the mother, because that's the first time that they begin to link that sound that they've been hearing throughout the pregnancy. So when we change children in schooling to adapt to another language, we are reprogramming the child. And that reprogramming is very dangerous if it happens at the expense of what the child already knows. So when we speak about mother tongue education, and this is what Europe understands, and it is intentional to keep Africa Anglophone and Africa Francophone, because it is the language market that benefits from this intentionality. Now, if you reprogram a child, it takes double that time. You might be teaching, but learning does not happen. And there's a difference between teaching and learning. So we spend so much time in Africa talking about why we should or why we shouldn't, and investor flight and all these things. We don't understand that the language industry in Europe is sitting at about 44% of the market. Now, in terms of the compound annual growth rate, the CAGR, we know that Europe leads in that market. Now, if the European market is sitting at about 36% right now, and in terms of the language industry growth in Europe, they are sitting at $36 billion, and Africa is sitting at only 6. Now, it's an untapped market. And as long as we are going to be sitting and discussing whether we should, whether we shouldn't, we are wasting the amount of time that can be used to leverage on African languages. At this time, you asked questions about practical steps. With the introduction of mother tongue-based bilingual education in South Africa, starting in earnest in 2025 with grade 4, extending from the foundation phase, we are no longer fighting about whether we should or we shouldn't. There will always be people in Africa. Remember, it's more than 300 years of being told that you need English in education or you need French. So those people are going to be around until, we go to the next world, because we've been discussing this for hundreds of years. What we must fight about now, number one, is standardization. There is no way that we are going to be able to win this battle without standardizing. But what we fight about also now is the efficiency of our languages in articulating mathematical and scientific concepts. We must fight about the fact that fraction is a piece and not a part of. Because iqhezu in isiXhosa or isiZulu, we now understand that what we've always called fractions, when it comes to upper grades, like we are doing now in South Africa, we realize that actually the scientific correctness is part of and not necessarily piece of. Because piece of might be an arbitrary size or part that might not actually mean that fraction is a part of, an equal part of a bigger part. So we are fighting about science, and we are fighting about mathematizing in African languages, and not necessarily whether we should or we shouldn't, because that actually is what keeps Africa feeding and growing that market where English depends on African languages and African language speakers to make sure that their market remains big in English, and the same thing with Francophone African countries. So we must always link what happens in education with what happens in the market. And the fact that we have not dealt with what it means for us to remain English and French, we just have to go outside and look at the state of Africa and realize that actually we've kept those two markets huge. Now, how do we reduce those markets? Is to invest more in what will make our children not only thrive in school, but them being able to function in a market where African languages play a very critical role in developing its own people. Thank you.
Dr. Mbute, thank you so much. I'm always fascinated in
Hello everyone, welcome back. It's still day 4 of AFLC 2026. And the session we just listened to was a recap of the on-site conference in Accra. If you'd like to revisit the panels or presentations had on those days, please head to our YouTube to watch the recap. The links are in the chat, so you can just click on the links after these sessions, of course, to revisit them. Shortly, we'll be having our next speaker up next. We'll be talking about advancing multilingualism and language justice in Africa. But before we do that, please introduce yourself in the chat. Let us know where you're listening from. Tell us your name, what you do, and your language. My name is Omasoye, and I will be moderating this session. Before we begin, I would like to give an overview of what AFLC is all about, in case you're joining us for the first time or this is your first session or first conference with us. Welcome to African Languages Conference 2026. Over 1 billion Africans speak indigenous languages every day, yet these languages remain largely excluded from classrooms, courtrooms, technology, and economic opportunity. That is why African Languages Conference brings together language activists, scholars, technologists, policymakers, educators, and community leaders to forge pathways forward. AFL's journey from 2022 till date. AFLC was founded in 2022 to celebrate African Languages Week. AFLC was built on a clear mission to build a collaborative platform that promotes African languages and advances language and digital rights through advocacy, education, and action. In 4 years, we've grown from a community initiative into a global platform, convening over 2,000 participants, 130 plus speakers, and sessions in more than 24 African languages. In 2024, we formalized as a 501c3 nonprofit organization, deepening our governance and year-to-year continuity. This year, our theme is language justice. I know you've been hearing a lot of conversations around that if you've been part of the previous sessions. So AFLC 2026 gathers under this theme, language justice, African languages for social and economic development. This is our second on-site edition hosted in Accra, Ghana, earlier this week on February 23rd to February 24th. And it is now continuing with 3 days of online programming. On February 26th, 27th, and 28th, we had the first online sessions yesterday, and we are continuing today as well. All sessions are live streamed on our YouTube and Facebook platforms with interpretation in English and French provided throughout. If you're just joining us, if you've missed any of the sessions, you can always revisit them on our Facebook page or our YouTube channel. In the next few minutes, I'll be bringing our speaker, Jemima Antwi, on stage. Jemima is speaking to us today about advancing multilingualism and language justice in Africa. Jemima, are you here? Can you say hello?
Hi, hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, Jemima, your video is up and your audio is a bit low.
Okay,
I'm going
hi,
to
I'm here.
Okay, good to have you here, Jemima. So I'm going to introduce Jemima to you all and give a little brief about her session, and then we can dive in. In the meantime, please, let's continue with the introductions in the chat. Jemima's session will be in Chui. Am I correct, Jemima?
Yes, please, blend.
Yes, so please use the interpretation icon on your screen to select your preferred language if you want to listen in English or French. So for this session, Jemima will be talking about advancing multilingual education and language justice in Africa. This session will explore how multilingual education can bridge learning gaps and empower African students to succeed in both local and global contexts, drawing on experience leading the Wikimedians of Twi language and promoting linguistic inclusion through digital platforms. This session will highlight the importance of integrating African languages into classroom instruction and online learning spaces. Very important. It demonstrates how valuing mother tongues alongside global language transforms education, preserves culture, and fosters inclusive development across Africa. Who is Jemima? Jemima is a Ghanaian language advocate and leader of the Wikimedians of Twi language, promoting linguistic inclusion through digital projects that make knowledge accessible in African languages. Her work spans multilingual education, cultural documentation, and digital literacy. Please let's welcome Jemima on stage with a round of applause. You can share emojis in the chat or in the comment, or give us thumbs up. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Jemima, the floor is yours.
Hi, all right, thank you very much, Franca.
Sorry, Jemima, can you please remove the earpiece? We can't hear you clearly. I don't know if you can try removing the earpiece. Okay, now your sound is gone entirely.
No, we can't hear you, Jemima.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Can you check your audio settings? Change it to your system microphone.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, this is better.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. The organizing team of AF African Languages Conference. I truly appreciate this, and I'm happy to join this beautiful event. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on the time you are joining this event, and also wherever you are watching us from. I feel before I have to please pardon me to just start my presentation with English, and I will later on change to my local dialect since I'll be presenting in my mother tongue, which is Twi. So I feel honored to be here today to discuss a topic that is not only close to my heart, but also essential for future languages and also the youth as well, which is advancing multilingual education and language justice in Africa. In Chi, I would say, yeah, peja kasa hodwan chire na yama pepepe aba ebibrem kasa ahodoɔ mu. Na ansana no sɛdeɛ as Umasoye rightly said, I am Jemima and I'm from Ghana, Ashanti region to be precise. So I am an Ashanti. I speak Chi. Chi is my mother tongue. And I represent Wikimedians of Chi language and also Global Open Initiative Foundation. We are a passionate community working to ensure that the Twi language and by extension other African languages have strong presence in the classroom and also on the internet. So not just the classroom, but then on the internet. And I want to take you through why this work is so critical, not only for language preservation, but also for empowering the youth. But before I start my presentation, I would like to mention the content of what I am about to present. So I would share my screen. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so before I start, I would like to take you through. I've already mentioned the title, but then I will repeat it again. So, today, my topic is advancing multilingual education and language justice in Africa, which translates in Twi as yeah peja kasa hodwon kyerɛkyerɛ na yama pɛpɛɛpɛ aba wɔ ebibrem kasa ahodoɔ mu. So when I say ebibrem, I mean to say Africa. Ɛwɔ Twi kasa mu no, in Twi, Africa is ebibrem. So yeah, so let me go straight to the content as the introduction has already been done. I will take you through. The introduction has already been done. My next thing I will take or discuss with you is why language matters. In Chi, I would say DNT na.
Sorry, Jemima, can you put your presentation in slideshow mode? Thank you.
Pardon?
Yeah, please put your presentation in full screen or slideshow mode.
It seems I can't hear what you
Okay,
are
put it on
saying.
slideshow.
Sorry, I am finding it difficult to hear you from my end, so I can't hear what you're saying.
Okay, we needed your presentation in full screen. Yes, click on slideshow.
Is it okay? Sorry.
Not yet. Not yet. No, just click on slideshow close to the share option. Up now. Slideshow. Do you see where your photo is? Your photo on the phone.
Pardon?
So click on slideshow on your presentation.
Yeah, slideshow.
Yes, close to where you have share. No?
No, not this side.
Top right, top right.
Top right. Okay.
Yes.
Is it okay?
Perfect.
Sorry. Okay. Okay, so I think I have to take it through the next.
All right. You can use the arrow button to move it.
Oh.
Use the arrow keys to move.
Okay. Is it okay now? Or
We can't see your screen.
you? Oh, sorry.
Yes, we can see it now.
All right, thank you very much. So, as I was, my apologies for that. So, as I was saying, I will take you through the content and some I'll be discussing today. Introduction. No, we have already done the introduction. So, the next thing I will talk about is why language matters. Why is it important? I mean, why is language important? Mitri kasa me kasa di antikra na kasa eho hia. Afa ye free hwa ye bedi nkoma fa how a ewo fa yemfa bibrem kasa nchira de ho. Which translates in English as the educational challenge. From there, we will talk about multilingual education. In tree, I would say pepe ye wo kasa ahodo ho. Afa ye bedi nkoma fa kwan a ye fa so aboa makasa ahodo a ye de kira de no akọ nkan.
We have
Yes.
interpretation for you, so just speak free.
Pardon?
We have interpretation, so just speak through it throughout.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. So from there, you be free if you are you be nkoma fa kwan a fa so aboa makasa hodo a ye de kira de no akọ nkan. Afe ye be nkoma afa Wikimedians of Tree Language adwumaku a eboa masa dwumadie yi nyina no ekoso. Na ya hwe ya twetwe nkoma afa Wikimedians of Tree Language won juma bi a wodi a eboa ema multilingual education yi ekoso. Afen so ye betwetwe nkomo afa mo a abefo mfidie betumi de amayen. Na ye free hwa ye di nkomo afa kwan a ye betumi afa so abo amaye atena hoda. Na afe ya hwe kasakra ni tumi Fi say yenim say kasa eye to me. Now my next slide so edenti na kasa ho hia. Edienti na kasa ho hia. Kasa ho hia fi say adesua hya ase free kasa ye wo bi tum so. Kasa ma ye hunu ye nipasu. Ema ya akukuduro ne ntiase. Nanso ohaw wo ho ohaw ne say ye ntamfa ebibrem kasa hodo enhye suku adesua ase. Eno ne wo haw a ewo ho no mo ye ntamfa ebibrem kasa no enhye suku adesua ase. Enti yenhwe kwan a ye fa so yeni nkomomfa ehaw a ewo kwan a ehaw a ewo fa yemfa ebibrem kasa enkyere ade ho. Edi nkan no ohaw a ewo ho ne se esuafo pii de kasa a wonte na ehye adesua ase. Na saa de ne koba de a eye ohaw kese pa fi se enya saa kasa no na ye di twa ne funuma eye ne mother tongue no enya no na ye di twa ne funuma enya broni puto kasa na ya ana broni kasa na osua ade ode ahyase esua de no enya no na ye wo no ye di twa ne funuma enti basa ema ohaw eba eno ne ehaw a ede ba no afenso wosua de wo kasa foforo mu fiti ahyase meka kasa foforo a ekire se me kire broni kasa the English language broni kasa na yakofa no wo hye na disua se efri broni kasa mu ensa start ana obehye from day one na all hye na disua se no obehye se free ne kasa ya ne mother tongue language no obehye se free mu no na ye de na hye se free obroni kasa mu eno eye ohaw kese pa sa dwumadie sa no ede ba afenso no wenu mu nyina no nsunsuaso wo honom nsunsuaso a ye de ba ne se impempi no adesua no nwie peye nkrofo ntumi nkyere wona adwen se de wo pe adenti na make sa se ohaw sei e wo honom a emadesua no ene ntiase wa adesua ni mu no ekwan ebedam edenti na make sa teacher ni a o kire akwala na de ewo ne brofo kasa mu no nkasa no onti brofo ne yie sa sabio enya ne kasa enti ontimi mfa nkire ne ho mu yie na abofra no nso ate ase na abofra no krampo no teacher ni tumi de kire ne ho mu yie a abofra ne nso brofo no ekonkan san a ono nso betumi ayede ate ase enti basa teacher ni kire ne nso abofra nte ase na akofa a huge gap learning gap aba enti ase ni de teacher ni kire afa ede din ye eba class ni suku dem honom ontimi man nsa so mpo na wabisa question if you say oh sorry no kasa ye prepare say obekasa wo mu de abisa question eye broni kasa ono nso nti broni kasa nti saade ne na obeka na no atum na afa esakofa disengagement eye ontimi mfa ne ho nhye adesua na ekoso nim nti eno yade a ehaw ewo ho pa me kaisa me wo primary school na me komani mu no da bia na ya tro say do not speak vernacular emenka utwi kasa no ewo hase eyade a uka yebabo fi say wakoka utwi kasa nanso obroni kasa ne de ye hye ema ye ka enti saade we no na eye ohaw bi a na create na ye nim enti eno ye ohaw kese pa na de ameka ne se enya mofra no emfomso enya mofra no emfomso enti na ye nhwe pepepe ye a ebetumi aba wo kasa ahodo ho se ye de kasa wo nkrofo to mu kire wonade a emadesua ne wie peye meka we ya na me pa kire sei edi nkan teacher ni ti mi kire ne ho ase yi abofra no nso timi teacher ni na se kire se ne mother tongue ene ye de kire ene ono nso de osua ne wom enti basa emadesua no ewie peye ema akwara no afei nso adesua no nya fapem papa ansana ame ahodo so kasa abamu ede na me pa kire foundation na akwara ni nya from ahyase no wode ne kasa ye wo ni tumu enti ebasa eboa ema bofra no enya ntiase pa efri adesua na osua no emu efe nso yenhwe sade pepepe ye betumi abamba konso nse esase kasa eye bribi te sensamso a ye betumi afaso anya bribi na ensase ya ade a esi obi ho kwan ti kasa eye ade a wo se eye bridge foforo be ka ho a na no nso abetoso enwo se eye wo haw ana akwansidie bia ema abofra bia ena ensase kasa wo abofra tumu no eye ohaw ma no child should be disadvantaged of the home language enti no sa kwada no ka ne kasa enwo se yetia no anasa ye bono se edenti na wo ka wukrom kasa na wonka broni kasa na ye free ho no yenhwe de edi ho no afei se yehwe pepepe ye ya na yehwe kwan a ye fa so aboa kasa hodo a ye de kira de no na akonkan me di nkomo me ntumi mbetena ha enkasa wabra minni enhyehyeye bia anase minni adwenkyere bia metumi de ato honom abma aboa ame yatumi de kasa hodo akira de edi nkan no kwan a ye betumi afaso aboa ama kasa hodo a ye de kira de na konkan ne se ye de nimdie ebe free nwoma adesua so akomontene so enti say you moving from theory to community practice and I say you moving book mu de ye besua eye make us say men kira say men nya say brofo kasa na ye de kan no enye eye but then e was say ye bibro mu kasa no mumu any ade e was ye di eno na because eno ne kasa ye e ma ye di nkan ti wi ase kasa ye di twa ye funu ma no ene na ma e shape ya dwen ye nyansa na ye nim die wo wi ase mu eno nti no se ye di free enwoma mu eba montene so a e was wutimi ka usua buku no ukwa bontene so a ukotade a e was wutimi de wo kasa no uka esepe ma wo towo afa kwan ya fa so biem ana mi gidi se ye betumi afa so aboa ene se ye bema ebibrem kasa hodo akomia ya ye nya nimdie se nimdie wo ba bi bebre nkanka aba fontentan so enti sa aba fontentan a me hwe internet so as se nimdie egusui ye betumi de ye kasa na kwhye sa ba bi ya nimdie no ewo ama no ayeyie de atoso biemu no kwan ba fa so aboa nse ye nam aba fonfidie so besua de ene wi ase na ekọ digital ewi ase na ekọ eye bibia ye aba fontentan enti no mimi hu ne se ye de ye nam aba fo so a de ye nkasa no kogu ono mu a abofra ne kwa anya brofo kasa nko an obehu ne emumu no obesa nso hu no ane kasa mu ama wate ase yie ti ohwa infonini a ewo mensa benkum yesu a professor Openi Kofi Ejekum, Professor Charles Ofosumafo, and afenso Professor Akwesi Adomako. Eye empanimfo akuku dama omune boa eta ye chima dwumadi a ye di no yetumi ede koye nim na wo hwe dwumadi ase a na ye Afro Creation 2025 ene ye di nkomo bi say ewo ho no mo no afenso esese kasa hodo nyina nya ginabra kro wo ntentanfidie ne so na aboa ma obiara atumi de asua de meka we ya me pa kire sei sebrofo kasa wo internet ne so a ene ne ebetumi anya twi kasa nso wo internet ne so na ne nyina ye pepepe a ebi nchen bi na aboa adesua ene afei so aboa kasa no ma yɛtumi de kasa no ato hɔ no ama nkyirima afei yɛni nkɔmmɔ mfa adwumakuo a wɔn boa ma dwumadi a yɛdi yi nyinaa no ɛkɔ nkan mepa kyerɛ sɛ Wikimedians of Tree Language ɛyɛ adwumakuo a ɔmbotaeɛ sɛdeɛ medi nkan kaeɛ no ɔmbotaeɛ ne sɛ wɔbɛboa ama yɛtwi kasa no akɔ nkan paa nyɛ sɛ yɛn daadaa setena mu kɛkɛ na mmom nso ɔmo saa de bɛkɔ abɛɛfo ntentan so na afei nso sukuu dan mu nso no yɛtumi asua ne yie ɛne sɛ nti ekuo yi aboa ma amanfoɔ nya nimdeɛ wɔ twi kasa mu a mekyerɛ twi kasa mu wɔ abɛɛfo ntentan so ɛtɔ so biem dwuma a wɔn adi bi ne sɛ wɔn de mmarahyɛbadwamfoɔ ho nsɛm biographies of parliamentarians akɔgu abɛɛfo ntentan ne so a wokɔ hɔ ɛwɔ twi kasa mu ne botae ne nyinaa ne sɛ yɛboa ade akora yɛ kasa no ama nkyirima aboa ama kasa na nkasa nso afei nso no dwumadie foforɔ a wɔn adi bi ne kentenwono kente weaving documentary a wɔn di ho dwuma paa yie ɛwɔ yɛn abibrem kasa twi kasa ne afei nso ɛwɔ kasa nim a ɛboa yɛ abibrem nso abakwasɛm ne amammerɛ ɛyɛ dwumadie bi a ɛno nso ka wɔn dwumadie ɛyɛ ade a ɛno nso ka wɔn dwumadie ne ho a wɔn di ɛde ɛboa deɛ nti na meka wei fi sɛ ɛyɛ ade a yɛboa ama nkyirima na afei mpi sɛ mentumi ɛntena wabra mentumi nkyerɛ deɛ yɛn nso yɛyɛ ɛde aboa dwumadie no nyinaa deɛ di hɔ no mu a mepɛ sɛ me ne mo twetwe nkɔmmɔ fa ho ɛyɛ afro creation koraa yɛka sɛ afro creation a ɛyɛ den a ɛyɛ dwumadie a Wikimedians of Tree Language ne Global Open Initiative Foundation aka wɔn ho abom sɛ wɔn bɛdi aboa ɛde ama nkyirima ɛde ama kasa no na dwumadie yi no ɛkwan wɔn fa so di ne sɛ wɔn frɛfrɛ mpanimfoɔ a wakwadere wɔ kasa nim animdefoɔ a wɔn nim de wɔ yɛn twi ɛne yɛn kasa ahodoɔ Ghana ha sɛ yɛwɔ kasa ahodoɔ pii nti ba dwumadie wɔ yɛ a yɛfrɛfrɛ wɔn nyinaa asuafoɔ sukuufoɔ obi biara ba na waba abɛka ne nsɛm wɔ no ankasa ne mother tongue ɛyɛ kasa a yɛde twa ne funu mu anim ɔka wɔtwerɛ gu internet ne so ɛyɛ mekyerɛ Wikipedia ɛso ɛma ɛboa ma obi biara a wɔkasa kasa ne timi kɔ hɔ no mo kɔkɔnya saa nimdeɛ na wɔde ato abɛɛfo ntentan ne so nti Afro Creation Ghana no ne botaeɛ nyinaa no afei nso yɛsai boa ma nimdeɛ a ɛfa abibiman no ho bɛdɔɔso sɛ Afro Creation Ghana project no Wikimedians ne of Tree Language ne Global Open Initiative Foundation dia wɔn di sɛ wɔn bɛboa ma nimdeɛ a ɛwɔ ewiase afa na nyina nimdeɛ bibire mu ha nimdeɛ nyinaa no yɛde kɔ abɛɛfo ntentan ne so yɛ Wikipedia ɛma ɛboa 1 SSV kasa no 2 ɛboa ma nkyirima afei nso yɛde Kenya youth no wɔn nso ehu sɛ yɛ kasa ɛho hia enti ɛwɔ sɛ yɛdi ho dwuma afei nso yɛnam anosam abakwasam so boa ma nimdeɛ a yɛfa yɛn ho no bɛdɔɔso ɛyɛ oral history documentation and nso yɛdi ho dwuma ɛne kentenwunu dwumadie nyinaa already medi nkan ka kentenwunu dwumadie ne nti no ɛnyɛ mensan ensi so biem afei deɛ edi hɔ a menimu bɛtwetwe nkɔmmɔ afa ho yɛdi nkɔmmɔ nyinaa no ɛmmoa bɛn na abɛɛfo mfidie betumi de aboa yɛn menkasa yɛ mu no mebɔ Wikipedia din na Wikipedia ɛyɛ beaeɛ bi a wɔn a wɔwɔ wiase afa na nyinaa tumi nya nimdeɛ firi hɔ ɛde nti na America sa it is an encyclopedic platform a ɛwɔ kasa ahodoɔ bebree nimdeɛ book enti ɛnyɛ English Wikipedia nko a yɛwɔ Twi Wikipedia was Spanish Wikipedia, Igbo Wikipedia, Hausa Wikipedia. When you ya kasa hodwa Dagbani Wikipedia, Nina wa ebua ma yen mabunu a yen so ye ba wa bibrem hase no ye kasa no yetimide tronsem gu ho no ekura kasa no ehu afen so ehu hia se ebibrem kasa hodwo no nso tumi kọ sabia ye sade medi nkan kan no eye biaya ye kura yen kasa ye de nimdie egu ho no mu eno nti no wo call yisu a me jede sa wokasa anko ho a wobetumi abo ye betumi Wikipedia fo betumi abo ama wonso ode wokasa no ayedai akosubi eye obia wo ne kasa enim de book wo Wikipedia so enye English Wikipedia nko we have Chi Wikipedia, English Wikipedia, dagba said de medi nkan abobo no eno nti ehu hia pa sa bibremu kasa hodo no yetimi de kosubi na ebo ama nchirima na afenso Kenyan emabunu no mo hu se ye kasa ne ho hia na e wose yetumi didi dwuma afenso abafu mfidie bua ma adesua koyie eya no kre abafu mfidie bua pa ma adesua koyie nam se ye de nimdie ekogu internet ne so ntino bua ma nimdie obibia na ewi ase no se de medi nkan sa kan no ewi ase ne ekọ digital internet no aba asese bibia kodane abefo ntentan enti de nimdie we se egu ho no mu a eboa ma adesua koyie abofra ne fa ne phone a obubo de o pena opeso okonya ho nimdie na ubehu sana eyi aba na watumi anya mo nimdie afenso baby kasa wono ensese abafo mfidie pa ho meka we ya na me pa kire say language inclusion is digital inclusion e was say yetumi bua ma kasa no baby a kas nimdie anase abafo mfidie wono yetumi de kasa nso ekọ bi ma eboa na ye nyina ye nyini bom na enkoya te se obi kasa bi nyini eja kasa bi eya saa enya de a ebeboa bibrem kasa no daachi ekwan be akra na yebetimi afaso aboama sa dwumadi a yedi nyina atena ho no moda se yebetena so na yebekasa na yentumi ankire kwan a megidi se emwa ye enu nti kwan be akra na yebefaso a yebetimi ekwan yebetumi afaso ne se wana woye nwumasua ho ntoto yebedi kasa hodo a yede kirade no atomu se wana wana wo ye nwumasua ho ntoto ye no won je kasa hodo ni tumu a yebetumi aboa ebetumi aboa ma kasa na nkasa tenawa ama pepepe ya ba ye nkasa ahodo ni mu afenso se wana wo ye aman no ho ntoto ye ene sa wana wo ye aman no ho ntoto ye beboa ma ebibrem kasa hodo etumpon every country policy makers these policy makers support also support African languages na bibrem kasa ahodo e was one na woye amai no huntutu ye boa ma bibrem kasa na nkasa no ahodo no etumpon na kwan ba no mu befa so ne se bia won ne dwumadie bi te se Wikimedians of Chi language ye ne wo mu betimi adi nsa wo so na kasa hodo no yetumi eboa ma yetumi hyehye wo edi nkanye book nkoamu classroom no yetimi didi dwuma ana afenso abefo ntentan so no yebetumi edi dwuma na se omu ba mu nso a megidi se ebeboa afesuapon kwan a yebetumi afaso aboama sa dwumadi atawda ne se suapon ahodo ebeboa ma aku a wode ye asi won na so no dwumadi na koso ena medi nkan ye no which is university partners with communities like Wikimedians of Chi language. So asuapon ahodo no ne yen edi nsa wo so a ebeboa ma ye nam sa dwumadie so ne abefo ntentan fidie so beboa ma ye kasa no akonanim yie pa kasa no enyira da enti eno ene kwan a yɛbɛtumi afa so aboa. Mede me kasa no ebe awieyɛ no na mepɛ sɛ mekyerɛ me kasa wɔ hɔ yi ɛyɛ tumi. Language is power. So kasa yɛ tumi. Adɛn nti na kasa yɛ tumi? Kasa ma obi hunu ne nipasu. Etumi ma yɛkora nimdeɛ. Ɛna etumi ma nimdeɛ ɛkɔ so. Kasa afei kasa ahodoɔ yɛ sɛ yɛde kasa ebom kyerɛ adeɛ a ɛboa ma asuafoɔ mu ɛyɛ duru. Me kasa wei a mepa kyerɛ sɛ deɛ wɔsua deɛ ne te kasa a yɛde kyerɛ no n'ase a ɛne teacher ni ɔkyerɛ kasa no nso no ɔde ne yɛ kasa yɛde twa yɛ funu ma kyerɛ adeɛ a ɛboa ma teacher ni kyerɛkyerɛ ne ho mu yie. Ɛboa ma adesuani ni nso timi te aseɛ yie. Ɛno nti na me kasa sɛ yɛde bom kyerɛ adeɛ a ɛbɛboa ama nimdeɛ no asuafoɔ no mu ayɛ do. Afei nya sɛ yɛde yɛtwi anaasɛ yɛ kurom kasa no nko kyerɛ adeɛ na mmom ɛwɔ sɛ yɛde potɔ kasa yɛ Broni kasa which is English language yɛde ɛkaunti ɛbɛyɛ pɛpɛɛpɛ. Ɛnwɔ sɛ baako bɛkɔ soro agya baako na baako ɛlake. Ɛwɔ sɛ ne nyinaa yɛde bom. Enti ɔsua borɔfo no na ɔsua twi ne nso ɛyɛ dɛ ɛka ho. Ɛna deɛ di hɔ yɛ sɛ yɛde abibrem kasa ahodoɔ etu mpɔn na aboa aman no ɛdaakye. Abibrem kasa tu mpɔn a edi nkan na nkasa ɛboa ma abibrem ha sei no ehyepi yɛ daakye no. Yɛ daakye ne kɔ yie. Nimdeɛ wɔ kasa mu. Kasa nkasa kura yɛ abakwasɛm. Ekura yɛ amammerɛ. Ɛne yɛ amammerɛ yɛ nimdeɛ bi a yɛnya ɛboa yɛ ma yɛsu ne yɛ ban na nkasa no yɛtumi ɛyɛ ne yie. Paa ɔhaw biara nyɛ dɛn ɛmma ho. Enti mimi fii sɛ abibrem kasa ahodoɔ tu mpɔn sɛ yɛbɛhwɛ sɛ abibrem kasa ahodoɔ betu mpɔn na aboa ma daakye no. Kwan deɛ nti a ɛkyerɛ sɛ kasa na nkasa no ɛno na ehyepi yɛ nyansa ne yɛ nimdeɛ. Enti sɛ etu mpɔn ma kuro no abibrem ha sɛ yɛ Ghana ha Ghana tu mpɔn Africa as a whole ana abibrem no nso etu mpɔn ɛwɔ biribiara mu. Ɛna daakye ne nso esipi ɛkɔpem sɛ yanto yɛ biribi anto antwene. Language na ɛkyerɛ wɔ identity. Wo kasa a obi hu baabi a wofiri. Enti ɛyade a sɛ yɛkɔ so yɛ a ɛbɛboa ama yɛdaakye na yɛnkyirima no anyera wɔn amammerɛ anaasɛ wɔn abakwasɛm a ɔde edi dwuma. Meda obi biara ase sɛ munya asopɛtie me na Wikimedians of Twi Language ɛne mɛkasɛ Global Open Initiative Foundation. Wohwehwɛ yɛ kyerɛ kwan a wobɛhu yɛn email anaasɛ bibia ɛwɔ ha sei. Ɛnsɛdeɛ medi nkan kaeɛ no. Ɛnyɛ Wikipedia enkura kasa baako. Wo nso wɔ kasa bi na wopɛ sɛ wode ba Wikipedia so a Wikipedia fo betimi aboa wo ama watimi adi dwuma na wode wo kasa nso ayɛ dɛ aba so bi sɛdeɛ ɛsɛ ne fata. Meda ase paa.
Thank you very much, Jemima. You can stop sharing your screen. Thank you. Let's appreciate Jemima. Please, a round of applause. Give us some emojis. Thank you for that insightful presentation on advancing multilingualism and language justice in Africa. So Jemima has shared some key strategies with us, and this is time for Q&A. If you have any questions from the session, please use the Q&A feature to type in your questions or drop them in the chat. Okay, I see a question at the end of Moses' comment. So Moses Akachuku said, "This is a wonderful development. Well done to the speaker and the Wikipedia team. Partnering with universities is a good step, but most of them may not have known about this opportunity." Moses said he's from Nigeria, and I know certain Nigerian universities graduate students who studied local languages every year. Would it be possible to have the research work of these students published on Wikipedia? Does Wikipedia publish research works in a nutshell? Jemima, you're muted.
Yeah, Mepacho, yes. So every on Wikipedia, whatever you do, you need to cite wherever you got the information from. So we deal with references. So your research work has references, and yes, you can publish it, but then it should meet Wikipedia standard. Not just because I know we have research work there. I don't know, the people do tables and stuffs in research work. You cannot put that table, or because that is your own work, and whatever you do there should be referenced. We should know wherever you took that information from. So yes, you can do it, but then you should structure it to meet Wikipedia standard. Thank you.
Moses, I hope you've gotten clarity from your question.
So I want to add that just this question has actually reminded me of a research work we did last year. Yes, we did thesis work with the Language and Communication Sciences Department, KNUST. And, after they have done their final thesis, I asked, where do the thesis work go? And I learned that after 10 years, sometimes they bring out the old thesis work and they put it somewhere. So yes, you can put your research work, but then you should structure it to meet Wikipedia standard before you get it. And we did the same work, and we did it in a Wikipedia way because Wikipedia deals with references. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How do I say thank you in Jemima, can you hear me? You're muted. How do I say thank you in Chui?
Oh, Obe, thank you in Chui is Medasi.
Medase, Jemima. So
Menso Medasi.
we are waiting for more questions. I have a question from my end. So when you were talking about the strategies for advancing multilingualism, we talked about using open digital platforms for education. So how does this look like in practice? I'm trying to get like a good picture of how it looks like in practice. I can't
repeat your question.
Yes, so I thought one of the concepts you shared for advancing multilingualism, you talked about using open digital platforms for education. So I wanted to know, like, how does this look like in practice? Is there like an example? I'm trying to like picture what it looks like, but nothing comes to mind. Can you hear me, Jemima? Can anyone else hear me? Okay, I think.
Yeah, so sorry, unfortunately, my network was messing up, so I didn't get your question. Can you, if there is time, can you repeat the question for me?
Okay, I was asking, how does open digital platforms work? Like, how do we use them in education? That was one of the strategies we shared for promoting multilingualism.
How does open digital platforms work?
Yeah. Like
Okay,
use data platforms for education.
your line is breaking, so I'm struggling to hear the last word you said.
Okay, I'm going to type it.
Okay, fine, type it for me.
We are still taking questions. So please drop your question.
Yeah, sure. So I can see Aka Chuku. Yeah, yes, I'm open. We are open for we can discuss this. Yes, we could talk more. Thank you, Jemima. Oh yes, sorry. I hope I can answer the questions I'm seeing.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so someone is just said, I didn't know Wikimedians of Chi existed. Yes, it's been there for almost 5 years. Yes, I think it's 5 years now. How does using open digital platforms for education look like is for promoting multilingual? So it's simple, as I mentioned. Promoting multilingual. Wikipedia already has different language platforms. You get it? So I hope
I
you
can't
can
hear
hear me.
you.
Oh, sorry. Uh, Hello, can you hear me now?
It's okay. I think my internet is stable. Yes.
Yes. So, as I mentioned, you said, how does using open digital platforms for education look like in practice for promoting multilingual? Now, I mentioned it in my presentation that Wikimedia or Wikipedia has different language platforms. It has Chi, it has Igbo, it has Dagbali. So already it is promoting multilingualism. It is promoting multilingualism. If you are a Ga, you can write your own thing in Ga on Ga Wikipedia. Now I learned Ga is an incubator. If you have a language that you want to bring on Wikipedia, Wikipedia is ready, or the members of Wikimedia communities are ready to help you bring your language to life on Wikipedia. We have different languages, so we are already promoting the multilingualism. Now, Wikipedia is not just English Wikipedia, but it has different languages. I don't know if I have answered your question.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. So I think I'm seeing a question. Would love to talk more to you about making content accessible for children in our Ghanaian language. Of course, it is possible. It is possible. We can. We can. And please get in touch, as you have said. Yes, sure.
I think you can share a link to your LinkedIn profile.
Yes. So I think let me. We have you can connect with us on at info email. Our email is info chi, which is TWI wikipedia at gmail.com. Facebook, you can reach us on Facebook, which is Chi Wikipedia. X, which is Twitter, which is now X, you can reach us on Chi Wikipedia, and Instagram Chi_Wikipedia. Instagram Chi_Wikipedia, X Chi Wikipedia, Facebook Chi Wikipedia, and email. So our email is info Chi. The Chi is TWI Wikipedia at gmail.com.
Okay, I don't see any other questions in the chat or the Q&A. Meda, what say?
Okay, menso medasi.
Medasi. Okay, let's have applause for Jemima. We've come to the end of this session. And our next session begins in 12 minutes. So sit back and we will get started. So for our next session, we will be talking about mother tongue education and language justice, policies and realities. We've seen lots of language policies come up in the past. A typical example is that of a Nigerian language policy that was scrapped in late 2025. So this session is really going to be exciting. So sit back and our next speaker will be here shortly. In the meantime, you can connect with us via our social media profiles for AFLC. We are on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and X. And if you've missed any session in the past, we've had the sessions for the past 3 days. You can always rewatch the sessions on our YouTube.
Set up their stations. If you want to go
where things, we don't understand that the language industry in Europe is sitting at about 40%. Of the market. Now, in terms of the compound annual growth rate, the CAGR, we know that Europe leads in that market. Now, if the European market is sitting at about 36% right now, and in terms of the language industry growth in Europe, they are sitting at $36 billion, and Africa is sitting at only 6. Now, it's an untapped market. And as long as we are going to be sitting and discussing whether we should, whether we shouldn't, we are wasting the amount of time that can be used to leverage on African languages. At this time, you asked questions about podcast steps. With the introduction of mother tongue-based bilingual education in South Africa, starting in earnest in 2025 with grade 4, extending from the foundation phase, we are no longer fighting about whether we should or we shouldn't. There will always be people in Africa. Remember, it's more than 300 years of being told that you need English in education or you need French. So those people are going to be around until, we go to the next world, because we've been discussing this for hundreds of years. What we must fight about now, number one, is standardization. There is no way that we are going to be able to win this battle without standardizing. But what we fight about also now is the efficiency of our languages in articulating mathematical and scientific concepts. We must fight about the fact that fraction is a piece and not a part of. Because iqhezu in isiXhosa or isiZulu, we now understand that what we've always called fractions, when it comes to upper grades, like we are doing now in South Africa, we realize that actually the scientific correctness is part of and not necessarily piece of. Because piece of might be an arbitrary size or part that might not actually mean that a fraction is a part of, an equal part of a bigger part. So we are fighting about science, and we are fighting about mathematizing in African languages, and not necessarily whether we should or we shouldn't, because that actually is what keeps Africa feeding and growing that market where English depends on African languages and African language speakers to make sure that their market remains big in English, and the same thing with Francophone African countries. So we must always link what happens in education with what happens in the market. And the fact that we have not dealt with what it means for us to remain English and French, we just have to go outside and look at the state of Africa and realize that actually we've kept those two markets huge. Now, how do we reduce those markets? Is to invest more in what will make our children not only thrive in school, but them being able to function in a market where African languages play a very critical role in developing its own people. Thank you.
Dr. Mbute, thank you so much. I'm always fascinated in listening to you speaking about fetal programming and language nutrition. And Dr. Mbute reminded us that they get programmed in the womb, and we decide to reprogram them. And we spend a lot of years trying to reprogram and also advocating for leveraging our African languages so that they make it to, we reduce the market where English is seen to be the necessity. I am aware that we are running a little bit behind, but I do have two questions. So I am going to ask these questions like this. Since you have the mic, Dr. Mbute, I wanted to ask a question of continental strategy and national sovereignty. To you, Dr. Mbute, should Africa adopt a coordinated continental strategy for linguistic economic empowerment, or should language policies remain primarily in nations?
The answer is yes. We should have a continent-wide strategy because the implementation lags. There are countries that never adopt AU resolutions, particularly around, African languages. Now, the economics of Africa are lagging behind because we do not have a continental plan that is funded, one, and two, we do not be each other's keepers in terms of how much is each country on the continent implementing what is rightfully belonging to children, as their languages are resources for their development. So we should be doing that. And thirdly, national language policies are important. Now we need a continent-wide strategy without taking away sovereignty and national mandates, because nationally we still have to start with charity beginning at home, where you are not only committed to a continent-wide strategy, but you do it at home. Because African government must ring-fence those funds that are going to be responsible and going to be invested in standardization, in digitization, in AI in African languages, in teacher training, in materials development. So you still need that national strategy that is going to drive, and governments, by the way. We can't just depend on NGOs to do all this work around African languages. It's been one of the weaknesses. And if we are not going to keep each other accountable as African brothers and sisters around the agenda of African languages, we then are going to be wasting each other's time, where one country is far ahead of others We need to be dragging even those countries that are sold the story and the commodity of the colonial languages. So we do still need to hold each other accountable by a continent-wide strategy.
Inkosi kakhulu, Dr. Mbude. Latching on that, now we speak around language rights and economic mobility. What would it mean to build industries that operate primarily in African languages? Anyone can take that question on the panel. All right. The question is, what would it mean to build industries that operate primarily in African languages?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the day we will have institutions and industries that operate primarily around our languages will be the day all our dreams, our African dreams, would have been realized. Because most of the challenges we face are language-based. Even when we talk about economic mobility, for majority of us think that you need to learn English and be proficient in English in order to get a good job. So parents are always worried. When in my place, they will ask you, what do you want to study AV for? What would AV do for you? So we are not only talking about English, being proficient in English will make you automatically.
Hello everyone, welcome back. If you can hear me audibly, give me a thumbs up. So welcome back. This is our fourth session for today, and our speaker is right here with us. If you're just joining us, please introduce yourself in the chat. Tell us your name, the language you speak. You can greet us in your language if you want. My name is Omasoye, and I will be moderating this session. So today is day 4 of the 2026 African Languages Conference. We've had 2 days on site in Accra, Ghana. We've had some sessions yesterday, and we are continuing online today as well. If you've missed any of the sessions, please visit our YouTube or Facebook page to watch the recap of each session. So welcome once again. I'm going to give an overview of what AFLC is all about if you're just joining us. So over 1 billion Africans speak indigenous languages every day, yet these languages remain largely excluded from classrooms, courtrooms, technology, and economic opportunity. That is why African Languages Conference, AFLC 2026, brings together language activists, scholars, technologists, policymakers, educators, and community leaders to forge pathways forward. What does our journey look like? AFLC was founded in 2022 to celebrate African Languages Week, AFLC was built on a clear mission to build a collaborative platform that promotes African languages and advances language and digital rights through advocacy, education, and action. In 4 years, we've grown from a community initiative into a global platform convening over 2,000 participants, 130 plus speakers, and sessions in more than 24 African languages. This year, in 2024, we formalized as a 501c3 nonprofit organization, deepening our governance and year-to-year continuity. Our theme for this year is language justice. AFLC 2026 gathers under the theme Language Justice, African Languages for Social and Economic Development. This is our second on-site edition, hosted in Accra, Ghana earlier this week on the 23rd to 24th of February, and it now continues with 3 days of online programming on February 26th to February 28th via Zoom. All our sessions are live streamed on the AFLC YouTube and Facebook platforms, with interpretation in English and French provided throughout. We'd like to thank our partners and sponsors who have made AFLC 2026 possible. We'd like to thank the University of Education, Winneba. We'd like to thank African Language Consultants. We'd also like to thank the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, IDIL, and also Stanford University, African Translation, and of course to you all who have joined us today. Matlala, please can you say hello? Sorry, I didn't pronounce it correctly. Can you say hello if you're here? Let's do a mic check. You're muted. I can't hear you. Can you speak? Are you muted? Check if your mic is turned on. For some reason, I can't hear you. Can anyone else hear her? Can anyone hear Matlala? No, we can't hear you yet. Can you try taking off the headset or test your audio? Or can you disconnect the headset maybe and replug?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Okay, I
Okay.
think it's better without the headset. So I'm going to introduce your session and then I would welcome you on stage.
No problem.
Okay, for this session, Matlala is going to be talking about mother tongue education and language justice, policies and realities. This session will explore the intersection of language justice and education by critically assessing how language policies align or fail to align. The practical implementation of multilingual education systems and justice can only be achieved when African languages are empowered as primary mediums of learning, fostering both academic success and cultural identity. The discussion calls for policy reform, equitable language planning, and community-driven approaches to language development. Our speaker, Matlala Rivonia, is a lecturer in the Department of Applied Languages at Tshwane University of Technology, holding a master's degree in translation studies and linguistics. Her research focuses on mother tongue education and language justice, examining how language use in education influences access, equity, and academic success. Welcome, Matlala. And please tell me how you pronounce your name.
Thank you very much. Okay, my name is Matlala.
Matlala.
Matlala, yes.
Okay, thank you. Noted. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Please, while her session is going on, if you have any questions, please use the Q&A feature to type in your questions or the chat.
Okay, good day, everyone. My name is Matlala Ruvonia Makwala, as I've already been introduced.
Can you use the slideshow feature? Perfect.
My topic is mother tongue education and language justice, policies and realities. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm honored to be joining you today. And this is my first time attending a conference. So please pardon the mistakes I'll be doing. I'm learning. My work focuses on language justice and multilingual education in African context, particularly how language choice shapes access to knowledge. I will start by discussing language inequality in African education, then explore mother tongue education as a language justice framework before examining policy realities and implications. Many African learners are taught in languages different from the ones that they speak at home. This creates barriers to comprehension, participation, and success. Language choice in education is therefore not only a pedagogical issue, but a matter of social justice. For example, in South Africa, you'll find that English is the only one that is very dominant in institutions of higher learning. You'll find that learners understand concepts, but struggle with language expression. For example, students or learners who are speaking English or isiZulu are still assessed in English and are expected to pass. Now we are discussing language of instruction and educational inequality. Classrooms are dominated by foreign languages. This results in cognitive overload, delayed literacy development, alienation from schooling. Educational inequality is produced through language. You'll find learners first decode English instead of understanding content. They have to think what is meant by what they are assessed on instead of understanding the content itself. On the other hand, you'll find that teachers are translating informally. They are not trained on how to translate the content they'll be teaching students. So they translate informally. So this problem is not a problem of intelligence, but linguistic access. Now we have mother tongue education and language justice. Mother tongue education means teaching learners in their home language. It improves understanding and participation. It supports early literacy and learning. When students or learners are taught in their mother tongue, they are able to understand what they are taught. They are able to read, to understand the content they are reading. So when looking at language justice, it means fair access to education, inclusion of African languages in education, and the reduction of educational inequality. Language justice goes beyond translation. It concerns whose knowledge counts. Here we have a picture of learners participating while learning. Mother tongue education improves learning and literacy and affirms cultural identity. Language justice means fair access to education in African languages. So learners speak more freely and participate more willingly when they use the language they know. Like the late Nelson Mandela said that if you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. But if you talk to him in his own language, that goes to his heart. Therefore, if we need full participation, or if we need students who are able to participate in class, mother tongue education is the way to go. Here we are talking policy versus practice. Policy context. Mother tongue education in early grades is officially endorsed by many African countries. Policies recognize African languages in cognitive development, identity, and cultural preservation. For example, in South Africa, we have South African language in education policy and early grade mother tongue instruction. But though these are just there, these policies are just there, they are not implemented. Policy versus practice. The implementation of these policies remains inconsistent. Limited trained teachers and learning materials are there. In African languages, it is only there is only limited learning materials. There is not enough materials like when compared to the European English. And we have limited trained teachers. Socio-political attitudes continue to devalue African languages. Assessment remain dominant in English. This means that recognition without implementation becomes symbolic inclusion. Implications for equality and development. They reduce socio-economic gaps. They support social inclusion and cultural dignity, essential for sustainable development in Africa. So in this case, when learners are educated in an unfamiliar language, academic performance may reflect language proficiency rather than conceptual understanding. So this therefore limits access to institutions of higher learning and ultimately have a bad impact on employment opportunities. We have students who still cannot read or write even in tertiary institutions. Therefore, if they were given the platform to learn and master their mother tongue before they can shift to English, that would have made things easier. Now we are coming to the overview introduction. Mother tongue education remains central to addressing inequality in African education. Access participation and learning outcomes in education are shaped by language choice. Language choice becomes a gatekeeper because success is measured through a language that many learners are still acquiring. For example, we can look at rural and urban schooling inequality. Learners at urban schools, they are more developed. They have access to social media, access to different technologies. That's where they learn their English. And students from rural areas, they are still struggling when it comes to having access to technology. The challenge across Africa is not the absence of language policies, but the failure to consistently implement them. Mother tongue education exists mainly in theory and in early grades, while foreign languages continue to dominate power, assessment, and opportunity. For example, on the 21st of February, it was celebrated as International Mother Tongue Day. That is only when mother tongue is recognized. That is only when everyone is saying, hey, mother tongue this, mother tongue that. But once the day is over, no one is practicing what they've been preaching on the International Mother Tongue Day. That is a problem. African languages are celebrated symbolically, but marginalized epistemically so. In conclusion, mother tongue education is essential for equity and inclusion. Policies require funding and political will. African languages are key to educational and social transformation. Language justice requires political will, investment, and recognition of African languages as languages of knowledge. African languages should not be regarded as additional subjects to the curriculum. They need to be acknowledged. Just like S.E.K. Makai asked that, if I plant a cabbage in isiXhosa, will that cabbage not grow? So the question is, do we allow our African languages to only add on the curriculum, or should we promote them so that we are able to use them to communicate ecumenically and so forth? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Matalala. Maybe I mispronounced again. Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. And I agree with you that our problem is not the absence of language policies, but implementation problem. Okay, it's time for questions. Do we have any questions in the chat? Please send in your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you, Dennis. I don't see any questions. Or maybe we should ask the audience. What do you think? Should we ask the audience? If the audience doesn't have questions for us.
Yeah, you can ask the audience.
Okay, does anybody want to share about the current language policy situation in their country? I mean, that of Nigeria, that was the policy that was drafted in 2022 was just scrapped last year. So currently we don't have any national language policy anymore. What is the current situation in other countries? I think somebody's hand is up. I don't know if. Oh, unfortunately, you can't speak. There isn't a feature doesn't allow you to speak. So maybe you can type in the chat. Sorry. That's Tana Ajiki. Oh, okay, let me see if I can bring you up. Okay, I see a comment from Dennis. In the UK, pupils' languages are also only valued symbolically unless they are specific languages. Oh, for example, French or Mandarin. Okay, Miriam, your hand is raised. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't mind sharing in terms of the situation in my country. I'm originally from Cabo Verde Islands, where the official language is Portuguese. However, in the traditional, in everyday's life, we speak Cape Verdean Creole, which is a mixture of Portuguese and other African languages. And although the Constitution of Cabo Verde establishes that there should be parity between both languages and they both should be taught in schools, this has not been achieved yet. So it's a process that it's very complex, involves like political, ideological, and linguistic factors because there are 10 islands and each one of them has their own accent, So there has been a lot of efforts to make Criollo co-official with Portuguese, but this has been, slowed down, and especially for the people in the diaspora like me. So I was already born outside of Cape Verde, and I was taught Creole by my parents. But there are no structures like in terms of, promoted by the Cape Verdean government to promote the teaching of Creole. So this is limited to like grassroots initiatives or to what is transmitted to you by your own parents.
Thank you for sharing, Miriam.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't see any other questions in the chat. Okay, we have a comment from Kwanzaa. UK context again. I know a secondary school who enables students who speak additional languages to get certifications in them, but this is only available for Southeast Asian languages, which have more resources available. I also don't know how common this is across other schools. Matlala, do you want to comment on that?
On which one?
Kwanzaa's comment. Kwanzaa said, I know a secondary school still in the UK who enables students who speak additional languages to get certifications in them. But this is only available for Southeast Asian languages.
So
I also don't know how common this. cross-border
What I want to understand is, do they just give them do they just let them speak those additional language to give them certifications? Do those certifications what do I mean? What do I put this? Have any value? Can they say, I have this certificate, so now I can enter the job market, I can do this with this certificate, or is just there as a gesture to say, you are doing this language, we are giving you this certificate?
That's a food for thought. Okay, Dennis has responded to that as well. Yes, it's just to boost their school's performance. There is very limited value, very symbolic. And African languages are completely invisible in this regard. I agree with that to an extent. Okay, there's another comment by Beth Van. A key issue is that as education expands, it will become impossible to give all students the required language skills in the formal colonial language. See example, I need that to link. Okay, we have more opinions coming up in the chat. Okay, we have a question in the Q&A. How easy is it for teachers to get teaching resources in mother tongue languages? And is this something that the private sector can help with? Or should it be provided by government? Sorry, I recognize this is a broad question. Too happy to hear in specific countries. Matlala, do you want to comment on this?
Well, we cannot say only the private sector should be doing the work or only government should be doing the work. Only if all of us could join hands. There are lots of language specialists out there. Something can be done, but instead of, let me say, giving those language practitioners work, government opt to. For example, we have language practitioners, but government will opt to say, okay, this person knows English and Sepedi, for example, let's give them the work. Those people are not trained. They are qualified, trained language specialists out there. If the work can be given to them, then I think we can bridge the gap of lack of materials in our African languages.
Thank you, Matlala. In addition to that, yeah, I want to add that I think it's a collective effort because most languages, especially the low resourced ones, some languages are not fully developed to be used as a medium of education per se. So there still needs to be a lot of work that has to be done, the proper orthography, standardization, and all of that. Most language currently just exists in oral form with just little text. So if you want to start using this language as a mode of instruction in schools, you need to do a lot of work to see how you can convey terms. And we need like a collective effort, everyone, both the speakers, experts, and those in education as well. So I think everybody has to come together to do the work. I'm narrowing it down specifically to my language spoken in Southern Nigeria. There's still a lot of work to be done in my language because I teach online classes and I see that if I'm teaching grammar to it's difficult for me to convey some terms because I'm still bringing some things from English, right? So when the language has developed to that point, we can do most of these effortlessly. For other languages, I know this is not the case. Languages like Yoruba are very advanced in this regard. Somebody was talking about a science fiction book that was written in Yoruba yesterday that was released early this year, and I was really wowed. So for some other languages, this may not be the case. Okay, I wanted to give the floor to Dennis. Okay. Okay, Dennis, you can type in the chat if you can't speak at the moment. Okay. Do we have any other questions? Tana's hand was raised. I don't know if she typed in the chat already. Okay, we're no longer here. Okay, Tana, G key. Your hand was raised before. Would you like to speak? Okay, in the absence of any other questions, I think we've come to the end of this session. Thank you so much, Matlala, for this conversation and for your presentation.
Thank you very
Please
much.
let's give her a round of applause. Let's appreciate her. Our next session begins in the next 25 minutes, so don't go nowhere. We are going to have a short break, the recap of previous sessions, which will be displayed on the screen. Up next, we are going to have a session on teaching Yoruba, reimagining Africa, decolonizing exchange, the Fulbright experience. So this discussion will be in Yoruba, and we'll have interpretation available in English and French. So stay tuned for our next session.
Yes.
So the labeling of what education is in Africa is based, you can press down, is based on the graph that you see on the far right. On the far right, as you are looking at that graph, you can see that this is the performance of children who are English and Afrikaans speaking in grade 6, you see that their percentage goes right up. They are performing quite high. And in South Africa, we have 13,678,000 learners in total. And of those 13 million, 11 million are African language learners. But the education system is designed around the 2 million, 1.5 million English home language speakers, and 1.7 million, which is Afrikaans mainly. So if you have education that is around the two minority groups, you can imagine what happens to the 11 million children. So with mother tongue-based bilingual education, we want to reverse what we see with that graph, because the graph below shows you that those children who are not having their home language as a language of learning and teaching, they perform poorly in mathematics and science and language as well. The next slide just shows us that key to what we learn, the centrality of language can never be taken away, because this is what we use to communicate anything in education. And as Wolf Eckert always says, not everything in education is about language, but nothing in education is without language. You simply can't learn without language. Understanding, making meaning, the ability to converse and ask questions, and also the ability to discuss things.
So, with what Dr. Mbute has said now, for us to get the ways of knowing and to get to understanding, the language of the school is usually different to the language of the child. And what this does, then, it limits the children on getting to understanding what is being said. So the red represent when the language is in English or a foreign language. So there's a learner, and then they are taught in English. They try by all means to understand. And what happens in their minds is that their mind is now demagar. Like everything, they're getting confused. And what ultimately that does is to bar them from accessing knowledge and understanding. Versus when there is a learner and they are taught in the language that they think in and they understand, or their home language, they immediately get what you say to them and they understand, and immediately they get to understanding and they can access knowledge. So this is what you can see from the video that Dr. Mbute did years ago, when the children are saying, by the time I understand the question, it's 5 minutes later, but I still can't answer it. By the time I understand the question, the teacher has already asked another question. So do you see what barrier the other language does in their understanding and getting to access the knowledge?
In the Department of Education where I work, we have multi-sets of data. We have data sets that we mine our data from. Now those sets, because our job mainly, and as a senior official of government, my role as a transformation specialist is to find and analyze what that data means for us to begin to shift the needle for all children in the system. Now, if you have data that shows that graphically, this is a mathematical performance representation by race. You see that Black learners from a period of 2021, 2022, and 2023, that they are always on the left-hand side of the performance graph. Because after grade 3, they switch to English. So-called colored learners who have access to their home language, which in most instances is Afrikaans, and to a lesser extent English, they do better than the Black African language learners. You have Indian kids in South Africa whose home language in the main is English, with the various mother tongues that, because they are a group that has assimilated to English, they speak the home language as English mainly. And then you have the white group in the country who speak mainly English and Afrikaans. Now this is the representation not only across mathematics, but it's the same thing with science and all other subjects. Now, it does not mean that because you speak English, you would know what mathematical titrations or scientific titrations are. But your problem is going to be facing the content and not the language of learning. And that is the difference. That you all know that with maths and science, you still have to learn the register, the language of the subject. Now, for African language learners, you start with learning the language to communicate, and then you learn the content. Which is why we have extra classes that are a feature, a permanent feature of Black education, because we try to close those gaps. Because the amount of time it takes to learn a language, then to learn in a language, you are doing two things at the same time. Now, this is what we wanted to show you, that it is not working for the majority of children. Now, in 2025, in the State of the Nation address, our President Cyril Ramaphosa announced the rollout of mother tongue-based bilingual education for South Africa as a country. And we started with the two subjects, as I have indicated earlier on. Now, very key and important, you can move to the next slide, is the definition of what mother tongue-based bilingual education is. And just summarized in the slide is that its central concern is providing quality education to African language children through the best suited medium in order for them to have epistemological access to the curriculum while they are learning English at the same time. So the language of the learner is used mainly as a language of learning and teaching and assessment. The change now in South Africa is that we no longer speak about LOLT, which was the language of learning and teaching. We speak about LOLTAS. There's an A at the end which extends to assessment from grade 4. So for the first time in 2025, South Africa had bilingual exams for this grade 4 group, for mathematics and for science as well. Now the model that is used from grade 4 is 80% mother tongue and 20% in English. That's a model for bilingualism that extends 100% from grade 3 as they transition to grade 4. Then it becomes an 80-20, a 70-30 for grade 5, a 60-40 for grade 6, and a 50-50 for grade 7. We want to ensure an incremental uptake and understanding of the subject. We are competing with you, with the two of you. Sorry. So this is the model that we are using, as I have explained. People want to ask, part of the questions and concerns that we get from the public is how this model is being implemented, because people are saying, why don't we go for 50-50 in grade 4? We are not going for 50-50 in grade 4 because we know that it takes a period of about 12 years to develop a child's first language. We don't want the competition because we know that the bilingualism with English is a competitive one. This is a hegemonious relationship. We want to allow the child to grow in the mother tongue and the child to transmathematize in the mother tongue before competing and moving straight to English, because that will make them to default into the English mainly position. And that is why we incrementally increase that percentage to about 50-50 when they get ultimately to grade 7, allowing the mother tongue to grow the register both in mathematics and in science. We will take other subjects as we move along. Now, very key to what we did with the MTBBE implementation, I quickly want to move, you can move to the next slide. These were the positive results that came from the pilot in Ofivaba. When we piloted in the Eastern Cape in 2012, there were three main things that we did. One was teacher training, ensuring that we train the educators who were supposed to use the multilingual pedagogies to teach mathematics and science. The second one was standardization and ensuring material learner-teacher support materials were available for the teacher and for learners. Number three, we secured the post-provisioning norms, which was the human resourcing of the pilot schools. We ensured that those teachers will remain as a return on investment for a minimum period of 5 to 10 years. So we went to change the model of keeping those educators in those schools. And that is why now we see a dividend with the Eastern Cape province doing very well in what we call throughput in education. They not only did well in mathematics and science. We can move, Esiwa, as you can see. The question paper at the end of that pilot year, we had medium order questions, which formed 33%, higher order questions, which formed the biggest portion, and also the yellow parts. We can go to the high to medium order. For the math performance, you see that although the Eastern Cape is a very rural province, and it was deliberate to go to a rural area because whatever you can manage in a rural area, it should be easier for you because the constraints in rural areas are what you see. The blue is the performance of the learners in their mathematics, and on the other side, you see their performance in natural sciences and technology with the biggest gains. These learners, we still keep track of them, and most of them have completed science and are scientists. I think the 6 of them that we are keeping contact with them are doctors now. This myth that if you learn in your language, you won't know mathematics is what this myth has dispelled because most of them are in different professions. But very important are the lessons about what we've learned that we see was going to latch on is the fact that not only was their language strengthened, they spoke beautiful English because the mother tongue is the shortcut to English. So good performance in maths, as you saw their performance in science, the same thing with their performance in their home language. Above all, the cherry on top for us was how well they did in English, even more than those learners who had abstractive or subtractive bilingualism. Siwa?
Thank you. So the results that we have seen with MTBBE is that teachers are not teaching in English and learners are not learning in English, but they are assessed in English. You'd remember understanding knowledge and being able to apply that knowledge. And we also realize that in maths, it's very important to trans-language, meaning that you teach in one language, you teach in one language, and you move in between the two languages, and then you get assessed in English so that they can do global competition as well. Secondly, we have realized that bilingual peer education works as well in mathematics. So in places where there are no resources, enough resources, peer education is what we've used on the management school team. Also, we've realized that it takes 6 years minimum for MTBBE to be working, meaning that it will take 6 years for us to be able to make sure that it works, and for the student, it works for the learners as well as SMT, maths and science. We also realize that there's an increase in chances of children being able to participate and pass mathematics and science, more especially girls. It has been realized that they do very well on the subject maths and science when they're learning freely. And the last thing is, we have realized that, I'll go back a little bit. So We have pillars that would use on MTPE, which is your status planning, corpus planning, acquisition, and prestige planning. Very important because we need to put our languages on pedestal if we want them to be taken seriously. And then we have used policy planning as well. And those are the 5 things we have learned from MTPE, and they're the results that are important.
Very key to our way forward as we land. Usiwa has just mentioned the 4 pillars of language policy implementation that all linguists know. We continue to do status planning because having a policy allocated, a language allocated an official status is one thing. You've dealt with the status of that particular language. But according to the resources that are required to develop that language, to be a language that has what we call language vitality, that you can use it in any domain, high status function domains as well, is what South Africa has been struggling with. So the gap between policy and practice has always been an issue for us. So we are moving the whole system from a pilot to scaling up because we know that status planning requires government effort to continue to do the work. Secondly, it's acquisition planning. Acquisition planning's importance in methodologies, bilingual and multilingual methodologies that are aligned to Africa, not only global South and global North competitions. It's important that Africa develop its own acquisition strategies to ensure that how languages are acquired, and this is the problem with literacy. We've discovered that literacy packages in Africa are all borrowed from the UK and the US and many other developed countries that are not necessarily aligned to the structure and the formation and the orthography of African languages. We are moving away with a program called Mother Tongue-Based Reading Literacy Strategy. That strategy ensures that we attend to the differences and not gloss over to think that whatever works for English must work for African languages. The third issue is teacher development with prestige planning. When we engage our parents with prestige planning, we are never going to have academics who admit, or parents who admit that African languages are equally important. African languages are always used to get to English, as if that's the destination, that's the goal. So we continue, therefore, with prestige planning, particularly amongst our educators, our officials, our parents, because it is officials and academics who are parents, who come back to us and say, where are these children going to learn, to learn later on in life? Fortunately, in South Africa, we have that one language that was developed using state resources, Afrikaans. We have an example of children who learn in Afrikaans who still speak English. They go through university in Afrikaans, but still speak better English than black African learners who have been removed their languages to get to English. So fortunately, in South Africa, we have that instance. And lastly, it's ensuring that all the corpus planning activities happen. We line up the corpus planning. The development of African languages is quite important in terms of standardization and ensuring that we use technological affordances to speed up that development. The body of the language is important. And now that we've started with mathematics and science, we see how far we are. And right now, the whole battle is deciding which terminology is actually specific to the particular concept that we're trying to get across. Assessment is also our biggest part. We also realize that assessment here too is something important that we must also do. Siwa? In closing?
In closing, the MTPBE program in South Africa and all of us who are in this room and online, we are all busy trying to make sure that there is a way in
Lucy, can you please start?
Yes, can you hear me now? Thank everyone for joining. Just to let me know if you guys see my screen. Okay. Thank everyone for joining us in today's in the day 4 of the African Languages Conference 2026, and we are happy to have you join us. And while we are getting ready, thank you to our audience, thank you to the participants for joining us. And you are also free to to use the chat box and tell us where you are joining us from, and while we get ready, just in a few minutes. Okay. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to Day 4 of African Languages Conference 2026, being February 27th, and we are also happy to have you join us. And just a quick housekeeping to get us ready. For over 1 million, for over 1 billion African speakers of indigenous language every day, yet we have languages that have remained largely excluded from classrooms, courtrooms, technology, and economic opportunity. That is why African Languages Conference 2026 brings together language activists, scholars, technologists, policymakers, educators, and community leaders to forge a pathway forward for African languages in the global space. So here is a kind of a brief overview of African Languages Conference journey. We started since 2022 till now. Founded in 2022 to celebrate African Languages Week, the African Languages Conference was built on a clear mission to build a collaborative platform that promotes African languages and advances language and digital rights through advocacy, education, and action. In 4 years, we've grown from a community initiative into a global platform, convening over 2,000 participants, 130 plus speakers, and sessions in more than 24 African languages. In 2024, we formalized as a 501c3 nonprofit organization, deepening our governance and year-to-year continuity. This year, themed Language Justice. African Languages Conference 2026 gathers under the theme Language Justice, African Languages for Social and Economic Development. This is our second on-site edition hosted in Accra, Ghana, earlier this week on February 23rd to 24th, and it now continues with 3 days of online programming on February 26th to 28th via Zoom. All sessions are live streamed on the African Languages Conference YouTube and Facebook platforms, with interpretation in English and French provided throughout. So for our partners who have been supporting us in this journey, we proudly acknowledge our partners and sponsors whose contribution have been vital to the success of African Languages 2026. And our partners include the University of Education, Winneba, African Language Consultant, Stanford University, and International Decade of Indigenous Language, and We Speak Your Language Translation. And today we are happy and grateful for the support so far. And for today's session, we have a panel from, we have a panel presentation from the Yoruba language community. And this session is titled Teaching Yoruba, Reimagining Africa, Decolonizing Exchange, Fulbright FLTA Experience. This panel draws on the experiences of Yoruba teachers and policy advocates within transnational settings such as the Fulbright FLTA programs in the United States, critically repositioning African languages as dynamic vehicle of indigenous knowledge, intellectual visibility, and cross-cultural exchange. It reimagines Yoruba language instruction as instruments of language justice, diplomacy, and social transformation. The panel highlights how policy support for African language instruction is integral to educational equity and the social and economic development goals central to Africa's linguistic future. So on this panel, we have 3 Yoruba language advocates, and these are Folakemi Ayedun, who is a Nigerian educator, writer, and cultural advocate, and also a Fulbright FLTA alumna who taught Yoruba at the University of Georgia. She is preparing for graduate studies in anthropology of all women and gender studies, with a focus on amplifying African feminist perspectives. Also on this panel, we have Johnson Adebola, who is a Fulbright scholar and language advocate who served as Yoruba instructor and cultural ambassador at the University of Kansas. He is currently a PhD candidate in anthropology at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, with research interests in indigenous knowledge systems and post-colonial epistemologies. Also on this panel, we have Temitope Oshuntoke, who is an educator and advocate for Yoruba heritage. She holds a bachelor and master's degree in Yoruba language and literature. Her work empowers students to connect with Yoruba tradition through language and cultural immersion, fostering cross-cultural understanding and appreciation. So join me to welcome on this panel these amazing individuals who have been doing wonderfully well to represent the Yoruba language. Over to you, the Yoruba language panelists.
Thank you very much, Lucy. My name is Tana Ajiki, and I'll be the moderator for this panel session. Thank you for doing the introduction for the members of this Yoruba panel. As Lucy has said, this discussion will be in Yoruba language. I have been informed that we have an interpreter for this session. So please avail us as we switch to Yoruba, and please follow along with the Yoruba interpreter who will be helping us convey this in English, I believe. So thank you once again, and I would like to invite the panel discussants, Ejo, Arábìnrin Fọlákẹ́mi, Arábìnrin Tèmítọ́pẹ́ àti Arákùnrin Johnson. Ẹ jẹ́ ká rédíò yín kí ẹ sì bá wa kí àwọn tí wọ́n ń gbọ́ wa.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni, ẹ ǹlẹ́ o. Ṣé dáadáa ni mo bá yín?
Dúpẹ́ o. Ẹ ǹlẹ́
Ẹ ká
o.
gbóhùn yín o.
Ẹ ǹlẹ́ o, orúkọ mi ni Tèmítọ́pẹ́ Ọ̀ṣùntòkè. A kí yín káàbọ̀ sí ètò yìí. A dẹ̀ lérò pé ẹ máa gbádùn wa.
Ẹ ǹlẹ́ o, ẹ̀yin ará ilé, ṣe dáadáa la bá yín. A dúpẹ́ pé ẹ fún wa ní àǹfààní pé àwa sí ibà ẹ̀yin náà dẹ̀ wà láti wá gbọ́ nǹkan tí a fẹ́ sọ. So gẹ́gẹ́ bí olùkópa tí ó sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn ṣe sọ, mo nígbàgbọ́ pé ẹ máa gbádùn wa bí èbó ṣe ń gbádùn ṣúgà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni, mo dúpẹ́. Níwọ̀n ìgbà tí arábìnrin Lucy ti sọ bí oníkálukú yín ṣe jẹ́, ẹ jẹ́ kí a má fàkókò ṣòfò kí a wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sọ̀rọ̀ nípa nǹkan tí ó gbé wa wá síbí báyìí. Lákọ̀ọ́kọ́, a ní pé èdè Yorùbá kì í ṣe èdè ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ lásán. Bẹ́ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ ló sì ṣe rí fún gbogbo èdè. Àmọ́ ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, a sọ pé èdè wa pé ó máa ń fi bí a ṣe ń wo bí òye wa nípa ayé, ó máa ń fi àṣà wa hàn, á fi èrò àti ìgbàgbọ́ àwa ọmọ Yorùbá ó ń fi hàn bákan náà. A sì máa ń lo oríṣiríṣi ọ̀nà láti máa fi bá ara wa sọ̀rọ̀, láti máa fi òye gbogbo àwọn kiní hàn láwùjọ wa. Nítorí náà, a wá fẹ́ jíròrò lórí bí èdè Yorùbá bó ṣe ń tún ìmọ̀lára ṣe, bí ó sì ṣe lè ràn wá lọ́wọ́ láti tú ìrònú wa nípa bí a ṣe ń lo èdè láwùjọ àti bí a ṣe lè mú kí àṣà wa kí ó tẹ̀síwájú ní ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ àti lórílẹ̀ ayé lápapọ̀. Nítorí náà, wọ́n á fẹ́ ká kọ́kọ́ mú ní Yorùbá sọ pé ká fi ibi pẹlẹbẹ ká fi mọ́ọ̀lẹ̀ jẹ. Wọ́n á fẹ́ béèrè ìbéèrè alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ mi. Ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà, bí ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà yìí ni orírun wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀yà Yorùbá, a mọ̀ pé a pín káàkiri oríṣiríṣi orílẹ̀-èdè. Àmọ́ a gbà pé orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ni orírun àti ibi tí a ti ṣẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀yà Yorùbá. Àmọ́ ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà yìí bákan náà, a ní tó ẹ̀yà 500. Bákan náà ni èdè pín sóríṣiríṣi tó ń lọ sí bí 450. Wọ́n á fẹ́ kẹ́ sọ fún wa, kí ni nǹkan gan pàtó tó mú kí Nàìjíríà, orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà wa kó tayọ láàrin orílẹ̀-èdè tó kù ní ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀, tó ṣe ẹ mọ̀ bí a ṣe ní ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà èdè àtàṣà tó ṣe pọ̀ tó yìí ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Kí ló mú orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà yàtọ̀ láàrin àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè adúláwọ̀ tó kù? Arákùnrin Johnson, ẹ lè bá wa mú níbẹ̀rẹ̀.
Ẹ ṣeun olóòtú. Màá mú bí ní gbólóhùn tí ẹ sọ fún ìyẹn pé bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ wípé a ní ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà tó pọ̀, ṣùgbọ́n ìyẹn kan ó ṣe pàtàkì ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà, ìyẹn ni ìṣọ̀kan. A ní ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà tó pọ̀, èdè tó pọ̀, àṣà tó pọ̀, àwọn ènìyàn tó pọ̀. Tí mi bá ṣì, mo nígbàgbọ́ pé Nàìjíríà ní orílẹ̀-èdè adúláwọ̀ tó pọ̀ jù lágbàáyé. ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan kan ṣe pàtàkì, ìyẹn ni ìṣọ̀kan. Bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé èdè yẹn pọ̀ jàǹtìrẹrẹ, àwọn ènìyàn púpọ̀, ẹ̀sìn wa náà ó yàtọ̀. Gbogbo a ṣe ẹ̀sìn kan náà. A ní àwọn tó ń ṣe ẹ̀sìn kìrìsìtẹ́nì, ẹ̀sìn mùsùlùmí, ẹ̀sìn àbáláyé. Ìjọba Nàìjíríà dẹ̀ gba ààyè pé wọ́n kálukú kó ṣe ẹ̀sìn tó wù wọ́n. A ní àwọn ènìyàn tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ń gbé ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, àwọn kan ń gbé ní ilẹ̀ Haúsá, àwọn kan ń gbé ní ilẹ̀ Ìgbò. Ṣùgbọ́n ohun kan ṣe pàtàkì, tí gbogbo wa tá bá pàdé ara wa, ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà yẹn ò kí ń jẹyọ, ìfẹ́ máa ń wà láàrin wa, ìṣọ̀kan sì wà pẹ̀lú. Màá dẹnu dúró ní bíbáyìí kí àwọn èèyàn mi ìyókù náà lè sọ nǹkan kan lórí kí ló ṣe pàtàkì gan nípa orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà.
Ẹ ṣé arákùnrin Johnson, ṣé wá rí ìṣọ̀kan tẹ́ mẹ́nu bà yẹn, ó ṣe kókó lóòótọ́, àmọ́ èmi tún wá ní ìbéèrè síwájú sí i láàrin arábìnrin Tèmítọ́pẹ́ àti arábìnrin Fọlákẹ́mi. Ta ló lè bá wa sọ pé kí ni nǹkan náà gan-an tí ó mú ìṣọ̀kan yìí wáyé, tó fi jẹ́ pé ládùúrú bí a ṣe pọ̀ àti bí èdè ṣe pọ̀, bí ẹ̀yà ṣe pọ̀ ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà, kí ni nǹkan tó ń ṣokùnfà ìṣọ̀kan yìí tí ó wà láàrin wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwa ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà?
Ẹ ṣeun olóòtú. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ṣe mọ̀ wípé orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà jẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè tó jẹ́ wípé a ní onírúurú èdè àti ẹ̀yà. Síbẹ̀síbẹ̀ ìṣọ̀kan wà nítorí wípé ìṣọwọ́ hùwà sí àti ìṣọwọ́ gbé wa ó papọ̀ mọ́ra wọn, èyí tí ó máa ń jẹyọ nínú bí a ṣe ń bára wa lò, nínú bí a ṣe ń bọ̀wọ̀ fún àgbà, nínú bí a ṣe ń ṣe láwùjọ. Èyí ni mo lè sọ wípé ó mú ìṣọ̀kan wà. Bí ó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé èdè wa yàtọ̀, àṣà wa náà yàtọ̀, ṣùgbọ́n a lè rí àwọn ìjọra díẹ̀ láàrin ìhùwàsí wa, ìṣe wa ní àwùjọ. Èyí ni mo lè sọ pé ó ṣe okùnfà ìṣọ̀kan tí ó wà ní àárín wa. Ẹ ṣeun.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni arábìnrin Tèmítọ́pẹ́, ṣé ẹ fẹ́ bá wa dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ ìṣọ̀kan yìí?
Ẹ ṣé olóòtú. Lára àwọn nǹkan tí èmi lè sọ pé ó ń bí ìṣọ̀kan tàbí ó ń fa ìṣọ̀kan láàrin ẹ̀yà tí a ní ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà, a lè sọ pé ìbágbépọ̀ wa. Tí a bá wo ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó bí àpẹẹrẹ, a máa rí pé bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ó wà ní agbala ibi tí àwa Yorùbá tí a wà, a rí pé níbẹ̀ a rí àwọn Ìgbò, a rí Haúsá, a rí oríṣiríṣi ẹ̀yà níbẹ̀. So ìbágbépọ̀ yìí ó mú kí ìṣọ̀kan kó wà ní àárín wa. Àti pé tí a bá tún wo ètò tí ìjọba gbé kalẹ̀ fún ètò àgùnbánirọ̀, tí lẹ́yìn tí a bá ti parí ẹ̀kọ́ wa ní ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga, wọ́n máa ń rí dájú pé a lọ sí ìpínlẹ̀ mìíràn tó yàtọ̀ sí ibi tí a ti ń sọ èdè wa, láti lọ tún rí bọ́n ṣe ń ṣe níbẹ̀ yẹn. Ìyá tún mú kí ìṣọ̀kan kó wáyé láàrin ẹ̀yà kan sí ẹ̀yà mìíràn. Ẹ ṣeun.
Ẹ ṣeun gan ni, ẹ ṣeun fún ìdáhùn yín. Ṣé tẹ rí èyí tẹ́ mẹ́nubà lórí ìbágbépọ̀ yẹn, mo rí pé ó ṣe kókó gan ni, torí èmi ni Hausa, èmi ni Ìgbò, èmi ni Yorùbá, Urhobo, gbogbo wa tá bá ṣàtijọ́ wà tá jọ ń gbé lágbègbè kan náà, àbí tá jọ ń gbé ládùúgbò, àbí tá ń gbélé kan náà ni a jẹ máa bára wa ṣe. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ dẹ̀ ṣe sọ náà, àwọn ìjọra kọ̀ọ̀kan wà nínú bí a ṣe ń gbé ìgbé ayé wa. Àṣà lè yàtọ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀, àmọ́ ìṣesí, bí arábìnrin Fọlákẹ́ ṣe sọ nípa èrò bí a ṣe ń bọ̀wọ̀ fágbà, àbí bá ṣe ń bá ara wa sọ̀rọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí láàrin àgbà sọmọdé, láàrin ọmọdé ságbà, pé ó jọra. Èyí ló sì mú
How
kí
we respect our elders in the society.
We're having a glitch, or are we okay to go ahead? Please confirm. Okay, so am I the only one? I can hear the interpreter's voice.
Yes. Please proceed.
Okay. Okay, ẹ ṣé gan ni arákùnrin Francis. So bí mo ṣe ń sọ lọ, àwọn ìjọra yìí ó mú kí ìṣọ̀kan wà lóòótọ́.
As I was
Torí
saying, this
mo wá fẹ́ ká tẹ̀síwájú torí lára nǹkan tí ẹ sọ pé ẹ fẹ́ ká jíròrò lórí ẹ̀ nínú presentation yín, òun ni nípa ètò Fulbright. Ó sì hàn sí mi pé ẹ̀yin kan nínú àwọn olùjíròrò wa pé ẹ ti ṣe ètò Fulbright sẹ́yìn. Wọ́n fẹ́ kí ẹ sọ fún àwọn tí wọ́n ń gbọ́ wa. Àwọn kan a lè rí àwọn kan tó jẹ́ pé bóyá wọ́n máa pè kí ni Fulbright, bóyá wọ́n tẹ̀ ti gbọ́ rí tán mọ̀ nǹkan tó jẹ́ lẹ́kùnrẹ́rẹ́. Fẹ́ kẹ́ sọ fún wa kí ni ètò Fulbright gan-an ní pàtó, kí ni nǹkan tí wọ́n ń ṣe ń bẹ̀, báwo ni kí ni ìdí tí wọ́n ṣe dá Fulbright sílẹ̀. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá wa mẹ́nubà yẹn, ta ló fẹ́ kọ́kọ́ bá wa mẹ́nubà yẹn? Arákùnrin Johnson àti arábìnrin Fọlákẹ́mi, ó yá.
Ẹ ṣeun olóòtú. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ṣe mọ̀, ètò Fulbright jẹ́ ètò tí a gbé kalẹ̀ ní orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà, èyí tí ó máa ń fi àyè sílẹ̀ fún àwọn olùkọ́ èdè káàkiri àgbáyé kí wọ́n lè wá sí orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà láti wá kọ́ àwọn onírúurú èdè ní àwọn ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga ní orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà. Lára àwọn èdè tí wọ́n máa ń mú náà ni a ti rí èdè Yorùbá àti èdè Haúsá ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Ètò Fulbright yìí, mo lè sọ pé a máa ń fi ìwé ránṣẹ́ tó bá ti tó àkókò tí wọ́n fẹ́ gba àwọn ènìyàn wọlé, a máa fi ìwé ránṣẹ́, èyí tí wọ́n pè ní application. Tá a bá ti fi ìwé ránṣẹ́, ó ní àwọn nǹkan kan tí wọ́n máa ń wò bíi bóyá ènìyàn ní ìmọ̀ nípa èdè tí ènìyàn fẹ́ kọ́. Tí o bá sọ pé o fẹ́ kọ́ èdè Yorùbá, o gbọ́dọ̀ ní ìmọ̀ tí ó gbòòrò nípa èdè Yorùbá. Tí wọ́n bá ti wò yẹn, wọ́n á tún wo iye ọdún tí o ti fi kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ nínú kíláàsì ní orílẹ̀-èdè bóyá èdè tó ló fẹ́ kọ́, iye ọdún tó ti fi kọ́, ṣé o ti ní ìrírí tó pọ̀ nínú èdè náà. Tí wọ́n bá ti wo gbogbo eléyìí, wọ́n máa wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pè àwọn tí wọ́n yàn fún wọ́n máa ṣe ìfọ̀rọ̀wánilẹ́nuwò pẹ̀lú wa. A máa ṣe àwọn ìdánwò náà. Tí èèyàn bá wá já ewé olúborí, èèyàn lè wá tẹ̀síwájú. Wọ́n máa fi àwọn tí wọ́n yàn sí àwọn ilé ẹ̀kọ́ ní àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà lóríṣiríṣi kí wọ́n lọ kọ́ èdè àti àṣà tí wọ́n mú wọn fún. Nǹkan tí mo lè sọ nípa ètò Fulbright nìyẹn. Ẹ ṣeun.
Ẹ ṣé arábìnrin Fọlákẹ́mi. Arákùnrin Johnson, mo wá fẹ́ kí ẹ sọ fún wa kí ni àǹfààní tó wà nínú kéèyàn kópa nínú ètò Fulbright yìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí olùkọ́ èdè àti àṣà Yorùbá.
Àǹfààní tó rọ̀ mọ́ kí èèyàn ní àǹfààní, ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ báyẹn pé kéèyàn ní àǹfààní torí pé ẹgbẹgbẹ̀rún ènìyàn ló máa ń fi ìwé ránṣẹ́, ìyẹn ní application, ṣùgbọ́n èèyàn díẹ̀ ni ó máa ní àǹfààní láti kópa. Ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ dáadáa pé bóyá bí ọdún bíi mélòó kan sẹ́yìn tó jẹ́ pé bóyá bí èèyàn bíi 7 sí 8 báyẹn nígbà tí àwa kópa ní tiwa, ìyẹn ní ọdún 2024 sí 2025, 9 ní gbogbo wa. A dẹ̀ rí ẹgbẹgbẹ̀rún ènìyàn tí wọ́n fìwé ránṣẹ́. Ṣùgbọ́n gẹ́gẹ́ bí olóòtú ṣe sọ pé kí ni àwọn àǹfààní tó rọ̀ mọ́. Àǹfààní tó rọ̀ mọ́ pọ̀. Ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti orílẹ̀-èdè ẹni torí pé ìwọ tó bá ní àǹfààní láti wá kọ́ èdè àti àṣà Yorùbá, aṣojú àṣà àti èdè orílẹ̀-èdè rẹ ni ìyẹn tí à ń pè ní language and culture ambassador. Oríire ńlá gbà ni ní orílẹ̀-èdè rẹ. Tó bá tún wá dé orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà, ojú tí wọ́n á fi wẹ̀ ó yàtọ̀ sí pé ọkàn wá pé bóyá bí àtọ̀hún rí wà. Oríire ńlá gbà ni èyí tí a mọ̀ sí Fulbrighter. Torí pé wọ́n ní nǹkan tí mo lè pè ní community tó jẹ́ pé tí ènìyàn bá wà láàrin ìgbìmọ̀ yẹn ó jẹ́ kí ó fi hàn pé àwọn aṣojú àwọn adarí àwọn tí wọ́n ti ní nǹkan pàtàkì tó ti gbé ṣe ní orílẹ̀-èdè wọn tí wọ́n wá ní àǹfààní láti wá sí ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà láti wá ṣojú orílẹ̀-èdè wọn láti kọ́ èdè Yorùbá àti láti fi àṣà Yorùbá náà á dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé èdè àti àṣà á lè yà wọ́n. Irú wọn yẹn dẹ̀ máa ń ní àǹfààní láti kọ́ èdè àti àṣà Yorùbá ní iléèwé gíga ní ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà tàbí iléèwé girama. Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa ń ní àǹfààní náà láti so iléèwé pọ̀ mọ́ agbègbè ìyẹn community, the university community. Ìyẹn jẹ́ nǹkan tó ṣe pàtàkì. Ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tí ó tún wá jẹ́ kí ètò yìí yàtọ̀ sí ti àwọn tó fẹ̀gbẹ́kẹ̀gbẹ́ rẹ̀ ni pé o ò lè wá sí orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà láti wá kọ́ èdè àti àṣà orílẹ̀-èdè rẹ̀ kí wọ́n gan kó mọ̀ ní ìbápàdé tó lè mú yangàn nípa ìgbé ayé rẹ̀, nípa iṣẹ́ rẹ̀, nípa nǹkan tí ìwọ gan tún lè sọ pé ó fẹ́ gbé ṣe. Ìyẹn ni à ń pè ní exchange program. Ìwọ náà wàá kọ́ èdè àti àṣà tiwọn. Ìwọ náà wàá mọ báwo ni o ṣe lè àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ wo ló lè gbé láti tún lè tẹ̀síwájú nínú nǹkan tí o bá ń ṣe. Wàá fi ìmọ̀ kún ìmọ̀. Wàá ró ara rẹ náà ní agbára. So ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó ṣe pàtàkì. Then nǹkan tí mo tún lè sọ ni pé ó jẹ́ iyì nǹkan àmúyẹ ọjọ́ iwájú tó jẹ́ pé tí ó bá tiẹ̀ ní àǹfààní láti sọ pé mo fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan báyìí yálà ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tàbí ní orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà wà ní àǹfààní tí ó pọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ṣe sọ ó lè tẹ̀síwájú pé o fẹ́ kàwé sí tàbí ọ̀nà owó gan ìwọ gan rò pé ó tún lè fi ró ibi tí wọ́n bá gbé ẹ lọ bóyá ilé ẹ̀kọ́ tàbí iléèwé girama àti pé wàá tún ní àǹfààní láti bá àwọn ènìyàn pàdé àwọn ènìyàn láti orílẹ̀-èdè mìíràn náà táwọn náà ní àǹfààní báyẹn nígbà tí àwa ṣe tiwa a rí àwọn ọmọ tó wá láti orílẹ̀-èdè Tanzania tó wá kọ́ Swahili a rí wọn báyẹn tí wọ́n pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé tá a bá ṣe irú bí a ṣe ṣe African Language Conference yìí a máa ń pàdé so ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó jẹ́ pé ó máa ń so ènìyàn pọ̀ ó máa ń so àṣà pọ̀ ó máa ń so ìgbé ayé ènìyàn a máa ní àǹfààní láti bára wa ṣe pọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí bóyá nípa ètò ìgbé ayé ẹni ìyẹn personal life tàbí ìtẹ̀síwájú nípa ẹ̀kọ́ ẹni iṣẹ́ ẹni so ó jẹ́ nǹkan tí ó ṣe pàtàkì tó jẹ́ pé àwọn àǹfààní tó rọ̀ mọ́ ó pọ̀ gan ju nǹkan tí a kàn lè mẹ́nubà lọ lórí ètò yìí.
Ẹ ṣeun gan ni arákùnrin Johnson. Ní ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀ yín, ẹ sọ pé èèyàn jẹ́ aṣojú àṣà tí èèyàn bá joyè Fulbright àbí tó joyè Fulbrighter. Mo wá fẹ́ mú ìbéèrè wá láti ibi tẹ́ mẹ́nubà yẹn. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí aṣojú àṣà tó sì jẹ́ pé èdè ni èèyàn ń kọ́ tí èèyàn bá lóun di Fulbrighter ní orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà. Kí ni àwọn iṣẹ́ tí èèyàn máa ń ṣe àbí kí ni ipa tí èèyàn ń kó gẹ́gẹ́ bí akópa ètò Fulbright yìí tí èèyàn ti jẹ́ olùkọ́ èdè Yorùbá àti aṣojú àṣà ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ní orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà? Ṣé ìbéèrè mi yé yín?
Ẹ tún sọ.
Ìbéèrè mi ni pé kí ni àwọn iṣẹ́ tí ẹ ń ṣe kí ni ipa tí ẹ ń kó gẹ́gẹ́ bí olùkọ́ èdè Yorùbá àti aṣojú àṣà Yorùbá ní orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà gẹ́gẹ́ bí akópa nínú ètò Fulbright?
Ó dáa. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí akópa nínú ètò Fulbright tó ní àǹfààní láti lọ sí orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà láti lọ ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ èdè àti àṣà Yorùbá. Wọ́n fún wa ní àǹfààní láti kọ́ àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ní ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga yunifásítì ní Amẹ́ríkà ní èdè wa. púpọ̀ nínú àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí ni a máa ń pè ní heritage learners, ìyẹn ni pé bóyá ìmíì nínú wọn ní màmá tàbí bàbá tí ó jẹ́ ọmọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti máa ń gbọ́ èdè Yorùbá yẹn ṣùgbọ́n wọn ò mọ bí wọ́n ṣe ń sọ, wọn ò dé orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà rí, ó wá ń mú wọn láti mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀, bóyá wọ́n fẹ́ mọ̀ nípa èdè tàbí àṣà Yorùbá. Ibẹ̀ ni irú àwa Fulbright tá a kópa nínú ètò Fulbright tí a ti máa ń wá kọ́ wọn ní èdè yìí kí wọ́n lè sọ, kí wọ́n lè kà, kí wọ́n lè kọ, kí wọ́n dẹ̀ lè kí ó lè yé wọn yékéyéké dáadáa. Púpọ̀ nínú àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tí mo kọ́ ńgbà yẹn ni wọ́n máa ń sọ wípé ó wù àwọn káwọn gbọ́ èdè Yorùbá torí pé táwọn bá pe ilé ńgbà mìíràn láti bá àwọn ènìyàn wọn, àwọn tó wà ní ilé sọ̀rọ̀, àwọn ò kí ń lè bá wọn sọ èdè Yorùbá. Fún ìdí èyí, àwọn fẹ́ kọ́ èdè Yorùbá kí àwọn náà lè ṣe àmúlò èdè Yorùbá. Wọ́n dẹ̀ tún fẹ́ mọ̀ nípa àṣà wọn, wọ́n ti máa ń gbọ́ nípa èdè Yorùbá, wọ́n ti máa ń gbọ́ nípa àwọn akọrin wa. Ó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ ìyàlẹ́nu fún mi pé púpọ̀ nínú wọn gan mọ àwọn orin orílẹ̀-èdè wa ju àwa gan tó jẹ́ wípé ilé la ti wá lọ. Wọ́n mọ̀ nípa Davido, wọ́n mọ̀ nípa Wizkid, wọ́n mọ̀ nípa Àṣàkẹ́, wọ́n mọ àwọn orin yìí dáadáa ṣùgbọ́n wọn ò mọ ìtumọ̀ àwọn orin yìí. Wọ́n fẹ́ kí àṣà Yorùbá yé wọn. Ibẹ̀ làwa ti máa ń wáyé tí a máa ń kọ́ wọn nípa àṣà ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, àwọn àṣà ìsọmọlórúkọ, àṣà ìgbéyàwó àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Èyí ni mo lè sọ pé àwọn díẹ̀ nínú àwọn iṣẹ́ tí a ṣe ní orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà nìyẹn. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Mo sì tún ní ìbéèrè síwájú sí o lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí torí ó ń dùn bọ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ, àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yín wọ́n ti mọ púpọ̀ nínú àwọn orin tí à ń kọ ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Èyí sì mú wọn kí wọ́n wá kán wá darapọ̀ mọ́ kíláàsì yín pé àwọn náà fẹ́ kọ́ èdè kán bá tiẹ̀ lè mọ̀ ìtumọ̀ nǹkan tó ń sọ nínú orin tí wọ́n ń kọ yẹn. Báwo wá ni ìrírí yín nípa kíkọ́ àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ èdè Yorùbá ní ilẹ̀ òkèèrè? Báwo ló ṣe rí? Ṣó yàtọ̀ sí àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yín àbí bí ẹ ṣe ń kọ́ àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ní orílẹ̀-èdè wa ní Nàìjíríà níbí?
Ẹ ṣeun olóòtú. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tí ó ti kọ́ èdè Yorùbá ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà fún ìgbà pípẹ́ díẹ̀, nígbà tí mo dé orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà, mo rí wípé ìyàtọ̀ díẹ̀ wà nínú bí mo ṣe kọ́ èdè Yorùbá ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà nítorí pé àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tí mo kọ́ ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà yìí ni wọ́n ti gbọ́ èdè Yorùbá, wọ́n máa ń gbọ́ ní àyíká wọn, wọ́n máa ń gbọ́ nínú ilé wọn. Èdè Yorùbá wà káàkiri ní agbègbè wọn. Ṣùgbọ́n ní òkè òkun ìyẹn ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà, mo wá rí wípé púpọ̀ nínú wọn, ìmíì nínú wọn ti bá èdè Yorùbá pàdé rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ṣe sọ, bóyá nínú orin, nínú àwọn eré oníṣe àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Ṣùgbọ́n a lè fi wé bí kéèyàn wà ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà níbi tí wọ́n ti ń sọ èdè náà. Fún ìdí èyí, ó jẹ́ kí n mọ̀ wípé ìyàtọ̀ wà. Èyí ló wá darí bí mo ṣe kọ́ àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà. Mo kọ́ wọn ní ọ̀nà tó jẹ́ wípé mo jẹ́ kí ọ̀nà tí mo gbà kọ́ wọn kí ó gùn lé bí wọ́n ṣe ń sọ, ìyẹn sísọ, àti bí wọ́n ṣe ń lo èdè náà, bí wọ́n ṣe lè lò ó. Kì kàn ṣe pé ká kàn kọ́ wọn ṣá, ṣùgbọ́n kíkọ́ náà ó gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ wípé wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ lè lo èdè tí wọ́n ń kọ́ lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí a bá kọ́ wọn tán. Mo lè sọ pé ìyàtọ̀ wà ńbẹ̀ torí àwọn wọ́n ti gbọ́ èdè yìí dáadáa, ó wà lágbègbè wọn, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tọ̀hún, èdè náà jẹ́ bíi second language fún wọn, bí ìgbà tí wọ́n fẹ́ kọ́ èdè mìíràn ni, kì í ṣe èdè tí wọ́n dàgbà mọ́.
So this is not their main language, so we can say the language stands like that. We actually not a dominant language in their tongue.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni arákùnrin Johnson àti arábìnrin Fọlákẹ́mi fún gbogbo ìdáhùn yìí lórí
thank you very much, Fọlákẹ́mi.
Ìjíròrò yìí ó ń dùn mọ́ èmi lọ nítorí èmi náà mo
I
fẹ́ràn èdè
personally
àti àṣà kíkọ́
enjoy this discussion as
gan-an
it
ni.
progresses
Mo wá fẹ́ ká wo nǹkan kan
because it
ní
delights me
ẹ̀kan àti
to adhere
nǹkan tí
about
a
the
torí ẹ̀
learning of
péjọpọ̀ náà.
language and
À ń
culture.
wo bí a ṣe lè yọ èrò ìmúnisìn kúrò nínú bí a ṣe ń gbé èdè àti àṣà wa lárugẹ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá
As the
àti
essence of
nílẹ̀
that is
adúláwọ̀. Bí ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé a mọ̀ pé èdè ṣe kókó, èdè ṣe pàtàkì, àṣà wa ò sì gbọdọ̀ parun. Ṣùgbọ́n ó wá ní nǹkan kan tí ó ti hàn sí mi lójú, mi ò mọ̀ bóyá ẹ̀yin náà ti rí rẹ̀ nípa interactions yín pẹ̀lú àwọn èèyàn ní bóyá lójúkorojú ni tàbí online lórí social media lóríṣiríṣi. Àwọn kan á máa sọ pé wọ́n fẹ́ gbé èdè Yorùbá àti àṣà Yorùbá ga lé orí àwọn èdè mìíràn yòókù, pàápàá jùlọ èdè ti ìlú òkèèrè àbí ilẹ̀ òkèèrè. Kí ni ẹ̀yin wá wò sí ìyẹn pé ṣé èdè kan ṣó ga ju èdè mìíràn lọ? Ṣé èdè kan wà tó wuyì ju èdè mìíràn lọ ni àbí kí ni èrò tiyín nípa àwọn tó ń ṣerú nǹkan bẹ́yẹn? Arábìnrin Fọlákẹ́, ẹ má bínú ẹ̀yin lẹ mọ́rọ̀ tán lẹ́ẹ̀kan, ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀síwájú pẹ̀lú yín.
Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ olóòtú. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìbéèrè tẹ́ béèrè pé ṣé èdè kan ṣé ó ju èdè mìíràn lọ? Èmi gbàgbọ́ pé kò sí èdè kan tí ó ju èdè mìíràn lọ. Gbogbo èdè ni ó ṣe pàtàkì tí ó jẹ́ wípé a ní láti máa ṣe ìgbélárugẹ. Èyí ni ó fi jẹ́ wípé a máa ń rọ àwọn ènìyàn, a máa ń gbà wọ́n níyànjú wípé kí wọ́n máa gbé èdè àti àṣà wọn lárugẹ. Nítorí wípé èdè jẹ́ ohun kan tó jẹ́ pé ó so wá pọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ènìyàn àwùjọ. Fún ìdí èyí, èdè kan ò ju èdè kan lọ. Mo rántí ìgbà tí mo wà ní kíláàsì tí mo ń kọ́ àwọn ọmọ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ alákọ̀ọ́bẹ̀rẹ̀, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ọmọ tí wọ́n wá láti oríṣiríṣi ẹ̀yà ni wọ́n wà ní kíláàsì mi. Àwọn mìíràn jẹ́ Haúsá, àwọn mìíràn jẹ́ Yorùbá. Nígbà tí mo rí pé àwọn tó jẹ́ Haúsá tí wọn ò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ gbọ́ official language wa tó jẹ́ èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì, èmi gan fúnra mi bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní kọ́ èdè Haúsá kí n bá lè kí wọ́n lè kí gbogbo nǹkan tí mò ń kọ́ wọn kí n lè kọ́ wọn ní ọ̀nà tí ó máa fi yé wọn, nítorí pé èdè tí ọmọ gbọ́njú bá ó ṣe kókó nínú kíkọ́ ọmọ ní iṣẹ́. Fún ìdí èyí, èdè kan ò ju èdè mìíràn lọ. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀.
Àwọn ọ̀nà wo ni ẹ wá ń tọ̀ láti rí pé àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yín wọn máa wò pé èdè tèmi ló ṣe pàtàkì jùlọ, àwa la lédè, àwa la láṣà ju àwọn yòókù yẹn làwọn èèyàn lédè wọn láṣà? Ẹ mọ̀ tí a bá ní tá a bá ń kọ́ àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lédè Yorùbá ní ilẹ̀ òkèèrè fún àpẹẹrẹ, a lè ní àwọn tó jẹ́ pé ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n tó jẹ́ pé a bí wọn sọ́hùn tí wọ́n wá ń darapọ̀ mọ́ kíláàsì wa kí wọ́n bá lè gbọ́ èdè ilẹ̀ wọn. A sì tún máa ní àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó jẹ́ pé ọmọ ilẹ̀ òkèèrè ni wọ́n, àwọn ọmọ òyìnbó tó jẹ́ pé wọn ò tan mọ́ orírun wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀yà Yorùbá. Báwo ni ẹ ṣe wá, kí ni àwọn ọ̀nà tí ẹ mú wọ bí ẹ ṣe ń kọ́ àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yín tí àwọn ọmọ tó jẹ́ àwọn ọmọ tá a bí látara àwọn òbí ẹlẹ́yà Yorùbá tí wọn ò fi ní máa wò pé àwa la lédè, àwa la láṣà ju àwọn yẹn lọ tí wọn lédè tí wọn láṣà? Kí arákùnrin Johnson ṣe máa bá wa dáhùn èèyàn.
Ẹ ṣeun olóòtú. Tí mo bá gba ìbéèrè yín dáadáa, èmi wò pé bí olùkọ́ èdè àti àṣà ní láti orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ní ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà, ọgbọ́n tàbí nǹkan téèyàn lè ṣe, èmi fẹ́ sọ wípé ọgbọ́n àtinúdá ó ṣe pàtàkì. Torí pé téèyàn bá ní bíi ọmọ 20 nínú kíláàsì, bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ wípé
if you have about 20 learners in the class,
ó sa ipa tiẹ̀ láti kọ́ wọn dáadáa. Nǹkan
Even
kan
when the
ó máa ń yé
teacher is making this effort
olùkọ́ èdè
to
àti
teach all of them.
àṣà Yorùbá pé àwọn ọmọ wọn kì í kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ bákan náà. So
You remember that learners
gbèdéke
do not
máa ń
have the
wà.
same
Àwọn
level
kan
of
ó lè tètè
assimilation.
yé wọn, àwọn kan wà ó lè mọ́ ètè yé wọn, àwọn kan dẹ̀ lè wà tó lè mọ́ tètè yé wọn bákan náà. Èmi wò pé ọgbọ́n àtinúdá pé láti wò pé kí gangan ni àwọn ọmọ akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí, kí ná nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí, kí ni èèyàn wò pé gbogbo wọn ní òye ẹ̀ bákan náà. Tó bá jẹ́ fún bí àpẹẹrẹ tó bá jẹ́ nípa orin ni, a rí i pé ogun akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ni wọ́n fẹ́ràn orin, ṣùgbọ́n irú orin wo ni èèyàn lè fi kọ́ wọn. Àwọn orin ìsọ̀rọ̀ gbèsì ó dáa, torí pé tí a bá fi kọ́ akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé àwọn kan mọ èdè yẹn àwọn kan ò mọ̀, nǹkan tó ṣe pàtàkì ni pé kéèyàn kó gbogbo wọn sòdí. Èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kí ìyapa wà láàrin akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ pé bóyá àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kan ni olùkọ́ fẹ́ràn, àwọn kan ni olùkọ́ ò fẹ́ràn, torí àwọn ọmọ yẹn wọ́n máa mọ̀ pé eléyìí ọmọ olùkọ́ ni, eléyìí olùkọ́ ò fẹ́ràn rẹ̀. So èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ kó àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ papọ̀, jẹ́ kí gbogbo wọn kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ bákan náà, ní ìgbèdéke yẹn gbọ́dọ̀ wà. So ọgbọ́n àtinúdá ó ṣe pàtàkì. So kéèyàn dẹ̀ mọ àwọn nǹkan wo ni wọ́n mọ̀, àwọn nǹkan wo ni ó ṣe àjòjì sí wọn. Àwọn nǹkan tó ṣe àjòjì sí wọn yẹn, báwo lèèyàn ṣe lè fi ṣe àpẹẹrẹ pẹ̀lú nǹkan tí wọ́n mọ̀. So irú àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ báyìí máa ń jẹ́ kí èèyàn kógojá nínú kíláàsì. Bóyá àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí bóyá wọ́n tiẹ̀ mọ nǹkan díẹ̀ nípa èdè tàbí àṣà tí à ń kọ́ wọn, àbí wọn ò tiẹ̀ mọ̀ rárá. Èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ ní àfojúsùn yẹn. So àfojúsùn yẹn gbọ́dọ̀ wà fún ẹni olùkọ́ tó bá fẹ́ kógojá nínú pé ká kọ́ èdè àti àṣà fún àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tí wọ́n ní orírun rẹ̀ rárá. Ó ṣe pàtàkì.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Arábìnrin Tèmítọ́pẹ́ sọ pé mo yọ yín lẹ̀, mi ò yọ yín lẹ̀. Mi ò yọ yín lẹ̀ o. So nísìn, mo á fẹ́ béèrè pé arábìnrin Tèmítọ́pẹ́ yẹn á dá wa lóhùn nílé. Kí ni àwọn nǹkan tí ẹ máa ń mú wọ inú iṣẹ́ èdè kíkọ èdè Yorùbá àti àṣà Yorùbá? Báwo ni ẹ ṣe ń kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ yìí tí ẹ fi ń rí dájú pé àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yín tí wọ́n ní òye kíkún àti òye títún nípa ilẹ̀ Áfíríkà?
Ẹ ṣé o olóòtú. Lára àwọn ọ̀nà tí a lè gbà kọ́ àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ní èdè Yorùbá tí yóò mú kí wọ́n rí ìṣe pàtàkì èdè Yorùbá, torí pé ká má parọ́, tí a bá wo orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tí a wà yìí, a máa rí pé púpọ̀ nínú àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wa tí à ń kọ́, wọn ò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ ka èdè yìí kún púpọ̀. Mo ń kọ́ àwọn ilé ẹ̀kọ́ girama. Mo lè sọ wípé púpọ̀ nínú wọn, wípé kẹ́ máa fi tipá, wọn ò rí ìṣe pàtàkì èdè yìí. Wọ́n máa rò bóyá wípé èdè yìí wọn ò ní fẹ́ sọ síta, wọ́n rí wípé èdè yìí wọn ò gbé èdè yìí lárugẹ bó ṣe yẹ kí wọ́n gbé lárugẹ. Ṣùgbọ́n lára àwọn ọ̀nà tí a lè fi ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ láti rí pé kí wọ́n rí ìṣe pàtàkì èdè yìí, òun ni ṣíṣí ojú wọn sí àwọn nǹkan tí à ń rí lórí àwọn gbàgede orí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára tí a fi ń gbé èrò inú ẹnu jáde nísìnyí tí à ń pè ní social media. Tá a bá rí i pé ní orí social media, rí i pé àwọn tí wọn ò tiẹ̀ kọ́ èdè Yorùbá, wọ́n ti ń lo èdè Yorùbá yìí láti fi gbé ara wọn jáde àti láti tún fi mú èdè yìí gan kó tún gbòòrò sí i. Tí a bá jẹ́ kí a máa ṣí ojú wọn sí àwọn nǹkan yìí, lára àwọn ètò tí ó ń ran èdè Yorùbá lọ́wọ́, òun ni ètò tí a mọ̀ sí Másòyìnbó, eléyìí tó jẹ́ pé tí àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wa tí wọ́n bá rí i pé kíkópa irú ètò báyìí, ó máa jẹ́ kí wọ́n rí ìṣe pàtàkì èdè, tó jẹ́ pé kì í tiẹ̀ ṣe pé àwọn tó wà ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà nìkan ló ń kópa nínú ètò yìí o àwọn tó tún wà ní òkè òkun gan wọ́n ń kópa nínú ẹ̀ eléyà jẹ́ kán mọ̀ pé èdè tí wọ́n fọwọ́ yẹpẹrẹ mú yìí kì í ṣèdè lásán èdè tí ó nítumọ̀ ni tí a bá tún lè tún a máa gbà wọ́n nímọ̀ràn a máa jẹ́ kí ojú wọn kó ṣí sí àwọn àǹfààní tí ó wà nínú kíkọ́ èdè Yorùbá mímọ̀ èdè Yorùbá àwọn ọ̀nà ìkọ́ni mi ò fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lórí àwọn ọ̀nà ìkọ́ni torí àwọn olùkópa yòókù wọn ti sọ̀rọ̀ lórí àwọn ọ̀nà ìkọ́ni pé lílo orin àti oríṣiríṣi ọ̀nà mo fẹ́ dá ọ̀rọ̀ mi lórí gbígbà wọ́n nímọ̀ràn torí pé wọn ò ka èdè yìí kún ó ní nǹkan tí a máa ń sọ nígbà yẹn pé wọ́n á sọ pé ẹ má sọ èdè Yorùbá ń school vernacular ní tó bá sọ wà tiẹ̀ tún sanwó mo rò pé a fẹ́ kí ojú wọn kó ṣí kúrò ní irú èrò báyìí kán ní èrò tuntun nípa èdè Yorùbá wọ́n mọ̀ pé èdè Yorùbá ti kúrò ní irú èrò tí wọ́n ní àtijọ́ tá a bá tún wo àwọn ètò tí à ń rí lórí orí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára àwọn ọdún ìbílẹ̀ tí à ń rí káàkiri àwọn ọdún ìbílẹ̀ ojúde ọba ọlọ́jọ́ festival Ẹ̀yọ̀ a máa rí i pé wọ́n ti ń gbé lárugẹ ju ti tẹ́lẹ̀ lọ ọ̀pọ̀ nínú wọn mọ àwọn ètò yìí ọ̀tọ́ bá ṣe ń rí lórí tó bá ṣe rí àwọn ìmúra oríṣiríṣi àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n fi hàn gbà ṣé èdè Yorùbá táwọn ti ẹ̀ka sí náà ṣé òun ló dùn tó báyìí so gbogbo orú àwọn nǹkan báyìí ó máa jẹ́ kí wọ́n ní ìmọ̀ kíkún àti ìmọ̀ títún lórí èdè Yorùbá tí wọn ò kà sí ó ní orin kan tá a máa ń kọ tí a fi máa jẹ́ kí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá mọ̀ pé èdè wa ò kì í ṣèdè lásán ẹ gbà mí láyè láti kọ kékeré náà ni ó ní dúdú la dúdú o ọpọlọ wa ò dúdú o dúdú la dúdú o àṣà wa ò dúdú o ẹ̀yin ọmọ Odùduwà o ẹ jẹ́ á gbé àṣà wa lárugẹ nǹkan tó rìn yìí ń sọ ni pé akọ dúdú ni o adúláwọ̀ ni wá ṣùgbọ́n ọpọlọ wa ò dúdú a mọ ohun tá à ń ṣe àwọn irú àwọn orin báyìí tí a bá ń kọ́ wọn á jẹ́ kán lè mọ̀ pé èdè wọn kì í ṣèdè lásán o èdè tó níyì ni òun ni irú àwọn akẹgbẹ́ mi tí wọ́n ti lọ kọ́ èdè Yorùbá ní ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà yìí irú àwọn kan báyìí kí èdè Yorùbá ti kúrò ní vernacular tó ń rí so gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo sọ pé mo fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ sí abala gbígbà nímọ̀ràn kí á gbà wọ́n nímọ̀ràn kán ká ṣí ojú wọn sí àwọn nǹkan tó wà lórí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára pé èdè wọn ti kúrò ní èdè yẹpẹrẹ ó ti di nǹkan tí ó ti di ohun àmúyangàn tí ó sì jẹ́ ọ̀nà tí ó mówó wọlé fún àwa àti àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ènìyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ẹ ṣeun.
ẹ ṣé gan ni arábìnrin Tèmítọ́pẹ́ mo sì gbádùn orin tí ẹ kọ fún wa tán yìí mo á fẹ́ béèrè lé orí nǹkan tí ẹ sọ tó ń sìn kò sí béèyàn ṣe máa rìn kórí má mì kò sí nǹkan kan ọ̀nà kan láyé kan tó dán téèyàn ò ní rí òkúta kan àbí méjì ní ọ̀nà yẹn wọ́n á fẹ́ béèrè pé àwọn ìṣòro wo ni ẹ máa ń dojúkọ lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ yín láti rí pé kíkọ́ àwọn ọmọ àbí akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yín pé ó múnádóko àwọn ìṣòro wo ló wà lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ yìí ẹ mọ̀ wọ́n á sọ pé ṣèbí ká ti sọ Yorùbá ni kí ló wà ń bẹ̀ ṣèbí ká ti kọ́ wọn lábídí ni àwọn ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló ṣe rí kákọ̀ bí ìgbà tá a bá mákàrà tẹ̀kọ́ tá mo fẹ́nu jẹ ni àbí ó láwọn ìṣòro kọ̀ọ̀kan méjì méjì tẹ̀ ń dojúkọ ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀.
ó dáa ọ̀ ẹ ṣé olóòtú ṣe rí ibi tẹ́ ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ sí yẹn mo fẹ́ràn ẹ̀ púpọ̀ ìdí ni pé èmi kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ gboyè nínú èdè Yorùbá mo dẹ̀ tún gbèrò àti kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ gboyè sí nínú èdè yìí náà tí bá wá sọ ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ní tàwọn ni pé kí ló ń rí gan nínú èdè Yorùbá ṣé kò ń ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń sọ lẹ́nu nìkan kí lẹ lọ ń kọ́ gan nínú Yorùbá yìí so lára àwọn ìṣòro tí a ní òun nìyẹn wípé tẹ́ bá sọ pé Yorùbá ni mo study Yorùbá ni mo ṣe nílé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga wọn ó dẹ̀ lọ fi odidi ọdún yẹn ṣòfò àwa la máa jẹ́ kán mọ̀ pé kì í ṣe ìfàkókò ṣòfò ni kíkọ́ èdè Yorùbá ó kọjá ọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu èdè wa kọjá ọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu èdè wa jẹ́ ìdánimọ̀ nǹkan tí ò yé wọn ó pọ̀ ju tó yé wọn lọ àwa tí a dẹ̀ ṣe èdè yìí òun làwa mọ àǹfààní tí à ń rí nínú ẹ̀ torí náà lára àwọn àdójúkọ tí a máa rí òun ti sọ pé wọn ò kà sí èdè tó nítumọ̀ torí pé wọ́n ti rí pé ṣèbí nǹkan tá à ń sọ ni ṣèbí ká ti bára wa sọ̀rọ̀ ni èdè ó kọjá yẹn so tí a bá tún wá sọ pé à ń kọ́ tí a bá wò tí abala àwọn tí ó ń fojú wò ní ẹ̀ tá a bá wò ti àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tí à ń kọ́ pé ìṣòro làwa máa ń rí nínú kíkọ́ wọn ní èdè Yorùbá gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ṣe sọ ṣáájú wípé wọn ò ka èdè yìí kún àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ò kà á kún a ti rí ní àwọn ilé ẹ̀kọ́ girama míì tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti yọ èdè Yorùbá sílẹ̀ lára iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n máa ṣe láti nínú WAEC wọn wá ní pé kò pọn dandan wípé kán máa tó bá wò ó lè mú iṣẹ́ mìíràn èdè Yorùbá ò pọn dandan fún ọmọ Yorùbá. So irú àwọn èyí máa ń jẹ́ kí kíkọ́ àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ nínú kíláàsì kò ní wù wọ́n láti kọ́, wọ́n á máa wò pé mi ò kúkú nílò fún ìdánwò mi, kí ni mo fẹ́ fi ṣe. Torí náà eléyìí tún jẹ́ ìṣòro mìíràn tí a ní pẹ̀lú wọn, pé ó yẹ ká jẹ́ kí wọ́n rí èdè yìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ohun tó ṣe pàtàkì, kán má rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń sọ, ó kọjá ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń sọ lẹ́nu. Oríṣiríṣi nǹkan ló sodo sínú èdè Yorùbá tí àwa lọ kọ́ ní ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga. Torí náà a máa jẹ́ kí wọ́n rí àwọn àǹfààní, àwọn nǹkan tí ó rọ̀ mọ́ èdè yìí. So lára àwọn àdójúkọ wa náà nìyẹn pé èdè Yorùbá yìí wọ́n ti yọ́ sílẹ̀, wọn ò rí pé nǹkan tó èdè wọn tó ṣe pàtàkì ni, àwọn ò rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ohun àmúyangàn ìdánimọ̀, wọn ò rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí yẹn, wọ́n ti rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí pé ṣèbí ábídí nìkan ni, kí ló wà nínú ẹ̀, n tó wà lẹ́yìn ọ̀fà ó ju ìjì lọ. So nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ sí abala yìí nìyẹn.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni, ibi tí ẹ mẹ́nu lọ yẹn mo fẹ́ràn ẹ̀ gan, nítorí nǹkan tí a fẹ́ wò next by òun ni ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá Village Ọ̀yọ́túnjí tó wà ní orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà. Àkókò ò ní gbà wá kí a wo fọ́nrán kan, àmọ́ màá sọ díẹ̀ nípa Ọ̀yọ́túnjí fún wa. Ọ̀yọ́túnjí wà ní North Carolina ní orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà. Wọ́n sì dá a sílẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bíi pé láti fi lè fi àṣà àti ìṣe ilẹ̀ Yorùbá hàn ní ọba àkọ́kọ́ tí ó fi ra ilẹ̀ tó pọ̀ lọ jàǹtìrẹrẹ, tó fẹ̀jú lọ, tó sì dá ìlú yìí sílẹ̀ ní orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà. Bí ẹ bá wọ àárín ìlú kéréje yìí, ká pè é bẹ́ẹ̀, ní orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà, àfi bí ẹni pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá òun lẹ wà tó ṣe máa rí. Mo wá wò pé kí ni nǹkan tó dé gan, torí bí ẹ ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, arábìnrin Tèmítọ́pẹ́, a wò pé ṣé data kan sọ lẹ́nu yìí lásán náà ni, kí ló wá wà níbẹ̀ tí èèyàn fẹ́ lọ kọ́ ní iléèwé. Kódà èmi gan, ìgbà tí mi náà wà níléèwé, tí mo bá ní mo ń ṣe ẹ̀kọ́ ìmọ̀ ẹ̀dá èdè yẹn, linguistics, wọ́n á ní ṣé pẹ̀lú French ni àbí pẹ̀lú German, màá ní rárá o, màá ní Yorùbá ni. Wọ́n á ní nínú gbogbo èdè tó wà nílé ayé, Yorùbá bíi ti báwo, ìwọ kàn lọ fọdún mẹ́rin o kò fẹ́ lọ fi ṣòfò ni. So a ti ní àwọn ìrírí yẹn lọ káàkiri, àmọ́ a wá rí àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè mìíràn káàkiri bí Ọ̀yọ́túnjí tó wà ní orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà. Ẹnujọ́ mẹ́ta yìí àwọn ti Brazil wọ́n ṣe ọdún ìṣẹ̀ṣe tó gbóríyìn fún oríṣiríṣi àwọn òòṣà wa nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, àmọ́ tó jẹ́ pé àrírò ẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá gangan tí gbogbo kìíní ti ṣẹ̀ wá. Báwo ni àbí ẹ jẹ́ kí n béèrè pé ṣé ẹ wò pé èdè wa, àṣà wa, ṣé kò ní parun látàrí bí àwa ṣe ń kọ̀ sílẹ̀? Arákùnrin Johnson máa múra, torí ẹ̀yin ni mo ń torí ẹ̀ béèrè ìbéèrè yìí. Ṣé ẹ lérò pé bá ṣe ń fi èdè wa ta kàn ń yẹpẹrẹ tá à ń pe ìgbà wa ní ìgbà àkọlẹ̀ yìí, ṣé ó ní bó ṣe máa rí fún wa lọ́jọ́ iwájú nígbà tó jẹ́ pé ó bá tàn káàkiri lọ sí àwọn ìlú mìíràn tí àwa ò wá kà sí? Kí ni ṣé rò pé a máa pàdánù nǹkan tó jẹ́ oríkìíní-wín, nǹkan tó mú àṣà wa àti èdè wa ró gan ní ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà?
Ẹ ṣeun olóòtú. Màá dẹ̀ mú ìdáhùn mi láti ibi tí ẹ ti mẹ́nu bà orílẹ̀-èdè Brazil. Tẹ́ bá wo orílẹ̀-èdè náà, èdè Yorùbá wà lára àwọn èdè tí wọ́n ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ láti máa sọ. Mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ bí àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ níléèwé gíga ní ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà gan ṣe máa ń lọ sí Brazil láti lọ wo kí ni èdè wọn, kí ni ìrírí wọn, kí ni ìtàn wọn. Àwọn nǹkan mẹ́rin ló so papọ̀ mọ́ èdè àti àṣà. Èkíní ni sísọ. Èdè tí a bá sọ, kò sẹ́nìkan tí ó tiẹ̀ mọ̀ pé èdè ọ̀hún ó tiẹ̀ wà láàyè. Sísọ náà ò tún tó ká tún mọ̀ gbọ́. èdè tí a bá gbọ́ náà pé ṣé àwọn èèyàn ń sọ níbi sísọ náà ni àwọn èèyàn ó ti mọ̀ gbọ́ níbi kíkà náà ni àwọn èèyàn ó ti mọ̀ kọ sílẹ̀ èdè tí ó bá fẹ́ nílọsíwájú ó gbọ́dọ̀ di tọrọ fọ́kálé ìyẹn tí mo pè ní traditional mobility ó gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ èdè tí ó kọjá orílẹ̀-èdè tá a ti ń sọ torí pé àwọn ènìyàn wọn a máa ṣí láti orílẹ̀-èdè kan lọ sí orílẹ̀-èdè mìíràn báwọn èèyàn bá dẹ̀ ṣe ń ṣí láti orílẹ̀-èdè kan lọ sí orílẹ̀-èdè mìíràn tá a mọ̀ sí migration àwọn kankan ló mọ́ ń tẹ̀lé wọn èdè àti àṣà wọn ó wà lára nǹkan tí ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó ṣe pàtàkì so àwọn tó bá mọ iyì èdè àti àṣà wọn wọn ò ní rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ohun ìtìjú láti sọ láti báwo ni ìmúra wọn gan báwo ni oúnjẹ tí wọ́n ń jẹ báwo ni aṣọ tí wọ́n ń wọ̀ báwo ni irun bóyá irun tán dì sórí báwo ni wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe so ìgbé ayé èdè àti àṣà ó gbọ́dọ̀ ó já àwọn nǹkan tó bá ìgbé ayé ọmọ ẹ̀dá mu èmi dẹ̀ rí pé àwọn ọ̀nà yìí ni àwọn nǹkan tó ṣe pàtàkì tí èdè àti àṣà fi mọ́ ń tàn ká mo dẹ̀ rí pé kì í ṣe ohun ìjàmbá irú bí èdè Yorùbá ó ti di tọrọ fọ́kálé báyìí ó ti kọjá nǹkan tí à ń sọ ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà à ń sọ ní Brazil bí mo ṣe sọ ó wà lára àwọn èdè tó ti ṣàgbékalẹ̀ pé àwọn èdè tí wọ́n máa sọ lélẹ̀ ẹ wo ìlú Ọ̀yọ́túnjí òun nìkan ni mo lè sọ ní èdè òyìnbó America's only African village tẹ́ bá wo ìgbé ayé wọn àṣà wọn ìṣe wọn Ọ̀yọ́túnjí ó dàbí pé Ọ̀yọ́ láti orílẹ̀-èdè Ọ̀yọ́ jẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè kan lára àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tí ó jẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè tí ó so àwọn Yorùbá pọ̀ Túnjí èyí lè túmọ̀ sí àjíǹde pé Ọ̀yọ́ resurrect so ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó ṣe pàtàkì pé tí èdè àti àṣà tó bá di tọrọ fọ́nká ó máa ń mú iyì púpọ̀ torí pé àwọn ènìyàn tó ń gbọ́ wọ́n á fẹ́ ṣe ìwádìí pé níbo ni èdè yìí ti wá níbo ni àṣà yìí ti wá àrírú eléèrí wọn ni a fi ń dẹ́rù bọ́ lọ́rọ̀ ni kì í ṣe bí èdè àti àṣà torí pé àwọn ènìyàn wá fẹ́ mọ àwọn èèyàn wo ni wọ́n ń sọ èyí tó jẹ́ kí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè mìíràn kán wá sí àwọn ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga tó wà ní ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà a rí àwọn tó ń lọ sí ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga tó wà ní Lagos Unilag wọ́n lọ sí ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga tó wà ní Ifẹ̀ Ọbáfẹ́mi Awólọ́wọ̀ University tèmi ti wá wọ́n lọ sí ilé ẹ̀kọ́ gíga tó wà ní Ìbàdàn University of Ìbàdàn kí ni wọ́n wá ṣe wọ́n wá ṣe ìwádìí èdè àti àṣà wọ́n fẹ́ mọ àwọn nǹkan tó ṣe gbòógì nípa èdè àti àṣà wa so ìyẹn tún jẹ́ kí orílẹ̀-èdè náà kó tún mọ níyì lágbàáyé láàrin àwọn àgbáyé a dẹ̀ rí pé orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà kìí ṣe orílẹ̀-èdè yẹpẹrẹ láàrin orílẹ̀-èdè adúláwọ̀ káàkiri tí wọ́n á sọ pé láàrin àgbáyé náà so tí èdè bá tàn ká ju bí a ṣe ń sọ ju bí a ṣe ń kọ́ ní orílẹ̀-èdè ẹni lọ ó jẹ́ àwọn nǹkan tó ṣe pàtàkì èmi dẹ̀ nígbàgbọ́ pé èdè náà ò lè parun kò dẹ̀ lè ní jàǹbá torí pé àwọn ènìyàn á fẹ́ mọ báwo ni a ṣe ń sọ gan-an láàrin àwọn tán ní èdè báwo ni wọ́n ṣe ń lo èdè yìí gan-an láàrin ara wọn báwo ni wọ́n ṣe ń lo èdè ní ilé ẹ̀kọ́ èdè nínú ìgbéyàwó èdè nínú ẹ̀sìn ara wọn kan èdè ní iṣẹ́ tí èdè ń ṣe àti àṣà ó pọ̀ gan ó dẹ̀ jẹ́ kí a mọ̀ pé orílẹ̀-èdè tó bá ní àǹfààní eléyìí pé orílẹ̀-èdè mìíràn wọ́n ní ìfẹ́ sí èdè àti àṣà wọn oríire ńlá gbà ni.
ẹ ṣeun gan ni arákùnrin Johnson níbi tí a sì máa tẹ̀síwájú àmọ́ mo fẹ́ rọ àwọn tó ń gbọ́ wa nílé àti gbogbo ibi tẹ́ bá ti ń gbọ́ wa pé tí ẹ bá ní ìbéèrè ẹ má lọ́ra láti fi sínú chat box ẹ máa kọ ìbéèrè yín sílẹ̀ sínú chat box torí àkókò máa wà tí àwọn olùjíròrò wa máa bá wa dáhùn àwọn ìbéèrè náà. Arábìnrin Fọlákẹ́, níbi tí arákùnrin Johnson ti ń mọ́rọ̀ bọ̀, wọ́n ní ká má bẹ̀rù pé èdè Yorùbá ò lè parun, kò lè parẹ́, pé tó bá ń ṣe ń tàn ká yìí gan ni a máa mú kí àwọn èèyàn túbọ̀ máa mọ nípa èdè Yorùbá àti àṣà Yorùbá síwájú sí i. Torí àwọn kan á máa bẹ̀rù pé tí a bá jẹ́ kí àwọn èèyàn máa mọ èdè báyìí, ìgbà wo ni àní darúmọ́ṣàpá tí gbogbo ẹ̀ á wá di yanpanyanrin tí èdè Yorùbá bí a ṣe mọ̀ ọ́ àti àṣà Yorùbá bí a ṣe mọ̀ ọ́ tí ò ní di nǹkan tí kò sí láyé mọ́. Kí wá ni ẹ̀yin rí tó jẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọjọ́ ọ̀la fún èdè àti àṣà Yorùbá?
Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ olóòtú. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí olùkọ́ èdè Yorùbá, inú mi máa ń dùn tí mo bá rí ipa tí àwọn ènìyàn ń kó, pàápàá jùlọ ní ayé òde ìsìn, tó jẹ́ wípé nǹkan tá à ń pè ní jápa yìí, migration, ó ti gba ayé kan. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà ni àwọn òbí, àwọn ènìyàn tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti rìnrìn àjò lọ sí àwọn ìlú mìíràn káàkiri àgbáyé máa ń padà wá pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́, a fẹ́ kí àwọn ọmọ wa lè kọ́ èdè Yorùbá, kí wọ́n lè sọ, kí wọ́n lè kà, a sì fẹ́ kí wọ́n mọ̀ nípa àṣà wọn náà, kó má di wípé wọ́n kàn sọnù, wọn ò mọ ibi tí wọ́n ti wá. Èyí máa ń jẹ́ ìdùnnú fún mi gẹ́gẹ́ bí akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ èdè Yorùbá pé bí ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé àwọn ènìyàn yìí wọn ò sí ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà mọ́, wọn ò fẹ́ kí èdè wọn sọnù, wọn ò fẹ́ kí èdè wọn kí ó parun, wọ́n fẹ́ kó tẹ̀síwájú. Èyí máa ń fún mi ní ìwúrí pé èdè Yorùbá ò lè parun. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí orin kan tá a máa ń kọ, ẹ gbà mí láyè láti kọrin fún ìgbà díẹ̀. Orin náà sọ pé ìrọ́lẹ̀ ń pa Yorùbá ò lè parun, ìrọ́lẹ̀ ń pa Yorùbá ò lè parun, àtẹ́lẹwọ́ la bá là, a ò mẹ́ni tó kọ ọ́, ìrọ́lẹ̀ ń pa Yorùbá ò lè parun. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni a tún rí àwọn tó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ wípé wọn ò kì í ṣe Yorùbá, bí àwọn tí wọ́n wá láti àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè mìíràn, tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti gbọ́ nípa èdè Yorùbá, nípa àṣà Yorùbá, ó wá ń wù wọ́n láti mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀, tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n máa ń wá, tí wọ́n máa ń sọ wípé ká kọ́ àwọn bó ṣe ń sọ Yorùbá o, àwọn fẹ́ mọ̀ nípa àṣà Yorùbá. Àpẹẹrẹ ni arábìnrin kan tó wá láti orílẹ̀-èdè Amẹ́ríkà tó jẹ́ aláwọ̀ funfun, ó kàn sí mi lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta wípé òun fẹ́ ọmọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, ó sì ń wù òun kóun lè máa bá sọ̀rọ̀ dáadáa, kí òun lè mọ̀ nípa àṣà ẹ̀, kí àjọṣepọ̀ àwọn lè dán mọ́rán, pé kí a jọ̀wọ́ kí a kọ́ àwọn bí wọ́n ṣe ń sọ èdè Yorùbá ẹ̀. Èyí náà jẹ́ ọ̀kan lára àwọn ọ̀nà tí a fi lè mọ̀ wípé èdè Yorùbá ó ń gbòòrò sí lójoojúmọ́, kò lè parun. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Ẹ ṣé gan ni bí ẹ ṣe mọ́ wa lọ́kàn rò yìí, tí ẹ sì dá wa lójú pé èdè Yorùbá ò lè parun láéláé, pé kí a jẹ́ kí ó máa tàn káàkiri, kí àwọn èèyàn túbọ̀ máa mọ̀ nípa èdè àti àṣà wa. Àmọ́ wọ́n wá ní àgbájọwọ́ ò ṣe é fi sọ̀yà, torí igi kan kò lè dàgbò ṣe. A wá fẹ́ kẹ́ sọ fún wa, arábìnrin Tèmítọ́pẹ́, kí ni ipa tí ìjọba lè kó, àbí tí ó yẹ kó kó nínú rírí dájú wípé èdè ilẹ̀ wa kò parun láéláé?
Ẹ ṣé o olóòtú. Lára àwọn ọ̀nà tí èmi rò pé ìjọba wọ́n lè kó láti rí pé èdè Yorùbá ò parun, torí pé iṣẹ́ pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba wa náà púpọ̀, òun ni pé kán mú láti ibi tí à ń pè ní àwọn yàrá ìkàwé, yàrá ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tí ó kéré, àwọn bíi láti early education, àwọn kíláàsì tó kéré, kí wọ́n rí pé wọn ò yọ ọ́ kúrò nínú ètò ẹ̀kọ́ wọn, torí a rí àwọn ilé ẹ̀kọ́ kan tó jẹ́ pé wọn ò kọ́ èdè Yorùbá mọ́. Kí wọ́n rí i dájú wípé èdè Yorùbá wà nínú ètò ẹ̀kọ́, tí àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké yìí, tí wọ́n bá ti rí ìṣe pàtàkì èdè Yorùbá láti ilẹ̀, ó lè máa ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ láti máa tẹ̀síwájú sí i nínú kíkọ́ àti gbígbé èdè yìí lárugẹ. Kí ìjọba sì tún rí i dájú wípé àwọn ọmọ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ girama náà, èmi ò nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí yíyọ èdè kúrò nínú, pé kí wọ́n rí i pé wọ́n ní options, pé wọ́n lè mú eléyìí tàbí kán mú eléyìí, èdè wa ṣe pàtàkì. èmi ò rí ìdí tí wọn ò fi ní jẹ́ kí wọ́n máa kọ́ kí wọ́n rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tó ṣe pàtàkì fún wọn gan láti fi lè máa ṣe nínú àwọn ìdánwò àṣekágbá wọn. Ó ṣe pàtàkì, kò yẹ kí wọ́n yọ sílẹ̀. Nǹkan mìíràn tí èmi tún rí pé àwọn ìjọba wa kí wọ́n ṣe ni wípé ó dà pé lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta yìí wọ́n gbé òfin yẹn jáde, àbí bí àbá ni àmì ò mọ̀, wípé kí àwa olùkọ́ kí á rí dájú pé à ń fi wọ́n sọ pé kí a má lo èdè abínibí wa láti kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ ní kíláàsì mọ́, nínú àwọn yàrá ìkàwé wa ká má fi èdè abínibí kọ́ àwọn ọmọ yìí mọ́. Èmi wá rò pé ló ní ojú ìwòye tèmi, èdè abínibí gan ló máa ń ràn yàn lọ́wọ́ láti fi lè mọ èdè mìíràn. Tí a bá rí àwọn ẹ̀yà bíi Haúsá, ó dà pé èdè Haúsá náà fi ń kọ́ àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ wọn. Tí àwa Yorùbá náà tí a bá lè máa, kì í ṣe pé ní gbogbo ọ̀nà, torí pé àwọn ọmọ wọn nílò láti mọ àwọn èdè mìíràn náà, but tí a bá rí wípé à ń lo èdè yìí gan láti fi kọ́ wọn ní àwọn iṣẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan, òye wọn á ní òye kíkún nípa iṣẹ́ tí à ń kọ́ wọn. Tí ẹ gẹ́gẹ́ bí olùkọ́, tí ẹ bá ń kọ́ àwọn ọmọ ní kíláàsì, tẹ́ ẹ ṣàlàyé ẹ̀ fún wọn ní èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì, tí ò bá yé wọn, tẹ́ ẹ bá ṣàlàyé ẹ̀ lédè Yorùbá, kí á ní gbogbo wọn sọ pé ó ti yé wa, ó ti yé wa, torí pé wọ́n ní ìmọ̀ nípa èdè wọn. Èyí ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ láti àtẹ̀gùn leléyìí á jẹ́ fún wọn láti tún mọ nǹkan mìíràn tí a bá ń kọ́ wọn. Ṣùgbọ́n tí a bá ti yọ èdè yìí sẹ́yìn, tí a rí pé tí a sọ pé kò dára kí wọ́n kọ́ èdè yìí, kò ní dára púpọ̀. Eléyìí náà kò dẹ̀ ní, a ò ní ran àwọn ọmọ yìí lọ́wọ́. Torí náà kí ìjọba bá wa rí pé wọ́n rí dájú pé wọ́n ṣe ètò lọ́nà tó jẹ́ pé àwọn olùkọ́ lè máa fi èdè abínibí kọ́ àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ní kíláàsì. Nǹkan mìíràn tí mo tún rí ni pé kí ìjọba kí wọ́n tún darapọ̀ mọ́ àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ìgbélárugẹ àṣà. Bí irú ètò báyìí, tí ìjọba máa ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́, wọ́n á fún wọn lówó, wọ́n á ran àwọn, àti ní àwọn ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan náà tí wọ́n máa ń ṣe oríṣiríṣi ètò láti gbé àṣà lárugẹ. Tí irú wọn yẹn tí wọ́n bá ní ìbáṣepọ̀ pẹ̀lú ìjọba, tí wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ pọ̀, tí wọ́n ní ìbáṣiṣẹ́pọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn ìjọba, wọ́n á rí i pé irú ètò báyìí á ran èdè Yorùbá lọ́wọ́, á gbé lárugẹ sí ju bí a tiẹ̀ ṣe lérò lọ. Torí náà iṣẹ́ pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ìjọba wa púpọ̀ púpọ̀, kí wọ́n bá wa rí dájú pé àwọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo dẹ̀ ṣe sọ pé àti bí pẹlẹbẹ òun láti máa mú ọ̀lẹ̀ jẹ, kí wọ́n rí pé níbi ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀pẹ̀ àwọn yàrá ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀pẹ̀ yẹn, kí wọ́n rí pé wọ́n jẹ́ kí àwọn ọmọ yìí mọ ìṣe pàtàkì nínú ẹ̀, ni wọ́n á dẹ̀ dàgbà sí, táwọn náà máa fi tẹ̀síwájú nínú ẹ̀kọ́ wọn. Ẹ ṣé o.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni arábìnrin Tèmítọ́pẹ́. Nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ sọ nípa fífi èdè wa fi kọ́ àwọn ọmọ níṣẹ́ ní yàrá ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́, èmi gan mo ti fúnra mi, mo ti ní irú ìrírí bẹ́ẹ̀ rí ní yunifásitì, tó jẹ́ pé akẹgbẹ́ mi nínú kíláàsì, mo ní ká ṣe nǹkan tá à ń pè ní group study, à ń kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ kan nípa linguistics. Mo bá ṣàlàyé o, àwọn tó kù wọn ló yé wọn, ẹni yìí kò yé, mo ṣàrí tó ń rújú, tó ń ra, kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀, kò yé ẹ. Mo tún sọ ní èdè òyìnbó, mo sọ ní ọ̀nà míì, kò tún yé náà. Gbà tó yá ni mo ṣẹ́jú, mo wò pé ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ yìí, ṣé nǹkan tí mo sọ ṣó yé wọ̀? Ó ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó yé òun. Mo bá ní bá mi sọ fún un lédè yín tó máa gbọ́, ọmọ Ìgbò làwọn méjèèjì. Ló bá ṣàlàyé lọ o, nǹkan tó sọ mi ò mọ̀, ó ṣáà fi Ìgbò yẹn ó fi ṣàlàyé fún arábìnrin yìí. Ẹ̀ẹ̀kan náà mo kàn rí tójú ẹ̀ ṣáná wá, tó ṣe báyìí, tó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Àṣé òótọ́ ni nǹkan tó ti ń kọ́ wa láti ọdún kìíní ní yàrá ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́, pé tá bá ń fi èdè abínibí wa tí a fi ń kọ́ àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́, pé ìbẹ̀rù pé wọn ò ní mọ̀, kò lè yé wọn, kò ní sí ńbẹ̀, torí èdè wa nǹkan àbímọ́ ni, ó wà nínú ẹ̀jẹ̀, nǹkan tá à ń rí, tá fi ń wòye, bá ṣe sọ níbẹ̀rẹ̀ pé nǹkan tá fi ń wòye ayé àti agbègbè wa ni. Nítorí náà mo fẹ́ràn nǹkan tí ẹ sọ yẹn. Ká wá tún tẹ̀síwájú kúrò lára ìjọba. Àwọn arákùnrin Johnson àti arábìnrin Fọlákẹ́mi, ẹ̀yin ẹ ti lọ fún àbí ẹ ti kópa nínú ètò Fulbright sẹ́yìn. Ṣé a wá rí àwọn ètò bíi Fulbright àti pé kí ni ẹ lè sọ pé irú àwọn ètò báwọn yìí tí wọ́n fi lè mú kí ìtẹ̀síwájú èdè àti àṣà ilẹ̀ wa pé kí ó túbọ̀ gbòòrò sí, gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ ṣe ti sọ pé ká má fòyà, pé ṣe ló yẹ kí èdè ọ̀hún kó túbọ̀ máa rìn káàkiri síwájú sí ni. Báwo ni àwọn ètò yìí, báwo ni wọ́n ṣe wá lè wọlé káwọn náà dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí láti rí pé èdè wa ò parun? Arákùnrin jẹ́ ń fẹ́ bá wa mú yẹn.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ díẹ̀ nípa ìrírí tèmi ní nígbà tí mo lọ kọ́ èdè Yorùbá àti àṣà wa ní iléèwé gíga tí à ń pè ní tó wà ní Kansas, University of Kansas ní Lawrence. Mo ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ ìbáṣepọ̀ tó yanrantí. Ìbáṣepọ̀ yẹn lágbára láàrin iléèwé gíga tí mo ti lọ kọ́ èdè àti àṣà Yorùbá yìí pẹ̀lú iléèwé gíga tí èmi náà ti wá láti orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà, ìyẹn Great Ife táwọn mọ̀ sí Ọbáfẹ́mi Awólọ́wọ̀ University. Èmi àti ẹni tó jẹ́ aṣojú ètò tó ń gbé kalẹ̀ láti máa kọ́ nípa èdè ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀, èyí tí mo lè pè ní Kansas African Studies Center. Ẹni tó jẹ́ aṣojú wọn, èmi àti ẹni náà a jọ lọ sí orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà, a dẹ̀ lọ sí iléèwé gíga Ọbáfẹ́mi Awólọ́wọ̀ University. Kí ni a lọ ṣe? A lọ ṣe ìbáṣepọ̀ tó dánmọ́rán kó wà láàrin iléèwé gíga méjèèjì àti orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà àti ilẹ̀ Amẹ́ríkà ju ètò Fulbright lọ. Pé ǹjẹ́ ṣé àǹfààní tí ẹ lè wà nígbà tí àwọn bá gbọ́ludé, àwọn ọmọ Amẹ́ríkà tó bá gbọ́ludé, ìyẹn ní àsìkò sọ́mà, pé ṣán lè wá sí iléèwé yín, pé kó ju pé nǹkan tí àwọn Fulbrighters tó ń wá láti orílẹ̀-èdè tiwọn tó ń sìn wá sí orílẹ̀-èdè tiwa. Ṣé àgán lè kó àwọn ọmọ wa wá láti orílẹ̀-èdè wa wá sí iléèwé yín láti wá kọ́ èdè yìí gan pẹ̀lú láti wá mọ̀, torí àwọn eléyìnbó wọ́n gbàgbọ́ wípé seeing is believing. Ìyẹn pé téèyàn bá fojú rí nǹkan ó máa dáyàn lójú. So irú ìbáṣepọ̀ yìí mo fẹ́ rọ ìjọba àti àwọn iléèwé gíga wa pé kán mọ́ rò bóyá pé àǹfààní ó gbọ́dọ̀ wà láti àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè míì, àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè irú Amẹ́ríkà, orílẹ̀-èdè Canada nìkan, pé àwa tá a jẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè adúláwọ̀ gan, àwọn àǹfààní wo gan, àwọn ìgbékalẹ̀ wo gan, àwọn ètò wo la lè gbé kalẹ̀ tó lè jẹ́ kí ìbáṣepọ̀ yìí kó dánmọ́rán, tí ò ní jẹ́ pé bóyá a kàn gbà látọ̀dọ̀ tiwọn ni. Kí ni àwọn gan lè dá sí fúnra wa tó lè mú yìí, tó lè jẹ́ káwọn gan wò pé ṣé a tẹ̀lé wá sí orílẹ̀-èdè yín láti wá kọ́, láti wá mọ̀ nǹkan báyìí. Mo dẹ̀ rí pé ní Department of Cultural Studies, ìyẹn tí nípa ètò àṣà ní iléèwé gíga Ọbáfẹ́mi Awólọ́wọ̀ University, wọ́n máa ń ṣe ètò kan ní oṣooṣù tó jẹ́ pé àwọn tí wọ́n tó ń gba iléèwé náà kọjá tó ti wà ní òkè òkun tó ń ṣe nǹkan tó jẹ́ pé ó sì wuyì lágbàáyé, wọ́n máa ń jẹ́ kí wọ́n wá sí iléèwé gíga náà láti tiẹ̀ wá ṣe ìgbékalẹ̀ àwọn ètò kan pé kán wá sọ báwo ni èdè àti àṣà Yorùbá ṣe lè tẹ̀síwájú. A ti rí àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ènìyàn tó wá láti orílẹ̀-èdè Brazil wá sí Cultural Studies Center tó wà ní Ife, Institute of Cultural Studies ní iléèwé gíga Ọbáfẹ́mi Awólọ́wọ̀ University. So wọ́n máa ń ṣe ètò yìí lóṣooṣù. Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa ń ṣe ní, a ti mọ̀ pé àkókò tí a wà yìí, àkókò ẹ̀rọ ayélujára ni, a dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ yìí náà bí ayé náà ṣe ń yí. So wọ́n máa ń ṣe ètò yìí náà ní orí afẹ́fẹ́ báyìí. Ìyẹn jẹ́ kí ìbáṣepọ̀ yẹn kó dán mọ́rán. So ìbáṣepọ̀ yẹn ó gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ nǹkan tí àwọn tá a jẹ́ orílẹ̀-èdè Áfíríkà náà ń ṣe, pé kí ga àwọn ètò wo là ń gbé kalẹ̀ tí ó tiẹ̀ tó lè wuyì, tó lè jẹ́ kí àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè mìíràn káwọn náà nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí nǹkan tá à ń ṣe, tó lè jẹ́ pé káwọn gan kàn fi orílẹ̀-èdè tiwọn gan sílẹ̀ wá sí iléèwé gíga tiwa ní ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ tàbí orílẹ̀-èdè wa láti wá kọ́ àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí tí á dẹ̀ jẹ́ kí ìbáṣepọ̀ tó dánmọ́rán wà. So ó wà láàrin àwa àti àwọn náà kò rogún sọ́dọ̀ tiwọn náà kò dẹ̀ rogún sọ́dọ̀ tiwa àánú gbọ́dọ̀ gbìyànjú pé kí ni àánú fẹ́ lè fún wọn padà ìyẹn ni àwọn nǹkan tí èmi lérò pé ó pọn dandan káàánú ká ṣe.
ẹ ṣeun gan ni ẹ ṣeun gan ni wọ́n ní ọ̀pọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ò kágbọ̀n afẹ́fẹ́ ló máa ń gbé lọ a ní ìbéèrè kan látọ̀dọ̀ àwọn tó ń gbọ́ wa wọ́n ní kí ni ipa àwọn òbí àti àwọn ọ̀tọ̀kùlú nínú ìgbélárugẹ èdè àti àṣà ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ṣé arábìnrin Fọlákẹ́mi ṣé ẹ máa bá wa dáhùn yìí.
ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀.
ẹ jọ̀ọ́ kẹ́ tó tẹ̀síwájú ẹ má bínú pé mo dá ọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ yín lẹ́nu ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nínú agodo tẹ́ ń gbọ́ wa ẹ bá ní ìbéèrè ẹ máa fi ṣọwọ́ sínú chat box gbogbo ẹ̀ la máa dáhùn lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan báyìí ẹ ṣé ẹ tẹ̀síwájú.
ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ olóòtú ìmọ̀ràn mi fún àwọn òbí àti àwọn ọ̀tọ̀kùlú ni wípé kí a gbìyànjú láti rí wípé àwọn ọmọ wa wọ́n gbọ́ èdè Yorùbá wọ́n mọ̀ nípa àṣà wọn nítorí wípé àwọn òbí mìíràn máa ń gbàgbọ́ wípé kí ni ọmọ mi fẹ́ fi Yorùbá ṣe ayé ti dayé ọ̀làjú mo fẹ́ kán lè ṣe gbá kán ṣàwo wọn ò nílò èdè Yorùbá èyí kò dára rárá pé ọmọ gbọ́ èdè Yorùbá kò ní kó má gbọ́ èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tàbí èdèkédè tí ó bá fẹ́ gbọ́ kò dínra wọn lọ́wọ́ fún ìdí èyí ẹ jẹ́ kí a kọ́ àwọn ọmọ wa ní èdè àti àṣà wa kí wọ́n bá lè gbòòrò nínú ẹ̀ kí wọ́n lè mọ̀ nípa èdè wọn náà àti nípa àṣà wọn ní ẹ̀kúnrẹ́rẹ́ ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀.
ẹ ṣeun a tún wá ní ìbéèrè míì wọ́n ní ǹjẹ́ ẹ rò pé àyípadà tàbí àtúnṣe kọ̀ríkúlọ́ọ̀mù èdè Yorùbá ní iléèwé alákọ̀ọ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ àti girama náà kó ipa mímú kí èdè náà gbèrú nítorí pé ayé ti ń yí ó sì yẹ kí a máa tọ̀. ta ló ẹni tọ́lọ́ bá fi sí lọ́kàn kan bá wa dáhùn ẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká arábìnrin Tèmítọ́pẹ́ bá wa dáhùn ẹ̀ ẹ̀yin lọ́kàn mi mú.
ó dáa o ẹ ṣé o àyípadà tàbí àtúnṣe kí ó dé bá kòríkúlọ́ọ̀mù èdè Yorùbá ní ilé ìwé alákọ̀ọ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ àti girama wípé ipa wo ni àwọn àyípadà yìí á kó ṣe bí ìbéèrè nìyẹn. ipa tí mo kí
pé ṣé ó yẹ kí a ṣe àtúnṣe àwọn kọ̀ríkúlọ́ọ̀mù yìí tí wọ́n ń lò láti alákọ̀ọ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ títí dé girama.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni ní ìgbàgbọ́ tèmi ni wípé bí ẹni tó béèrè ìbéèrè sì sọ pé ayé ti ń yí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ayé ti kúrò ní tàtijọ́ a ti rí oríṣiríṣi àyípadà tí ó ti dé bá ètò ẹ̀kọ́ gan fúnra ẹ̀ torí náà ó yẹ àwọn kòríkúlọ́ọ̀mù wa èyí tí à ń lò láti fi kọ́ àwọn ọmọ ní àwọn yàrá ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ alákọ̀ọ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ àti girama àyípadà kó dé bá wọn fún bí àpẹẹrẹ a rí pé ní orí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára gbogbo eléyìí tí à ń lo a máa rí pé à ń lo AI láti fi ṣe tẹ bá wò bẹ́ẹ̀ máa rí àwọn tó ń pààlọ́ lórí AI tó ń pààlọ́ sí tí wọ́n máa pààlọ́ wọ́n á sọ ìtàn láti tí àwọn AI ló máa ṣe tó ṣáà máa ṣàfihàn gbogbo àwọn ìtàn ìjàpá àti oríṣiríṣi wọ̀nyí tí àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bí olùkọ́ èdè Yorùbá tí a bá nínú yàrá ìkàwé wa kò dandan kí ó jẹ́ pé bóyá ẹnu wa nìkan la fi máa sọ àwọn ìtàn yìí la fi máa ṣàlàyé àwọn nǹkan yìí irú àwọn ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ wọ̀nyí a lè mú un lọ sí yàrá ìkàwé wa kí a tún fi èyí yóò tún wá àwọn yìí lórí láti rí pé ókè o nǹkan tí à ń kọ́ kì í ṣe pé bóyá à ń fẹnu sọ nìkan wọ́n tún lè rí àwòrán ẹ̀ wọ́n tún lè rí eléyìí yóò tún jẹ́ kí kíkọ́ èdè yìí kó tún wú wọn lórí láti tún pọ̀ sí àti pé ní àwọn ohun tí à ń kọ́ àwọn ọmọ yìí kí àwọn ìmọ̀ kí a tún fi ìmọ̀ kún ìmọ̀ àti ọgbọ́n orí ti ń tẹ̀síwájú sí kúrò ní tàtijọ́ nìkan kí a tún fi ìmọ̀ kún ìmọ̀ kí a fi kún àwọn tó wà nínú kòríkúlọ́ọ̀mù wa kí a fi àwọn ètò mìíràn èyí tó jẹ́ pé á jẹ́ kí wọ́n lè máa rí pé èdè yìí kò ń ṣe pé ó kọjá pé kí ni à ń sọ ó kọjá ọ̀rọ̀ sísọ lẹ́nu nìkan àwọn nǹkan míì tún sodo sínú ẹ̀ àwọn nǹkan tó máa mú kí èdè yìí kó wuyì fún wọn kí a máa fi àwọn nǹkan yìí ká fi kún àwọn curriculum wa yìí tí yóò ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ láti máa fẹ́ kọ́ sí i láti máa fẹ́ nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí wíwá sí yàrá ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ Yorùbá. Nǹkan tí mo rí sọ sí àárín yẹn nìyẹn tí a bá ẹni tó lè ti bá wa.
Ẹ ṣé gan-an ni mo gbà fún yín. Ó máa ń wù mí kí n ìgbà míì máa lọ sórí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára pé kí n wá nǹkan kan nípa èdè Yorùbá báwọn náà ṣe ń kọ́ wọn ní iléèwé nísìn. Àwọn nǹkan míì tí mo sì máa rí ṣe ló máa ń dàbí ẹni pé curriculum tí wọ́n ń lò tán ṣì ń lò dìísìn bíi ká kọ́ wọn kán ti pass WAEC ni bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwọn curriculum ọ̀hún ṣe rí. Nítorí náà mo gbà bí ayé bá ṣe ń yí ká máa yí tọ̀ nǹkan dẹ̀ ń tẹ̀síwájú bá ṣe sọ èdè ọ̀hún rìn káàkiri ibi tó bá dẹ̀ rìn dé wọ́n bá ṣe ń ṣe ń bẹ̀ á tún mú lára nǹkan tó báwọn náà ṣe ń ṣe tiwọn èdè wọn á tún mú lára ẹ̀ á tún yíra padà díẹ̀ sí ju bí àwa ṣe ń bí báyìí lọ. Nítorí náà kò ní dára kí èdè ọ̀hún kó máa gbayì káàkiri àgbáyé kó wá jẹ́ pé ọ̀dọ̀ wa tó ti ṣẹ̀ gangan kó wá máa kó máa parun àbí kó máa rẹ̀ dànù. Ẹ ṣé gan-an ni mo dúpẹ́ ẹ̀yin olùjíròrò wa mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta arákùnrin Johnson Adégbọlá arábìnrin Tèmítọ́pẹ́ Ọ̀ṣùntókè àti arábìnrin Fọlákẹ́ Ayédùn wọ́n ní kì í dùn kó pọ̀ ṣíún ṣókí báyìí òun ni ọbẹ̀ oge. Èyí wá mú wa wá sí òpin ètò tiwa yìí wọ́n ní ó dìgbà ká máa relé kọ́lọ́run má fi lè ṣàfimọ́. Ẹ ṣé gan-an ni mo dúpẹ́ orúkọ tèmi náà ni Tana Ajiki. Over to you, Miss Lucy.
Thank you very much, Tana. Thank you very much, the Yoruba community. That was a wonderful presentation, and I believe that our participants have been able to get more knowledge about indigenous language and even the Yoruba language in general. And also thank you very much to our technical team. Thank you to the interpreter. Thank you to the moderator. Thank you to our wonderful panelists, and also thank you to our amazing participants who have been patient, patiently waiting and paying attention to the discussion that has been going on so far. Our next session will be coming up at 2:30 UTC, and the session will be focusing on language justice in practice, governance, CSR, and community development. And I also know that this will be another insightful session that will also educate us more in terms of language and its practices. And do well to still stay on board. You can just go ahead and just take some tea break and still join us back. We are still here waiting for you. And do enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you to our moderator. Thank you to our panelists.
Thank you.
And directors, Avishta Siras and Adina Mara Kulibari. Thank you. Thank you to our design, conference, live stream, and interpretation teams, our local organizing committee, all volunteers, book exhibitors, food vendors, and our partners and sponsors. Silicon Valley at Stanford University, African Languages Consultancy, and African Translation. To our distinguished guests from the Bureau of Ghana Languages, to our speakers and panelists, and everyone and every single delegate in the room and online, thank you for being here. Now, I want to talk about some of the housekeeping points. So we have interpretation available for sessions delivered in African languages. Channel 1 is English. Channel 2 is African language that probably the speaker is using. Please check your receivers if you haven't checked. And if you don't have it and you know that you will need it, kindly check with the people in charge. And those in charge kindly help the people in the conference to have the gadgets. For the restrooms, I'm pretty sure a majority of you know where they are, but it's just at the left of the conference hall in case you need it. We also have water at the back of the conference. We have water dispenser, so you can probably use your bottle or use the cups they have available for you. And for the phones, be advised that you put it in the silent mode because we just want to speak African languages, not phone ringtones. Thank you. So we are live on Zoom, YouTube, and Facebook right now. If you know somebody who should be watching, send them a link so that everybody can know what is happening in University of Ghana, an African Language Conference. Yes, and we also have lunch, just like we did yesterday, so we will be guided when time comes so that we all keep on being comfortable and enjoying. We also have book exhibition at the back of the conference, so you can visit, buy books, get to know what African authors are doing in African languages. Yes, so, and also please take pictures for memories, posts on LinkedIn, Instagram, any social media that we will use, and make sure you give us a tag, FLC, African Language Conference 2026. Yes, so looking at yesterday, yesterday was something really, really special. We opened this conference right here at ISSER Conference Hall, University of Ghana, here at Legon. And from the very first moment, it was clear that this was not going to be an ordinary 2 days. And of course, if I don't pronounce your names properly, I really apologize. Yeah. Yes, so we had Prof. Kwasi Adamako of the University of Education, Winneba, set a stage with a keynote that traced the journey of Ghanaians' indigenous languages from their rich pre-colonial roots all the way into their digital future. And Dr. Nana Amina Wiafe Akente of the University of Ghana reminded us that with precision and passion, the language is not just a heritage. It is economic power, it is social infrastructure, it is the architecture of belonging. We had the rich panel discussion on language rights with voices from the College of Languages of Education at UEW who didn't let us stay comfortable. In this session, Piwe, Skebo, and Dr. Naledi brought us into classrooms, specifically into mother tongue-based multilingual education, and showed us what it looks like when policy and practice actually meet. Thimen, my colleague, brought a perspective on African languages with the music and creative industry that had this room buzzing. And then, of course, I also presented about what Chingura is doing and how we are trying to transform African lives through giving them education in African languages. Yeah, so, but perhaps also you remember that we had an amazing session where we got introduced to an upcoming collaboration that is going to change African languages into text spaces. It was a joint FLC Silicon announcement, a new collaboration that is, I can tell, that sets a very exciting tone to what's coming next into African language in text space. So if you missed it, you can talk to Adi Koulibaly and Audrey for more information. And yes, also, yesterday really set the bar high, and it gave us a foundation, and we are going to continue from there to today. So here is what day 2 holds for us. This morning we begin with Dr. Gabriel Ayelo, and again, if I don't say the name correctly, I apologize. Exploring African languages as a cultural capital and economic power. Then Professor Binyam Sisa Mendusu, who challenges in Amharic on paradox of language in education policy in Africa. And then Sadiki
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying put. Thank you for staying put. And as we transition into the next session that we have today, which is on language justice in practice, governance, CSR, and community development. This session explores how language justice can serve as a practical tool for inclusive governance, effective CSR, and sustainable community development in Africa. It also examines how the use of African languages in public services, stakeholder engagement, and corporate community relations enhances participation, accountability, and trust, particularly in marginalized and resource host communities. Drawing from field-based experience in Nigeria's Niger Delta, it connects policy aspiration with on-the-ground practice, demonstrating how linguistic inclusion strengthens social cohesion and improves development outcomes. In this session, it will be presented by Barry Stone, Kode, I hope I'm not murdering the name, who is a community development and CSR practitioner with over 4 years of experience in stakeholder engagement and social advocacy in Nigeria's Niger Delta. Their work focuses on inclusive governance, youth engagement, and language justice as a tool for equitable development and effective community-corporate relations. And I believe that this session is also going to be an insightful one to educate us more on language justice in practice when it comes to governance, CSR, and community development. So I'll be handing over to Basha to
charge the laptop.
Firestone.
You know,
Over
charge
to
the
you.
laptop.
Thank you.
You know, for us,
You're muted.
yes, thank you, Lucy. I appreciate it. Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
I do appreciate it. Once again, let me pronounce my name correctly. Barishita Biate from Rivers State, Nigeria. Ogoni precisely. I know it's sounding so very unfamiliar and
Exactly, sounds so French.
but the name is yeah. Yeah. Actually,
Yeah, can you use the presentation mode?
from the
Can
history,
you just
like we had
share
as
yours? Yes, on the top right. Um, go to the top, under the tab slideshow. Can you hear me? Under the tab slideshow, go to slideshow. After home, you're in home, you have insert, you have draw. Then when you move after the transition and the animation, you have slideshow.
Slideshow. Please, can you repeat?
Okay,
Hello.
you are under home. So go to slideshow. Your cursor is placed on editing. Now move to the left, at the top left. Towards the top left, you will see slideshow. Great. Yes. So you can use your navigation key, the left and back and the right arrow key to navigate. Let's just stay put while he tried to rectify that. And yeah, he's back. Thank you.
Yes. So I'm having network issues.
Yes, I understand.
So it's my PowerPoint showing.
No, you have not started. Okay, it's about to. Yes.
So this is okay. So yeah. So thank you once again, Lucy. You rightly you said everything about what this section is trying to say, but I would like to give a very brief this thing, talk about what this section focused on from my own angle. Now, this section is all about knowing how to incorporate or activate our local dialect into legal and communal and social practices with institutions, agencies, public and private sectors. These institutions, both business and investors, like here in the side, when you hear institutions, entities, business, once you hear business, you know we are talking about the oil and gas sector. So this section, from my own angle, this section guides us on how to incorporate and activate our local dialects into legal, communal, and social practice with institutions, agencies, public and private or private parastatals, business entities, investors, so as to drive sustainable development that aligns and preserve our culture, tradition, and belief as a people. And before I move on,
Sorry to cut in, Ariston.
Yeah.
If the network is not that kind of stable, you can put off your camera and just go ahead with your presentation to kind of conserve the network efficiency.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
my camera is off now,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay,
thank you.
So what then is language? We need to understand what language is before we can continue to talk about language justice. To me, language simply means what you speak and understand. What you speak and understand that identifies you, protect your beliefs, and then guide your future. What you speak is whether you is slangs, you speak Yoruba, you speak Swahili. As far as you are able to understand what you speak, and then it identifies you by protecting your belief and guiding your future, then to me, that is a language to you. So, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then language justice. What then is language justice? Language justice is the intentional. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
God, this thing just come on. No gree the share again. My network is just off.
We can hear you now.
Please go ahead without your video, okay? Please go ahead like that.
Then share. I don't need them. Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we can.
My network is very poor here, very, very poor. That's one of the challenges we are facing here in Nigeria.
Yes, I understand.
So I was discussing about, I was on language justice. So language justice is the intentional practice of ensuring all people have equitable access to communication in the language that we know best. That's the language that identifies us, that protects our own interests. Okay, so I believe that this gathering that surrounds language justice is not just a theoretical exercise. It's, especially to me, from my own axis, it is the right of the indigenous people to speak and understand and lead in language that carries their history, pains, aspirations, operated on understandable technology, innovations that can be adopted, used effectively, and sustained without much cost or deprivation due to lack of assimilation, interpretation of innovation policies, terms, and usage. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm trying to display my next slide.
Use your arrow key. The arrow key, if you look down towards the down part of your keyboard, the one that is pointing to the right or to the left, to now help you. But if it is not moving, you can stop sharing and start all over again to share. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Great. You can start sharing your screen again.
Is my screen not showing?
No, you have stopped sharing. You can start all over again. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Is it showing now?
It's about to show. Yes, it's showing now.
Okay, thank you. So theoretical framework. Theoretical framework is the principle that guides my research, that protects or supports what I'm going to discuss. It is the lens that look through in the course of my research, and such backings like the United Nations Declaration of Rights of the Indigenous People under Article 19, Article 13, sorry, my screen. System Keynote. Okay, which mandates indigenous people can understand and be understood in political and legal proceeding. It means that this theoretical framework, this Article 13 supports that has a local people, as a community, as an indigenous people, that you can always sue, you can always channel your displeas, your grievances when it comes to oppression or shaming of language in social institutions, cooperative office, public office, and private office. That indigenous people are supposed to be given the right, to work, to associate using their local language that they know best, that they are very proactive with, that they can deliver very well with. Now, in a writer, in his book, in his 2025 posthumous volume, Decolonizing Language and Other Revolutionary Ideas, reminds us that language is a battle of field. It simply means, hello? It's my screen.
We can hear you.
Yes. The battle of is a metaphor used by the writer. This is a metaphor reminding us that revolution is not just a physical revolution, like using arms, fighting and all of that. That revolutions now is also attacking language, culture, our tradition, our personalities as people, and even our knowledge. So language is now a battlefield. It's now a battlefield because it is going on extinct every day. Our idea one, the biological cultural connection, the nexus of language and ecology. What do I mean by nexus of language and ecology? The nexus of language, that is the deep connection between the environment and language. Example, knowing those animals in your own dialect, knowing the species of animals in your own dialect. Like in my own dialect, we have tortoise, we have names for it, we have different tortoises, and we have good, sweet, native names for these things. So that connection, that deep connection with the environment, with the ecology, with the environment, its totality. It's the cultural and biological connection. And then we'll be checking, we'll be discussing on what I describe as Don Kunuke. It's one of the language. My language is divided into Western and Eastern part, and the Don Kunuke belongs to the Gokana people, which simply means gift of the land or honoring the land. In the Ogoni worldview, the environment is just a resources. We value, we respect the environment. We serve it as a deity. We have this spiritual connection that codifies our language. Okay? That English is not equivalent to, to describe. We have these connections with our language. Apart from seeing ourselves as, as a gifted land with enough natural resources. When I say natural resources, I'm talking about, the Ogonis are saying natural resources, we are talking about oil, the black gold. We are blessed with the black gold. And it's not just about the resources that makes us see our land as a deity. It's the environment itself, the green environment, the productivity of the environment. And I'll also be discussing the twin extinction. The twin extinction. Now, the twin extinction is, if in my own place here, in Niger Delta here, the twin extinction is what is a phenomenon I described has the twin extinction. The oil spillage destroying mangrove, destroying the environment in totality. Okay, that is causing that the environment is disappearing, the environment is dying, therefore causing our language to go on extinct. Like those animals that most of our parents, our forefathers knew the name, knew the family and everything, those things are no longer there, therefore making our nature to die and our knowledge, which is our language, to also die. So I tag this, this whole phenomenon has the twin extinction. Now, epistemic justice. Now, the epistemic justice is talking about how treating people fairly, the equality for, giving people the voice, the fairness to voice themselves, whether gender, race, so it is equal. I see it as I see it validatory. I see it as fair when people give equal rights to people, especially when it comes to interpretation of scientific data that concerns the people, whether their environment, their socioeconomic let me use their socioeconomic welfare in totality. So it is important that language, that whether Western scientific data is decoded into local dialects, into local languages that the people can assimilate, that the people can understand, that the people can follow up. The idea too, principles of language justice. When I say principles of language justice, hello. Hello.
Yes,
hello?
we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Am I so fast?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, because of my network. So I'm trying to, so I can cover up quickly, so questions and contributions can come in before, I don't know when my network will blow me off. So principles of language justice. These are things we have to do in regards to seek justice for our language, in regards that our language should be effective in social, communal, or legal, activities, whether public or private institutions. So these are things we must do. First, we must dismantle norms. We must dismantle norms. How do we go about this? I said we must challenge accepted rules. These rules that our stakeholders, our community stakeholders, our kings, our politicians, our big men, and all of that, our influential people in the society, have coined and have coined us and believe that is the norm, is the standard. We must challenge those beliefs, and we must challenge those beliefs that, yeah, I understand that people is not treating to be legal, that people is not treating to be normal. We must challenge those beliefs. Second one, affirmation of identity. What do we mean by affirmation of identity? We must not shy away from taking charge. Us as language advocates, us as community advocates, us as human rights advocates, we must not shy away from responsibility. We must participate. We must identify ourselves. We must validate ourselves, whether through our NGOs, individuals, or through collaboration, by showing the society our values, the principles and ideas, because this is the only way we can get into the system and make changes. This is the only way we can make meaningful changes. This is the only way that we can revitalize, we can rejuvenate, we can, change the mentality of the society by getting ourselves involved. And the third one I will be discussing is meaningful participation. Meaningful participation. Now, we must participate. When we've identified ourselves, we must participate by providing ourselves, our ideologies, by putting ourselves, by owning these projects, by owning programs executed in our own communities. And how do we own those programs? It's only through total participation, total inclusivity, as people, as advocates, as language advocates. So we must be there for the people. We must sacrifice ourselves. We must be there to participate fully. It is only when we are there as language advocates that we can be able to say no to these things that are going wrong, that we can be able to say no, that our people, we can be able to speak on behalf of our people that are voiceless. We can be able to say no to, our stomach infrastructure leaders, our stomach infrastructure community leaders who doesn't care about the development, the sustainable development of the community, but rather they choose their stomach over the people. So we can be able to say no if we participate meaningfully by bringing ideas, by collaborating, by collaborating fully. Therefore, it is only when we can decode projects, programs to the standard that our local people can understand, to the standard that we can interpret as advocates, that we can interpret projects to the standard that our local people can understand. Now, to the Ogoni linguistic, where our focus will be very much on the Ogoni linguistic. Now, I will discuss about that before trying to explain them a little bit for us. Now, the Ogoni people, which I am also part of, comprises approximately 2 million people. And this source is coming from the Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization. Though this is not an actual, population, it is a projected one against Nigeria had its last census. That was population count census. Nigeria had its last census since 2006, and the population then was 831,475. But subsequently, the Ogoni people, through its voice, advocacy, MOSOP, has projected the population of Ogoni people, which I have said approximately over 2 people currently, because if you look far back from 2006, there has been several deaths and all of that. So yeah, so the population must have increased. So now the linguistic landscape of the Ogoni people. The Ogoni people is divided. The language is divided into 2 major clusters. We have the Eastern cluster, which we have now. Before I proceed, the Ogoni is a region in the Niger Delta of rivers. It has 5 local governments: Eleme, Kana, Tai, and Bukana. That's 4 local governments. And we also have a special unit. There is a special unit we refer as the Ngoi people, which makes it 5. So the Ogoni people in totality is divided into, based on linguistic, based on language difference. A slight, not actually difference, a slight language, a small dynamic in their own, a small uniqueness in these languages. Divided into two clusters, Eastern cluster, which comprises of Kana and Thai. The Thai, you can call it the T. So is the Eastern cluster. They speak, their language is more, is more unique and very simple. Unlike the Western cluster, which we have the Gukana people, the Element people, the Gukana people, the Element people, and the Bangui. Okay. Now this language feature numeric classifier that are extremely rare in Africa. Now the Bangui Element people have this kind of similarities, especially the Element people. They have a kind of, we call Ijo, Igbani language. Their language is mixed in Ijo. Now the Niger Delta is different from, when you have Niger Delta, it means a region where there's, is covered with water because of the terrain. But we also have a state we call Delta State here in Nigeria. So the Element people have this uniqueness of several cultural mix, several cultural collection, language collection, and almost the same thing with the Ban people. Now the Gukana people has the most complicated, which I am from Gukana. We have the most complicated language in that falls under the Ogoni language. Speaking of that, the Ogoni language has a young person growing up, and also from my research, the Ogoni language is classified under the keyboard. The keyboard language is classified under the keyboard language, a branch of the Cross River group that falls under the Benue Congo family. Okay. Now this table we are seeing here is a table that gives us the estimated speakers. How many speakers? That's from the total population. How many speakers that we have in each of these regions? Now, if you check the Kana Kingdom, the Kana Kingdom is divided into Nyokana, into two kingdoms, the Kana language, the Nyokana and the Kenkana. And it's about 250,000 speakers, 250,000, approximately 250,000, and they are mostly known for agriculture. They are the agricultural heartland of the Ogoni people, and their way of oral migration, their way of oral might, their way of speaking is unique. It's very, very unique. Now, the Gokana people on the other side have approximately 125,000 speakers, which is, as I earlier classified, which belongs to the Western cluster, which is highly linguistic. Like I told us from time, it is very complicated, and it is very interesting. It is complicated due to its syllabic structure. Okay, due to its syllable structure. Now, the third one on our table is the Thai, which you can call the T. Has I think the Thai people, they are the smallest when it comes to population in the Ogoni region. They have 50,000, approximately 50,000 speakers, and it is regarded, now the Thai is regarded as the central, is found in the central region of the Ogoni people, and most development in the Ogoni region is located there, just like the current Federal University of Environment and Technology, FUET, is currently located there because it is at the heartbeat, it is at the center of the Ogoni region. Now we have the Eleme people. The Eleme people, about approximately 70,000 speakers. Now the Eleme region is known for industrialization, is highly mostly more populated than other parts of the region, other parts of the Ogoni region. Now the Babe kingdom is also a kingdom, is also a place in Ghana. Ghana kingdom. It's part of an Angoy people, which is the smallest. It's very spiritual. And in nature, right from onset, engagement has been seen critical danger and danger. Even currently, as I see you, there's a community called Tumbe in Bangui that is, most communities there from our eastern neighbors, the Igbo people. Yeah, so the Bangui is I want to use the word going on extinct, because the Ogoni people under movement for the survival of the Ogoni people, most of is still trying to uphold this this group of people, not to make sure that they still belongs to the Ogoni, as is the Ogoni region. Now, I have to evaluate in the process of my my presentation. I have to evaluate the role of hydrocarbon pollution and remediation project (HYPREP) in relations to the community governance and cultural. Yeah, cultural. When I talk about cultural, which our focus is language sustainability in Ogoni. What is the role of HYPREP has a remediation agency, has a mitigation agency established for the Ogoni people? What is their role? Now, I'll quickly give a brief background of HYPREP operational plan. Now, HYPREP, the hydro pollution remediation project HYPREP, is a specialized agency under the Ministry of under the Nigerian Ministry of Environment, established to implement the 2011 United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, report of the Ogoni people. That's backdated to the oil spillage, the environmental degradation, the environmental pollution that the Ogoni people have suffered for decades of years, even after the advocacy of the popular environmentalist and writer Ken Saro-Wiwa. So this from the agitation of this movement for the survival of the Ogoni people, so came the birth of HYPREP, which after impact assessment, which includes socio-economic impact assessment was done. Environmental HYPREP recommended to be established as an agency to bring sustainable development in the Ogoni axis after facing decades of pollution. Okay, now it is integrated. It's integrated operational plan focuses key point focuses. Hello, is someone with me? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you. Now, their first focus is, as an agency, is I have to evaluate this agency because they have key role. They have important
Sorry,
role
can you
to
please
play when it comes to.
can you please wrap up? We have a few minutes left. Please wrap up. Thank you.
Okay. See, after several analysis, just like this, has remedy. I would see going to talk that on people ensure that in the planning execution that people the community. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah. So, music as an ecological cognition, the 2026 policy reform. Now, music serves as a sonic archive. When I say a sonic archive, a sonic archive, I mean, when I say a sonic archive, I simply means music serves as a living record. Music helps to preserve culture, it helps to preserve language, and this has not been, the Ogoni Aziz is not exceptional when it comes to this, because we have artists like Highland Bobby and Victor Honorable Lekwe utilizing indigenous idioms and code switching to trigger active societal eco-friendly remediation. These songs bridge gaps between rural knowledge and global advocacy, ensuring that the message of the struggle, which is MOSOP, remains intelligible and across all generations, ensuring that language is preserved. Now, the 2026 reforms of the Ogoni people, when it comes to language, there is a group called the Ogoni Central Indigenous Authority, formed by one Mr. Dr. Goodluck Dibo, which was adopted by the Ogoni language national language bylaw, was adopted into the Ogoni national language bylaw. This marks a whole landmark legislation, formal recognition as Ogoni to be an official language for government and private workplaces. It aligns with the vision of the African Union's Agenda 2026, turning indigenous tongues to functional working language in administration offices, whether private or public, and also even in the course of law in our different countries. Now, the road ahead, what is the road ahead? What is required? Enforcement as the people, as Ogoni people, what do we need for this, this proposed language reform to be activated enforcement of the Ogoni National Language Bylaw. Now, by ensuring that every government office and corporate entity in Ogoni land respects this 2026 language requirements. Reparations and liability, pursuing the liability against Nigeria, who structured 50,000 trillion naira of the Ogoni liability claim against Nigeria, who structures linguistically accessible documentations. So these documents, report by UNEP, has encoded or approved indigenous language for the remediation agency, HIPREP, to decode scientific data into local dialects that the people can understand. So these reparations must be adhered to. Technological sovereignty, investing in Ogoni language, AI tool, and digital platform to ensure that our youth inherit our culture, that our culture is striving, that our culture lives on. So we as a people, we as a region must try to ensure that we make use of technology by creating tools like AI and digital platforms where our language, we can teach our language, our language can be automated for our young children, for our future generation to learn. Overview, all what we've discussed. I said oral tradition has a site. Oral tradition has a site for resistance. That's proverbs. You know, like I said, Donukunuke, which is a proverb, which I said is a blessing, is a phrase, is a metaphor. Donukunuke is a metaphor, a proverb, which I said is a blessing or a honor to the land. So these metaphors shaping our own ideas. It helps to describe our plight. It helps to describe our land as a people by using oral proverbs, by using folk tales and all of that to ensure that indigenous language is protected. Now, music and the sonic archive. Music and the sonic archive. Now, we discussed about music and the sonic archive. I try to, to encode all what we've discussed into these three headings. Now, music and the sonic archive, which I said that our language can be preserved through using contemporary music, using folk music, using language to save our music. So we should not shame our local musicians. When we see our local musicians singing, especially those who focuses on folk music, we should not shame them because they are helping to preserve, they are helping to preserve and compile memories for our tradition, our heritage, and preserving our language as a people. Now, the third heading that I summarize of what we've said is pragmatics of resistance and legal agencies, which we've discussed the practices, the ways that we can seek justice, language justice. First, I told us that we must learn to dismantle norms, those beliefs that those standards that our community leaders have set as standard for us to believe. We must learn to dismantle them. Second, I said we must identify ourselves. We must identify ourselves. So affirmation identity. We must participate. And we've also discussed theories and guidelines. I've also discussed theories, how we can go about, filing, suing, making sure that our grievance, our plight as people is channeled through the right office and is channeled through the right process. So this linguistic agencies ensures that the message of the people, that's the message of the Ogoni people, by reclaiming the right to documents, to conduct legal and environmental negotiation in their own language. So legal and which you reap
under Article 13 supports that legal documents, official documents, must be decoded into language that the people can understand. And the Ogoni we move for, the Ogoni has moved to subjects of remediation instead of agents of remediation for their own destiny. We must move for this. Quote. I have to come up with this quote. When language is killed, the story that keeps the language alive automatically dies. From our discussions so far, you will agree with me that when our language is killed, when our society is killed, which is our language? Once you talk about society, is our language. When our socio-economic life is killed, our environment, our nature is killed, language is killed. Therefore, the story that keeps the land alive automatically dies. That's the story. What our people, our future generation is supposed to know automatically dies. The principles, the norms, the things our people, our younger generation is supposed to know automatically dies because language dies. Because our environment dies. We must restitute our language. As language advocate, we must restitute our land through language. The quote was by me. Conclusion. The Ogoni experience serves as a definite global case. Serves as a definite global case. When language is silenced, the story that keeps the land alive inevitably dies with it, which you agree with me. Like I've said just in our previous slide, conversely, the practice of language justice empowers community. Why is language important? It empowers communities to rise from various angles for development, culture, and traditional sustainability. etc. The 2026 Horizon of Restitution and Territorial Enforcement as proposed by the Ogoni Language Authority, OSHI. The enforcement of the Ogoni language, national language policy stands as an ultimate for the shield of the Ogoni people to protect their language, to protect their environment, to protect their identity. That the 2026 African Language Conference must ensure that this presentation, that this document is not only utilized to guide international partners, investors, business operators, and institutions of their significant roles to play in regards to sustainability of the true identity. Our true identity is language of local communities, but has a foundation. This document, this presentation must serve as a foundational blueprint of sustainable, decolonized future for the Ogoni people, Niger Delta, and all African countries. Thank you. Questions and contributions, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Barrister. Thank you very much
so
for
much.
that presentation. I am also sure that the participants have been able to learn and also gain insights when it comes to language justice. So is there any question? I'm looking at my chat box now. I'm not seeing any question, meaning that the participants were able to understand all that you have said. And want to use this opportunity to thank you to the technical team, thank you to the interpreters, thank you to our presenter, and also thank you to our dear participants for staying put with us. And on this note, we want to call it a wrap for this particular presentation as I hand over the virtual mic to Avishta.
Okay. Sorry, before you close,
Over to you, Avishta.
Yes, I'm here. Hi, Lucy.
I'm just, I heard Baristom say something. I was waiting for him to continue. So I'm not sure if he wanted to say something else before we close off.
Okay, Baristom, you have something? Do you have anything to say? Can you hear me?
Someone is saying in the chat that it's his mic. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. So let's get started then. I'm going to thank you so much, Lucy. Really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Hi, Miriam.
Hi.
Hi. So we're gonna start on time actually. So just give me a couple more minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I was wondering where my background was. I see your cute little background, and Lucy had hers too, but mine wasn't there. So anyway, thank you everyone for listening to Barisitom's session, and for being here, for joining us on day 4 of AFLC 2026. So I'm going to introduce Miriam Dembo. Am I saying your name right, Miriam?
Yeah, that's correct.
Miriam
Yeah.
Dembo? Yeah, okay.
Miriam Dembo.
Wonderful. All right, so let's get started. Maybe we can give you a couple extra minutes. Since everybody's here already, might as well. Okay, so welcome everyone. I will share a little bit about Miriam right now, and then we'll get started. So let me find your session, Miriam. I'm actually super excited about this session. I really wanted to moderate it because your session is being done in Cabo Verdean Criollo. And let me just say, your session is the only one that's in a Creole language this year. So this is one of the reasons why I wanted to moderate. So super glad to be able to do that and join you in this conversation. All right, so the session is called Influencing Criollo, the Diaspora, Creators, and Transnational Connections. This presentation explores how Cabo Verdean diaspora influencers use Criollo to build borderless transnational communities online. Using digital ethnography, it examines content on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, highlighting how influencers mix Criollo, Portuguese, and English to engage audiences, sustain cultural ties, and normalize the language globally. Findings show that influencer-driven content amplifies Criollo's visibility and reshapes Cabo Verdean identity, fostering inclusive digital belonging. The speaker joining us today is Miriam Dembo. She is a PhD candidate at the University of Leicester. Leicester? Is it
Leicester?
Leicester, okay.
Yeah.
Researching how African diaspora youth use digital technologies to reimagine cultural development, with work spanning digital ethnography, decolonial theory, and cultural citizenship. She holds an MA in Cultural Policy, Relations, and Diplomacy from Goldsmiths and is a former Cape Verdean Association UK board director. Welcome so much. Welcome, Miriam, and welcome everyone. I want to let you know that this session, as I said earlier, is going to be Cabo Verdean Criollo. So if you would like to listen to the either English or French interpretation, make sure you click on the interpretation button at the bottom and select the language that you would like to listen in. All right, welcome.
Okay, thank you. Avisa, shall I try to share my screen just to see if... Can you see it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that fine? Okay, thank you very much. Então, boa tarde a todos gente que está ali e obrigado a toda a audiência que está ali na minha apresentação, e queria agradecer também à African Languages Conference para essa iniciativa. É a minha primeira vez a falar crioulo num espaço assim. Então, estava a ser uma boa experiência. Então, meu nome é Miriam Dembo, a minha investigadora, está morando em Londres, Reino Unido, e hoje me também partilha uma pessoa, parte da minha pesquisa de doutoramento, que analisa para modo que criadores de diáspora cabo-verdiana usam crioulo online. Que só como língua, mas como ferramenta para construir identidade, para transmissão cultural e construção de comunidade transnacional. Antes de começar, eu queria só falar que minhas slides está escrito na crioulo de Santiago, segundo a LUPEC, que é Sistema Padronizado para Escrita de Crioulo. Mas a minha apresentação oral eu estava a fazer na crioulo de San Nicolau, que é a variante nativa e que está a sair mais naturalmente. Então, esse slide ali te mostra a minha apresentação. Estava a começar com a introdução, um contexto de Cabo Verde e crioulo, perguntas de pesquisa, metodologia, análise de criadores, multilinguismo e identidade, interação com os seguidores, discussão e conclusão e depois perguntas que pessoas querem fazer. Então, nem estudo, então hoje, para modo que criadores cabo-verdianos na diáspora usam crioulo online para partilhar identidade, cultura e experiências. Então, esse trabalho está na interseção de estudos de diáspora, etnografia digital e linguística. Então, a partir de uma observação simples, mas poderosa. Onde é que não te vai, não te leva nos língua, e nos língua te leva nós de volta para casa. Então, o estudo analisa por que influencers cabo-verdianos, sobretudo nas plataformas como Instagram e TikTok, normaliza crioulo no espaço digital. Então, fiquei interessado nesse tema porque a identidade cabo-verdiana é fortemente impactada pelo movimento migratório. Migração que é só um momento histórico. Em Cabo Verde é quase uma condição nacional. A mim, nascemos, cresci na diáspora e modo a mim tem cheio gente. Então, tem mais cabo-verdianos na diáspora do que nas ilhas. E islita significa que a diáspora ele terá um centro cultural. Então, na minha etnografia digital, analisa a maneira que crioulo funciona como um ponte entre gerações, entre ilhas e continentes e entre criadores e seres públicos. Então, é a maneira que se leva humor, pertença, saudade, e aquele que Stuart Hall chama produção de identidade na diferença e repetição. Então, vamos começar a dar um pouco de contexto. Contexto sobre Cabo Verde, sobre crioulo cabo-verdiano e imigração. Então, crioulo forma no século XV através de contacto entre português e outras línguas africanas como Wolof e Mandiga. E para a ilha já era desabitada antes da colonização. A identidade crioulo que surgiu é intrinsecamente híbrida. Depois de séculos de secas, fome e crises económicas, o cabo-verdiano imigra para fora, para países como Estados Unidos, Portugal, Holanda, França, Reino Unido, onde está. E crioulo é língua, é aquele ponto, é língua materna de tudo cabo-verdiano, mas português ainda é a única língua oficial na Cabo Verde, é língua de educação, é língua de governo, é língua que é usada na escola. Então, para modo que tem ensino formal de crioulo, então a transmissão de língua está a depender daquela transmissão de pais para filhos e de iniciativas grassroots, associações que existem na diáspora. E isso está a acontecer tanto nas ilhas como na diáspora. Assim, a diáspora ele é periférico para a identidade cabo-verdiana, mas ele é central. E língua, especialmente crioulo, ele está a funcionar como um vínculo de pertença, de saudade e identidade que te liga gerações, ilhas e continentes. Então, nessa era digital, a âncora está a acontecer de forma pública e de forma colaborativa. Então, contexto e perguntas de pesquisa. Então, a pesquisa está a fazer 3 perguntas principais. Então, a primeira é como é que criadores cabo-verdianos usam crioulo online para atingir e conectar com o seu público. Segundo é qual é que é o papel de multilinguismo, nesse caso ali é crioulo, português e inglês. O que é que as línguas ali, que papel é que isso tem nas interações que estão a acontecer? E terceiro é para que o envolvimento de público e conteúdo te ajuda a construir um sentimento de comunidade transnacional e sem fronteiras. Então, em termos de metodologia, esse projeto usa a etnografia digital. Etnografia digital é um método que consiste na observação de criadores nesse ambiente natural online. Então, ele te permite hoje a espontaneidade, prática real e aquela interação natural que está acontecendo a tempo real. Então, analisa vídeos, legendas, comentários, lives, stories e tudo interações com os seguidores. Então, dá atenção especial para padrão de code switching, aquela mudança entre crioulo, inglês e português. E também para Mônica, humor, memória e a forma que não te conta a história te funciona como um recurso cultural. Então, esse método...
Miriam,
Yes?
Sorry, 1 second. I don't mean to interrupt, just very quickly. I've been told that you're speaking a little bit fast for our interpreter. It's all right.
Okay,
It's all right.
sorry.
It happens
Yeah,
when
I'll
you're very passionate about the subject. I understand, believe me. So
Okay,
if you don't
I'll
mind
slow
just
down.
slowing down a little bit for our interpreter. Thank you.
Okay. Should I just go back to from where I was, yeah?
Yeah, sure,
Yeah,
go for it.
that's fine. Okay. Ok, então tem dois influencers que me estava analisando nessa apresentação. Um deles é Jéssica Andrade, que se é Andradem, e Carlos Andrade. Então, Jéssica é uma criadora cabo-verdiana americana que foca na família, diáspora e experiência híbrido de crescer, de criar entre as duas culturas. Então, ele mistura inglês e crioulo de maneira muito natural, e ele também tem uma coleção de vídeos onde ele publica 14 vídeos com um playlist sobre learn to speak crioulo, aprender a falar crioulo. Então, essa iniciativa está a contribuir para a transmissão de língua. Um exemplo de etnografia ali. Então, nesse vídeo viral, ele tem um vídeo que ele fala Hi, I'm an Americanized Cape Verdean. Que significa a mim cabo-verdiano americanizado. Então, quando ele fala essa frase ali, ele mostra que aquele senso de pertencimento misto que está a existir em pessoas que está a criar na diáspora. Então, se a comédia está baseada na code switching, na troca, especialmente entre inglês, e ele está a oferecer punchlines na crioulo. Também ele criou um playlist, mencionou antes, de 14 vídeos, de modo a Learn to Speak Crioulo, e ele virou uma sala de aula informal, dirigido para a comunidade. Esse é a pedagogia de diáspora no movimento, grassroots, como não está dizendo em inglês, divertido e afetivo. Assim, normaliza crioulo no espaço digital, onde antes, historicamente, ele era invisível. Agora me estava a falar um pouco sobre Carlos Andrade, que ele é conhecido como Artolas. Então, ele é um humorista cabo-verdiano na diáspora, natural da Ilha de Santiago. Ele está vivendo em Lisboa e ele é um dos criadores de conteúdo mais influentes na diáspora cabo-verdiana, sobretudo na Instagram, YouTube e eventos. Então, desde 2017, seus lives, ele estava a atrair mais de 5.000 visualizações. Esse número é mais de que eventos culturais que está a acontecer nos centros de diáspora. Então, as lives é juntamento de diáspora em tempo real, sincronizado através de fusos horários. Então, humor, risada, ele verá uma forma de coesão cultural. Também essas legendas que ele usa nas shows, stand-up, vezes é tudo na crioula, incluindo atuações que ele está a fazer fora, como na Porto Business School. E se métricas de envolvimento é notável. Ele tem cerca de 97.000 seguidores e uma média de 2.450 likes e 165 comentários por cada post. Então, a maioria de comentários é na crioula. Então, esse é um exemplo impressionante de presença linguística e orgulho digital. Então, nesse slide, me está a mostrar porque é que seguidores estão a interagir com o Artolas. Primeiro, ele está a falar de temas de família, incluindo mães cabo-verdianas, e que ele está a criar uma ligação imediata. O público está a olhar esse conteúdo e está a falar, essa é a minha mãe, essa é a minha história. Então, esse tipo de humor está ativa a memória cultural e ele está a fazer esse conteúdo sentir autêntico para a diáspora. Segundo, Artola está a usar captions de stand-up na crioulo, como nasceu na Porto Business School. Com isso, ele está a levar crioulo para espaços formais e internacionais, e assim ele está a mostrar que língua ele tem prestígio, ele tem valor e ele também merece estar presente mesmo em ambientes profissionais. Em terceiro lugar, ele tem um sátira chamado Latada News. Ele é baseado na história de bairros cabo-verdianos e ele dramatiza a vida de todo dia de cabo-verdianos. Então, os seguidores esta comenta esta completa piada, esta partilha história de sua própria família e bairro. E a dinâmica te mostra crioulo como um ponto de comunidade, humor e identidade na diáspora. Então, esse slide ali é um sumário sobre a maneira que seguidores têm interagir conteúdo de Jéssica e Carlos. Sim. Secções de comentários, esta conta a sua própria história. Seguidores está a responder na crioulo, na inglês e em português também. Teu bem misturado, esta partilha piadas, memórias. E, por exemplo, esta fala, Esli é exatamente minha família. Pensa, mas só cabo-verdianos na Boston que fazia Esli. Então, o humor te vira passaporte para a pertença. Então, estes comentários está mostra primeiro que o público está a responder na crioulo. Então, esta conta história, esta conta piada. Então, essa ação direta mostra aquela ligação cultural que está a existir na diáspora. Segundo, temas que ele está a usar, por exemplo, que Carlos está a usar, por exemplo, mães cabo-verdianas, ele está ativa a memória cultural. Esse tipo de humor ele está a fazer a gente sentir representado. E, ao mesmo tempo, ele está a reforçar o orgulho na nossa identidade. Terceiro, que é a interação no comentário, risos, reconhecimento, nostalgia, que ele está a criar um espaço de nós ou nós conosco. Meus senhores, seguidores, esta sentir que este junto, é mesmo que tem continentes na meio. Então, o encontro com os seguidores que é esse o feedback, é comunidade, é colaboração, é produção de significado. E é ali que crioulo está a mostrar-se força como um ponto de pertença transnacional. E assim, então esse é um espaço comum e está a mostrar aquele poder de representação e união. Agora me estava a falar um pouco sobre crioulo, multilinguismo e identidade. Então, nesse slide me estava a mostrar maneiras diferentes que esses criadores estão a trabalhar com crioulo online. Primeiro, por exemplo, a Jéssica Andrade, ele está a fazer seu code switching. Ele está a falar inglês na introdução, depois ele está a dar um punchline na crioulo. Então, para ele, língua é mais do que humor. Ele usa crioulo como forma de empoderamento para mostrar orgulho e para lembrar público de diáspora de suas raízes. Em segundo lugar, por outro lado, Artolas, ou Carlos Andrade, ele usa crioulo como a língua principal do humor. Todo esse conteúdo, desde sátira, de latada news, inspirado na vida de bairro, até lives, está a mostrar crioulo na sua forma mais natural. Então, se lives está a criar uma presença coletiva, um espaço onde a diáspora está a sentir mais junto mesmo com distância. Então, o multilinguismo, aquele uso de várias línguas, ele cai em confusão, ele é estratégia. Aquele code switching é uma ferramenta para sinalizar identidade, para alargar público, para criar intimidade, para ensinar, para fazer humor e para reclamar espaço. Então, no fim, as duas práticas te mostram uma coisa clara. Identidade cabo-verdiana é transnacional e orgulho linguístico ele está a acontecer de forma espontânea, criativa e colaborativa online. Então, qual é que é a discussão e contribuição desta pesquisa? Então, primeiro, influências é estar normalizar a presença de crioulo na internet. Ele que está só na família ou só na rua, ele está nas plataformas mundiais, plataformas que toda gente tem acesso. Então, onde todo mundo pode olhar e escutar. Então, para usar crioulo de forma pública, com confiança e humor, por que está a usa crioulo de forma pública? com confiança e aí, usando humor, esse cria presença linguística para uma língua que tem sido historicamente marginalizada nesse contexto formal. Segundo, esses conteúdos criam uma comunidade digital sem fronteiras, que é baseado no orgulho linguístico e no sentimento de pertença. Humor, memória e experiência partilhada te fazer crioulo que vive na diáspora e te reforça a identidade cabo-verdiana. Conforme Homi Baba te sugeri, cultura ele te produzir na entre lugar, between places. Então, esses criadores, esses influencers, habita num espaço, cria um espaço que te fazer tudo diáspora sentir mais estar na casa. Então, em forma de conclusão, para concluir, na minha pesquisa está mostrar que crioulo ele é só uma maneira de falar, ele é só uma língua. Ele é um âncora de nossa identidade cabo-verdiana, tanto nas ilhas como na diáspora. Influências como Carlos Andrade, Jéssica, este normaliza a presença de crioulo na internet e este leva-se para espaços mundiais e assim este cria pontos de pertença, memória e orgulho. Então, através do humor, histórias partilhado e interação no tempo real, este cria uma comunidade transnacional onde cabo-verdianos se sentem mais junto mesmo com distância. E as práticas estão mostrando a nossa identidade, ele é móvel, ele é criativa e sem fronteiras. E crioulo é aquela força que te une nós. Obrigada.
Thank you so much, Miriam. Let's see here. I was just waiting for the interpreter to finish on the other end as well. Yeah, so we realize that you speak very fast, and that's okay. You also
apologies.
Finished your present. No, it's okay. Some people just speak fast naturally, so it's not a problem at all. Do we want to come up? Do you want to stop sharing your screen so that we can see you?
Oh, I think
better?
it stopped already. Is it still sharing?
Yeah, I can still see your screen.
Okay. And my option is still okay. Now stop sharing.
There we go. Now we can see you better.
Okay, great.
Yeah. All right. So thank you so much for this wonderful presentation.
You're welcome.
I hope most people were able to catch the essence of your presentation in English. I want to say thank you to our interpreter who was working hard in the background, Johnny. Thank you so much, Johnny, for your hard work there. Interpreting for Miriam, and I guess we'll open up to some questions. I see there was Helena who was writing it in the chat, and there's also Eunice. They've been writing in the chat while you were speaking, so I don't speak Portuguese. I was able to pick up on quite a bit of what you were saying. And actually, let me just say, I'll start with my comments, and hopefully some people can start sharing their comments and questions as well. The whole time I was listening to you, and this is probably because I've never really heard, Cabo Verdean Creole before. I was hearing Portuguese the whole time. I didn't realize the Portuguese were so, I guess, dominant in the language. I shouldn't be surprised because the Creole that I speak is also very French dominant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, if you spoke French, you listen to me speaking Creole and you'd be like, okay, I understand like 60-70% of this, no problem, right? It's because the language, the dominant language, usually the colonial language, is very dominant. And you can still have some conversation with me, for example. I can have a conversation and understand people who speak French-based Creole, other French-based Creoles, even though we're not from the same country or even the same region. I once had a conversation with someone who speaks Haitian Creole, both French-based, Mauritian and Haitian Creole, both French-based, and I understood quite a bit of it. And I tried, if it wasn't for learning, Portuguese on my own for quite a bit, it would have been impossible to understand some of the things you were saying. I also noticed you do, and I think this is natural, you did what we do in Mauritian Creole as well. Sometimes we use we borrow from English or from other languages that we use. Like, for example, you said punchlines, right?
Yeah.
I believe you said
Code
punchlines
switching.
throughout.
Yeah.
Yeah, and code switching as well. Now, is that because there just doesn't exist? Those words don't exist, in Cabo Verdean Creole, or potentially even Portuguese, or is it because it was just more natural for you? I'm asking more on a personal basis here because I do this too. So let's see. What do you say?
Sure. No, so I use them because that's the way we would normally say them, because they are not sentences, because they're words that are used like like internet. These are words that we use like in the digital space. So that's the expression. I don't think there's something like a translation of these particular ones, these particular words. And also on your point of what you're saying about the similarity of of the influence of Portuguese, it's actually interesting because in Cabo Verde it really varies, because basically colonization happened in different stages within the islands. So for example, the first stage between Portuguese and at the time slaves that were being brought for the transatlantic slave trade, because Cape Verde was used as a port. That first mixture that happened that gave origin to the population of Santiago, that one has a much more African intuition, like accent to it, because of the first mixture, because it was between Portuguese and then Mandiga, Wolof, and other languages. And for example, from the island where I'm from, it's the result of further mixture. So the island where I'm from, there are a lot of expressions that they sound like Portuguese. So it has much more Portuguese influence. Yeah, that's why you could see that.
Yeah, and it was actually quite surprising. I expected to be able to pick up on some of the things you were saying, and I was like, oh wow, this is so much more different than I expected. So definitely you and we can have a conversation in our respective Creole languages.
Yeah.
But I expected at least to be able to understand quite a bit of it. But yeah, I was surprised, not in a bad way. But also this is the whole point of, you being able to present in Creole today, right? It's for other people in the audience and people watching us on YouTube and Facebook to be able to listen to your language. So to me, this was very enriching. I hope so the people in the audience also enjoyed it. I don't know if there's anyone who has any questions. I'm looking at the Q&A. I don't see any questions, but have you had a chance to look at Helena's comment? In the chat? Yeah, you did. Okay. I believe she said it's comprehensible. I see comprehensible.
Yeah, comprehensible. Yeah, it's majority. Yeah, it needs majority. So she'll listen in the original.
Mm-hmm. So I have more questions since we have the time. We have quite a bit of time actually before we get started with our next session, which is actually our keynote address by Chisel Wojowoson, who has joined us as well. Chisel, welcome. I don't know how much you heard from our previous speaker's session, Miriam. She just presented about in Cabo Verdean Creole. She just presented about the use of and how Cabo Verdean Creole is being amplified through social media, even amongst the diaspora communities. So I don't know if you have any questions for her since you're already on video. Please think about it while I ask my next question. If you want to, please don't feel forced to participate because I know you came towards the end. So my next question is about you and I both. We found ourselves to be in the diaspora, and I was wondering, like, if like how much have you seen since you were born in Cape Verde, right? Like you were born there, right?
No, I was born in Portugal.
Oh, in Portugal.
Born in
Okay.
Portugal, yeah.
All right. Okay. So, wow. Okay. So that is fascinating. That changes everything. right? Like for me, like I was thinking, like she was born in Cape Verde. Um, okay, so I think the question still works. What I wanted to ask you is, when you do go back, have you visited recently, or have you been? I'm assuming you've been to Cape Verde.
Yeah, I've been several times to Cape Verde, yeah.
Good, good. And so how do people who do speak Creole there, and I don't know what percentage of the people speak it on a daily basis, but first of all, is it a lingua franca? Do the majority of people speak Creole in Cape Verde?
Yeah, nearly everyone. So it's basically, so that's the language that you learn, even before you go to school. So it's used everywhere. Unfortunately, it's still, although the Cape Verdean Constitution says that Portuguese and Cape Verdean Creole should be in the same, the same level. Unfortunately, there's still a lot of debate on, which variant from which island are we going to use, and there's still a lot of back and forth, unfortunately, which also makes it hard for. I mean, I don't think it's a big issue for who is in Cabo Verde, obviously, because everyone speaks. But for people that are born in the diaspora, if your parents don't pass that to you, or let's speak, I'm a second generation, so I've got two children. If I don't teach them, I mean, there are no structures, for example, governmental structures, there are none, like to teach Creole. This depends on grassroots initiatives. And I think part of the topic that I chose, it was because for a long time, I was part of a Cape Verdean association here in the UK. And that's one of the struggles that we had, and one of the needs that we saw, that it was very necessary to actually create initiatives that would teach, our children and the other children speaking in Creole. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, you did, and you actually made me. I was building to my question, but you actually made me think of something much more important. You're talking about, there are so many variants of Cape Verdean Creole, which, to be quite honest, I wasn't aware of. So that made me think of, Mauritian Creole itself. Because we're such a small island too, we don't, and it's just the one island, we don't really have many variants of it. Everybody speaks the same type of Creole. So when it came to, even though it took, centuries to get there, we were able to standardize Creole, and now Creole is being taught in school. And even to not just at the primary level, but also at the secondary level. And people are also looking at teaching it at the tertiary level of education, which is amazing, because when I left, and I left a while ago, I was not being encouraged to speak my language. And now I see people on LinkedIn writing in Creole. It is incredible to me. Even when I started seeing Creole on LinkedIn, I was thinking, oh wow, like things have changed. Things have changed for the better. I focus so much on like what's happening with language, with in other parts of the world, and sometimes I forget that I also need to see how my own language is evolving in the country. So it's been quite a bit, over the last, I would say, about 15 years or so. There has been a movement, and I think you may or may not be aware of this, but there is like a union of Creole speakers within the Indian Ocean. I know you're not in the Indian Ocean, but still, I believe there are people from Cape Verde who's a part of this association, and they, they mobilize to advance, having Creole, whichever version of Creole that they speak, as a medium of instruction. I think we're slowly working towards that in Mauritius, but it's going to take a long time. Do you envision any of this happening, in the future, far future, near future, in Cape Verde?
I think there's something that, and probably I'm a bit biased on that, because when my PhD, it explores quite a bit. It explores cultural development. So something that was actually passed to us, by our colonizers. One thing that they've done, they've caused division even within, the African country itself. and within Africa. So I think I think we've probably done, there's been a lot of work, and I think it will get officialized at some point. But I think it's necessary to kind of put aside these arguments of no, it should be, this Creole or that Creole. For me, the most important thing is that it is official. I don't care if it's mine or the other one. And I think that will also define the connection that people in the diaspora have with the country. Just to give you an example, there are around 500,000 people living in Cabo Verde, and there's more than 1.5 million abroad. And this number it's not even reliable, because there are a lot of people that don't have Cape Verdean citizenship. So it's very important, especially for the second generation like mine, that we are not so tempted, for example, to contribute economically, but we would like to contribute to the country in other ways, with technology, in terms with our own human resources. It would be very, very important that Creole would be an official language, so there would be structures in place that would teach the language to keep that connection, because the economic connection is not gonna happen in this generation with this second generation. So yes, I hope so. I'm very hopeful that I've been following it. There's been a lot of progress. I think, ironically, the diaspora is doing a lot of work. There are a lot of I have quite a bit of experience in diaspora engagement, and I've been engaging with the Cape Verdean diaspora in the US, in Holland, in Portugal, and they're doing amazing work. Like, for example, in the US, they've got, for example, research centers for Cape Verdean language in universities, and now they've just launched, a course that people can go and study Cape Verdean Creole. All this is happening while there's still a debate in national territory. So I think it will be very important that diaspora engagement is very strong, to enable the future generations to actually be connected in the sense of language.
And you mentioned earlier that you have 2 children and you're passing on the language to them too. So what has this process been like? Because you also learned it from your parents, and then you're passing on. The reason why I'm asking is because I've met people from Mauritius here who have told me, and they came in as immigrants, and they've told me that they didn't want to teach their kids Creole anymore because it was confusing them. Some of the kids were born here in Canada, here as in Canada. I didn't mention that before. I'm in Canada, and a lot of them have said to me that, but my child is being confused at school, between French and Creole and English, and they're having issues at in the school environment, and like they're being bullied, or their teachers think that there's something going on. They're having hearing issues. So what do you say? Like, have you, first of all, and I'm only asking this because you've already mentioned that you're a parent and you're passing on the language. So when you hear all of this, what do you think?
Okay, first thing, I can relate to all that experience, because that's what happened to me. My parents would speak with us in Creole all the time, but when I started to reach school age, so in Portugal you go to school at 6 years old, my parents decided that we shouldn't speak back to them in Creole. We had to speak Portuguese. Their concept at the time was because a lot of children of Cape Verdean were having trouble when they were going to school, and my parents didn't want us to go through that. Consequence was, obviously, they kept speaking Creole at home, but we would speak in Portuguese, me and my sisters. But I was always very stubborn in what's relating, what's when we speak about languages and my cultural heritage. So when my cousins started coming from Cabo Verde to study in Lisbon, I started, I was always forcing me to speak back. And at this point, for example, on my mom's side of the family, I'm the only grandchild that speaks because we were all born abroad. And it's very interesting that when I came to the UK and I was doing my master's, then involuntarily I started researching about the Cape Verdean diaspora. I got in touch with the cultural associations here. Then I got invited to be part of the board. And to be honest, that was like although I was raised in a Cape Verdean household, but outside it was Portugal. But when I joined the association here, and then that's when I actually felt, because until that point it was like, yes, I do feel Cape Verdean, but people say, oh no, but they want to give you a percentage of how Cape Verdean you are. Oh no, because you were born in Portugal or this or that. And then I realized that, as part of a diaspora, you can't expect, people have different experiences, but that doesn't mean they are less of a culture than they feel. And I think that was a big turning point for me and for my kids as well, because, I was in the association, we organized events, we created a Batuku group, which is like it's a form of a traditional dance that has its origins in slavery times, and it's now it's a heritage in Cabo Verde, and my kids started getting engaged with that. They would learn the songs in Creole. Then I started looking for resources that I could try to teach them as well. So yeah, and that's why this grassroots work is so important. Yeah, it's very hard without institutional support, but I think we need to stop sometimes waiting for that support to come, and you actually need to try to create your own initiatives or start talking to people who have that vision as well. Like at the moment, there's this student from my previous university. He just created this company called Creolish. It's between him and another Cape Verdean in the US, and they've now created a course, for example. So the resources are coming. They're starting to come. I think it's still a long road, but I think we can all obviously play a part in that. Yeah.
Absolutely. And when you're in the diaspora, you try to find all the ways you can to stay connected, right? And I think more naturally in the home environment, it's through food, and language. If you happen to have, parents or grandparents or family around who speak the language, but it's typically the language that I feel goes away first. The food, you don't forget about that.
No, never.
The food, you can always, someone, you can find a recipe, you can try it out on your own if you don't have anyone to teach you. The music is there. You can always listen to the music as well. So in a way, you are getting a bit of the language too. But speaking of the language itself, I always say this: if there's no space to speak the language, and look at this, we are in an international space right now. We have someone who joined us from Nigeria. I'm from Canada. There's someone who's from Venezuela in the background, and Colombia and Brazil, and I know various parts of Africa as well. And you just got to do an entire presentation in Cabo Verdean Creole, right? So, Creole. So this is exactly, why we saw a Gap with African Languages conference. We saw that we needed to create spaces like this to encourage people to show them that they can use their mother tongue, even in international spaces like this. And yes, this conference is, very conversational, but also some of it can be quite academic. So this is a big part of, us encouraging people to use their language. I don't want to take more of your time. I know the session, went quite fast, and I feel like I'm monopolizing. I wanted to talk about Creole languages. And I know our next speaker, he joined quite a bit early, but it's okay. We can start early, I believe. So I just want to say thank you so much, Miriam, and to the technical team in the background, and to the interpreter as well. And to everyone who joined us in this conversation, and to everyone who's going to watch the recording later on, as it's being recorded, it's on YouTube. And Miriam, I would love to take our conversation offline. So I will be reaching out soon so that we can talk more about Creole languages.
Sure.
Thank you so
That's
much.
fantastic. Thank you so much for the invite.
All right, take care.
Thank you. You too.
All right, Chisaokwu. Am I saying your name right? Is it Chisaokwu? Is that right?
Chisoku.
Chisaokwu.
Yeah.
Okay. I will try to get that right throughout the session today. Thank you so much for joining us. I didn't realize you would join us so early, which is fine. I absolutely love the fact that you joined early and you were listening a little bit to the conversation. So we are quite a bit early. Let me just quickly check with my team in the back to see if we can get started early. If not, we can just chit chat, right? We can just chit chat until the next person comes in. So let's see. Okay, I'm getting a yes, which is great. All right, let's get started then. So I'll be introducing you and then it'll be over to you. Okay, so before we get started, can I just ask, are your slides ready to go?
Yeah,
Are you good with your slides?
agree. Do I share?
No, not quite yet. I just wanted to make sure that you have them ready to go. Okay,
Yeah,
good. All right,
sure.
thank you. Wonderful. Okay, so welcome everyone to day 4 of African Languages Conference. We're super grateful to have you here in the audience with us. Some of you may have been with us for a few hours already listening to conversations in African languages by African voices. Welcome back if you've taken a break. And so today's session, so this session right now is actually a keynote address, which is taking place in English. And our wonderful keynote speaker is already here with us. I want to say that the session is being sponsored by Silicon at Stanford University. Silicon has been a partner and a sponsor of African Languages Conference for over the last couple of years. So thank you to Silicon for sponsoring this keynote address. The session itself is going to be focused on African typography as digital infrastructure, advancing language preservation, literacy, and inclusion. So the keynote reframes typography not merely as visual expression, but as fundamental digital infrastructure, the foundation that must exist before an African language can be taught, published, searched, or used across digital platforms. Speaking from the perspective of a contemporary African type designer, it examines the hidden language stack behind everyday technologies, from keyboards and operating systems to apps, websites, and online platforms, and highlights where African languages are most often compromised or excluded. The session invites designers, linguists, technologists, and educators into a collaborative conversation about how African languages can be more meaningfully supported and empowered in the digital future. Today's speaker is Chisaokwu. Sorry, can you please say that again?
Chisoku.
Chisaokwu. Okay. Joboson, is that correct too?
Yeah.
Is it Joboson? Yeah, okay. Your last name was easier to pronounce. Anyway, I will do my best to. And I saw you. Did you go by Chisa? Because I saw in some places you said Chisa too.
Chisa works
Chisa.
very much well.
Okay, thank you. All right, Chisa. If you don't mind, I will be calling you Chisa just so that I don't butcher the rest of your name.
That's
so
fine.
Thank you. Chisa Joboson is a Nigerian type and brand designer, founder of Udi Foundry, and advocate for the representation of African languages in global digital spaces through initiatives such as Type Africa. His practice sits at the intersection of design, language justice, and technology. Welcome, Chisa. Welcome to AFLC, and let's get started with your keynote address. Feel free to share your slides.
All right. Moment. Can you see my slides?
Yeah, we can see your slides.
The full screen, right?
Yeah, you're good to go.
All right. Great. Thank you for the kind introduction. I would like to begin by thanking Avishta and the African Language Conference team for the invitation, as well as Tom Mulroney and Stanford Silicon for the nomination. It is truly an honor to join you as a keynote speaker. I'm grateful to be in the space where, African languages is being taken seriously, not just culturally, but also structurally. My name is Chisoku Jobasin. I'm a brand and type designer based in Lagos, Nigeria. Today, I will be speaking on African typography as digital infrastructure, exploring how type design functions as an essential digital infrastructure and how it intersects with language preservation, literacy, and digital inclusion. I would begin by saying language is how we exist together. Language is how we remember. It's how we teach. It's how we communicate. It's how we express. It's how we negotiate identity, power, and belonging. Okay. Yes. Sorry, a moment. Yeah. It carries stories across generations. It carries knowledge across communities. But language does not survive on sentiment alone. It survives through systems which depend on infrastructure. Think about how a community functions today. Roads, electricity, internet connectivity, transportation systems. None of us had to build them this morning. They were already there. That's infrastructure. Infrastructure is what allows something to function at scale. It is what makes participation possible without friction. When infrastructure works, we rarely notice it. We don't think about power lines when the lights turn on. We don't think about potholes when the road on the way to the work or to our various home is smooth. But we notice when it fails. So in other sense, it's to say that infrastructure is actually invisible, till it fails. Throughout history, societies have built infrastructure to sustain language. We've built schools to teach it. We've built libraries to store it, dictionaries to standardize it, print presses to reproduce it, broadcasting systems to transmit it. And now we rely on digital systems to distribute it. As the medium keeps changing, the need for infrastructure remains the same. If a language cannot function without, within the dominant infrastructure of its own time, it gradually becomes peripheral. The dominant infrastructure of today being digital. And digital language does not exist automatically. It requires encoding standards. It requires input systems. It requires rendering engines. It requires fonts. Today, I want to focus on one layer of that infrastructure, which is typography. I go on to say many African languages continue to face infrastructural limitations in digital environments. To better understand these digital limitations, it helps to look at the infrastructure African typography relied on in the print era. This example is around 1980, a paper on Igbo ideophones. At that time, African languages were being standardized and largely printed using modified Latin orthographies. But typesetting technology was limited. Diacritics and spatial characters were not always easy to access in standard type systems. In most cases, printers relied on basic Latin types and inserted tone marks and underdots and diacritics manually, or worked with a constrained metal type inventory. This required precision. This required labor. It required typographic care. Language preservation in this era depended on human intervention. Today, we assume that digital systems have absorbed that labor. We expect fonts to support our diacritics. We expect type and keyboards to kind of impute them. We expect software to get the marks correctly. The work that once required manual intervention ought to be now automated. But that is not the case. Digital support is very much uneven. While Unicode technically encodes many characters used in African languages, functional support remains uneven. Many fonts include basic Latin, right? And far fewer provide robust support for extended toned mark and diacritic orthographics for African languages. And so if we recognize a past where diacritics and tone marks were inserted manually to preserve our languages, we now see a present where fonts kind of lack proper language support, resulting in a surrender to the use of basic Latin, which within hope we pray that we don't lose our language preservation. Or we probably see a present where global fonts lacking support for our languages render text with not diff or TOEFL signs, interrupting readability and reducing literacy. Or even when we are kind of fortunate to encounter a digital platform whose default font supports our own language, the moment we switch to another font, we may encounter broken diacritics or misplaced mark, which the default font tries to cover for, reminding us that our infrastructural limitations and neglects, remind us of our infrastructural limitations and neglects towards digital inclusion. Confronting these realities forced me to ask a personal question. As a designer, what is my responsibility within this infrastructure? The question is what led me to type design and starting UDI Foundry. UDI is an Igbo word meaning a type of, a group of. For me, it represents a collection, a growing body of contemporary African typefaces that reflect Nigerian, African histories and cultural references. But more importantly, typefaces that support African languages structurally. The mission is to contribute to building proper digital infrastructure for African languages through typography. And I would like to show you what that commitment looks like in practice as I present to you some of the fonts we've created. I would begin with the first, Ojuju, a reverse contrast variable typeface which draw inspiration from African masquerades. Sometime in 2023, the Google Fonts team reached out to me with the intention of commissioning fonts designed by Africans, which would offer Pan-African language support. And this birthed the Ojuju font, which was later released in 2024. Funny enough, 2 days from now, I will be celebrating 2 years since I released Ojuju. So yeah. And for the digital language or the design language, actually, I had imagined the diversity which we have in our masquerade culture. No one has the same, yet there are lots of similarities in look, eccentricity, and purpose, all of which we take pride in. A good reference to the Ojuju font was this poster lecturing from the 1968 Usman Sembene film called Mandabi. I strongly believe if we must build something that is contemporary and for the future, we must be able to reference and draw from the past. And so we think of how we can reflect such diverse culture in typography where it feels, I'm sorry, I think I skipped. Yes, where it feels authentically African, even though the script we use isn't. Okay. And we also need to think about what representation and the use would be in modern times. Multiple ways to reflect the diversity of our masquerade culture, some thinner than others, some bolder. And we also put language preservation in mind and literacy in mind, where our fonts or our languages get the support it deserves, from characters to words. This a bunch of African words. I don't know if you could find your own language written in Ojuju, but here it is. An updated version of Ojuju font is close to being done, but you could kind of get the V1 on Google Fonts with this link. The next is Oja Display, an expressive font inspired by the anatomical structure of the traditional Oja flute from Eastern Nigeria, where I'm from. And this is what an Oja flute looks like. It's quite very much fascinating to discover during my research that there exist certain tribes, African tribes, which have this certain musical instruments that look and also probably sound like Oja flute. Tribes like the Moba tribe of Togo, the Somba tribe of Benin, and the Lobi and Nuna tribe of Burkina Faso. And this is my Oja flute. Sadly, I can't play. Thankfully, playing wasn't like a requirement for designing this font. So, but I'm always open to learning if you can teach me. And this is where the magic happens. We think about how the anatomy of something as intricate as an African flute can govern the design of a typeface. With this as the outcome. Again, we design for language preservation and literacy and extending the basic Latin character set to support our languages, be them uppercase or lowercase, or having to see how they would be or they would look like when we actually type words in our languages, be it in Yoruba or in Igbo, Hausa, Ndebele, Shona, and the likes. Recently, I've been working towards extending beyond the Latin script to incorporate indigenous African scripts. And here's what ADLAM looks like, still a work in progress. Oja display is available on Gumroad in case you would want to get it. Finally, I move to the third, which is Tuki Grotex, a contemporary Grotex sans inspired by the typographic practice across post-colonial Africa, where the Latin script was interpreted by local tools, materials, and cultural contexts. So this is post-colonial Africa, and it was me kind of trying to question, and yeah, this is where much of the reference comes from. This is a certain movie, a Wolof movie, named Tuki Buki. And for me, it's one where I was looking into the past on how, there's probably a poor documentation of what, having to write as an African felt like before colonization, and even immediately after, how the systems were, given that a lot of craftsmanship was put into typography to make it really African, especially when you are given a foreign script to use. And for me, I stumbled, I kind of saw a pattern with how lettering was being done, especially in movies, African themed movies, and also in album covers. And this was really striking to me because, you look at this and you realize that it kind of breaks a lot of, concepts when it comes to type design. The imagination of like, oh, the O is rounded, so you have to have a round U too, at least at the bottom, and that is not the case. So, or the K looks this way, or the I feels like it's tapered. So I felt it was really, really interesting because it felt like people, letterers, calligraphers or whatnot at that point in time were really breaking those rules, but still making it look like, the Latin script. And in doing that, there was a certain uniqueness. And so I imagine what is the case of us having to own Latin script? Would it be like? How would it look? And that led me to Tuki Grotex, right? And it's tapered, it's Latin, but it feels African, if I would put it that way. Yes. So it's more of like how we can take what really exists and make it work. Because there's always a lot of statements towards like having to create African or Afrocentric typography, where it's like, oh, you can't use it in this case, or it can only be used and it's not legible enough, and there are a lot of like, takes on where African typography should work and where it shouldn't. And so it's like, how can we take what is existing, what we love, what people claim to be the best type of typography or the standard, and make it ours, so it doesn't feel like, oh, we are varying off, the shores of what should be. And again, I really have a thing for making sure there is language support with every typeface I do, especially for African languages. And this is what language support looks like. One special thing about this project was the fact that we decided to also think about digital inclusion in the sense where for most type foundries you go to, you want to test the fonts, it's all written in English. You go to a lot of websites, African, and every bit of communication is English, and it's a question of like, why are we so shy to use our language in communicating? And a bit of the problem is, a lot of typefaces do not really support. But if truly that is the question, how can we, in the presence of typefaces that support that, would we also want to, tread into that path where we can be very much confident in typing or having our words in, say, Wolof, or in Igbo, in Yoruba, in Hausa, in Ga, in Twi, as a way of communication. Because in that sense, we start to create a home for languages, especially online, where we should be existing, where they should be existing. And yeah, Toki Grotex is available on the Foundry. This is the link. So I would like to kind of bring the keynote address to a close with a few words. One is that infrastructure is a shared responsibility, and infrastructure is never built by one actor alone. Designers build fonts, developers build systems, linguistics build standards, institution builds policy, platforms build distribution. If any layer gets ignored, the system would remain incomplete. And we need to start working hand in hand to make sure the infrastructure we build function, become invisible, and does not fail. Secondly, is that language is participation. When language works digitally, participation expands. When it doesn't, participation narrows. Infrastructure quietly determines who feels at home online. And finally, African languages belong in digital spaces. And so we need to have more people involved in the building. We need more people who would come into this field and do great things for our languages. More people designing type for Africa, more people developing the digital systems, and so on, with no gatekeeping. So when we do that, only then can we achieve that advancement in preservation of our language, promotion of literacy, and digital inclusion. Thank you for listening, and feel free to connect with me on these platforms.
Thank you so much, Chisa, for this wonderful presentation. I love like how towards the end you connected, everything. Our theme, as you know, this year is language justice, and a big part of that is language preservation, which you brought this back, and you said it's really important to look at even the foundation of what it takes to bring African languages online. To be able to preserve it. As we know, as you said yourself, African languages belong in digital spaces, right? And for those of you, and I know our community within African languages started out with purely focused on language preservation, and also with the collaboration with Silicon at Stanford University, we've been having more and more people talk about AI and technology, and looking at bringing more technologists in general into the space. So I would say you have to bear with us a little bit with our audience. Finding a lot of what you're saying today is probably new to them, right? This looking at language preservation from this angle and not just doing advocacy campaigns where people are speaking the language is still something new. And it's not until the last, let's say, 5 or so years, really during the pandemic, that people really started paying more attention to AI and tech and the power of technology, right? So yeah, I just want to say, even if we're not getting any questions, I feel like people probably they understood your main points from today. That if we truly want language preservation of preservation of language, African languages, it needs to be taken into digital spaces. And you talked about how that works. How does it actually work, and where does it begin when there is a language that is thriving, but maybe more verbally, more orally in the community? How do we make sure that people are also able to take these conversations online? And the foundation of it is what you're talking about today, right? Like bringing it into the digital space. So thank you so much for everything you shared with us. I would like to open the floor to the people in the chat. I see maybe there's a question. Yeah, there's a question. Yay. No, actually, there was a comment. Someone shared a comment. They said, thank you so much, Chisokwu, for your fascinating keynote with interesting tab designs and visions. Congratulations. If this person is here, they would like to join in the conversation, feel free. We can always invite more people onto the stage and to participate in the conversation, as I'm sure there are a few speakers actually in the audience as well. Our next speaker has joined us already. It's Chinenye, and she'll be talking about, I believe her session is on digital innovation as well. And let me see, why linguists are the essential guardrails for African AI. So I don't know how much Chinenye has caught from your session. So perhaps she has a question. She's working in the same space as you. Not necessarily the exact same, but similar, and both online. So Chinenye, feel free to join the conversation if you'd like. And anybody else, Miriam, I see you're still here with us. If you wanted to unmute and ask Chisa any questions, feel free. Anyone in the audience, please keep using the Q&A function. There's a question. Can you share an insight on the history of typesetting African languages in metal printing types? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. To be honest, I do not have an answer to that, because a lot of history pertaining to, our scripts, even before colonization and after, and they're not really available. It's a lot of struggle towards getting like an understanding of what used to exist. Although I'm making my research and I'm realizing that it's for, because when you also look into the history of type design being taught, they speak on it from the Western, perspective. Also, when you consider that, okay, yeah, it's kind of a Western thing. And so it's like anything else you see is kind of secondary, and that is why I'm trying my best to like get findings into like what that scene used to be. I do know that there have been a lot of like craftsmanship when it comes to, the way we see lettering, especially when you go out, be it on buses, it's one way we're taking this Latin script and we are making it look how we want it to look. We're the ones defining what it should be for us, and it could be a case where people are like, oh, it's not it's not the typical Helvetica, the upright, the clean, the minimalistic kind of typography, which we are bombarded with, and which in some way we are kind of told that is how typography should be. So right now it's a lot of like having to redefine what typography could be for us. One where, we are finding new ways to get, the minority scripts, unicoded, or into the Unicode, and also like catering for languages we lost, trying to find out like, how was the Oduduwa scripts at that time, or in CBD, like how we can really get back all this, and probably make it one where it becomes our own language or our own writing system. And even without that, kind of redefining what we already have existing and making it something that we can probably all agree that, okay, this is going to be our typography moving forward. So yes.
Thank you. Chisa, do you mind stop sharing your screen for a second?
Okay, so
Just so that we can see you better. It's just I'm still seeing you in the chat up there, and
let
yeah.
me just that. That's fine.
Let's see. So
okay.
I don't see more questions here, but I do have a couple for you myself.
Okay.
All right, so the first one is and I believe I asked a similar question yesterday too, for our other keynote. Yesterday we had another keynote also about AI, building AI platforms. It's for Africans by Africans. Specifically was Kaya AI. You may be familiar with Dr. Paul Unzore's work. He was our keynote yesterday. He was talking about Ghana NLP and Kaya AI. So similar world, but different, doing different work, but with similar goals. So I asked him about, how, if within the work that you're doing, how are you bringing, the native speakers of languages? How much are they involved with the process of actually digitizing their language? Like, do you work directly with them? Are they part of the process at all? Where do they fit in all of this? So the community leaders, the advocates, and the people who are, let's say, the keepers of the language, right? Maybe potentially the elders as well. So where do they factor in the process of digitizing the language and with the work that you're doing?
So that's a great question. To be honest, I feel like there is a huge divide, or there's a, yeah, that's what I would call it, between the linguistics and the developers or the designers, type designers. I also think it's probably because, type design is relatively new in Africa, and so it's a slow growing community. And what we kind of have, basically is knowledge on how it is to create Latin scripts and also like support African languages. Those are information that are kind of like out there in the open, so it's also the question of like how much information we have, because I do know there are certain scripts that exist, indigenous language, African languages, but the process of having to create it is kind of hard to find, and so it's a question of like, why is it so difficult to, if we really want to have our languages online, why is the information to get it to that point really, in a way, safeguarded somewhere, where it's not really reachable by those who want to build and, put it out. So I think that's the real question we should be kind of asking ourselves, because ideally it's like having to build infrastructure. They are the architects, they are the civil engineers, they are the surveyors, they are those who have to just make sure everything works. So it begins somewhere. If there is a language and it's really available to Unicode, and it's a question of like, okay, the next step is having to have it in as many fonts as possible, but it's difficult because obviously there's no knowledge on how to, at least there's knowledge on how to write it, but the question of how do you make it digital, and if you have to get it to that point, it's now a question of like, how can you make this knowledge available for everyone, so that in the course of having to get or preserve our languages, you can have people who are willing to create, and make sure this thing really works.
Right. And let me see here. There's so Chinenya said something in the chat. I want to respond to you, but let me just quickly read off what she said. Great presentation, Chisoku, and kudos on the inclusion of diacritics in your designs. From a type design perspective, do you have ideas on how to solve the friction of inputting diacritics so that tone marking becomes the default behavior for African users? So this is the question from our next speaker, actually. I knew she would have something good for you. So there we go. This is getting very technical here, but still very enriching. So you can go ahead and answer the question if you'd like.
Yeah, that's really important. And I think when we start to ask that question, it's more of like having to have keyboards, that support our languages. And it's more of like a development side of things. So I'm much more of a designer. Maybe sometime in the future I might dive into that because I feel like it's really important. It's part of infrastructure, if we are going to be honest, where, okay, yes, we have these designs, we have these fonts that support African languages, but it's hard to type them. It's like almost maybe you need to copy from somewhere and paste it, and it's a lot of like, and in a way, it might even discourage people from wanting to even bother using those fonts that support African languages, because at the end, the default setting is, the A to Z, which you have on your keyboard. So yeah, I think that's a broader conversation. I don't have the right answers right now, but yes, let's see in a couple of years, hopefully.
But I'm glad she brought it up. And it actually made me think of a company that I came across not that long ago that's focused on creating keyboards. It's called Indigenous. I don't know if you've heard of them. They create keyboards in various indigenous languages. So I think it's a matter of, and I'm going to bring it back to what you were saying earlier, because you answered my question by saying that there's a divide, right? And I believe one of those divides probably happens, and I can't speak of all communities out there, but I will just say that one of the biggest divides is probably the generation difference, where the people who are the experts, of the language, and you who are, let's say, much on the younger side, and you are digitizing the language, but how do you bridge that gap that there is between you who live in the 21st century, in the time of social media and internet and like AI, to people who didn't grow up in that world at all? How do you explain it to them that this is the direction if you truly want future generations to speak your language? How do you convey this information to them that they need to support the younger generations on their quest of being able to use their language? And the excuse me, the speaker before you Miriam, she actually talked about how some of this is being done. She didn't talk about how the language is being digitized, because this is the more technical side of things, but she's talking about how people, communities are, engaging in making sure that their language is preserved, at least orally. And with the community engagement, they're able to pass on languages to future generations. So let's just take a look at one of the languages that you've been working with over the last little while. What has it been like for you to be able to work on, like, digitize this language? How difficult, like, what has been the main challenge or challenges that you face with not being able to, gain access to the knowledge keepers, the language keepers of these languages? What has that been like, and what have you done, or what do you believe should be done to bridge that gap?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So two languages or two African scripts I've actually started diving into is Adlam and Tifinagh. Tifinagh is pretty much like easier to do, to design, so, but it's also is the question of like me designing from a place where I don't use the language first off. I can understand Latin because funny, I don't know if I would say funny or sad enough, 90% of Africans use Latin, the Latin script. So it's pretty much like you can identify an A, you know what a B is, a C and da da da. But it's when it comes to like scripts you're not really familiar with, is a question of like, oh, okay, what purpose does this kind of language really, or this kind of character really play in, communication or conversations, although it's not really necessary, you just need to understand how they draw those letters and, design accordingly. But it could also be tricky because I know Adlam, there's a way letters would appear. There's a kind of structure. Say an A. I'm looking for the right way to put it. So a character would appear in a certain form at the beginning, and it would appear in a certain form in the middle, and it will also appear in a certain form at the end, depending on the positioning, And so, you start to ask yourself, like, okay, like, how do you learn those ropes, really? And there's a question of like, okay, you don't really have that information. And I feel like one way to solve this is kind of having, especially for a lot of African scripts, which have, passed the Unicode being approved and whatnot, is now the question of like, oh, how can we now get this information? Because in having to have those information, you can now teach more people how to write in the language, how to communicate in the language, and it serves you because then that is you actually preserving your language in this current times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And any thoughts on how to engage more people in the process so that it's not so difficult for you to comprehend when languages that you yourself don't speak? Because I imagine that this is probably one of your biggest obstacles, as you just said. You don't speak that language, so it was hard for you to manage that. Do you ever work with people who are native speakers, and not just native speakers, but who are, who teach the language, whose knowledge of the language is like, at the most advanced level, that could really like, work alongside you to work on these projects to digitize the language? And I'm going to try and go back to what I said earlier again. I truly believe that a big part of this is bringing the older generations into this. Yeah. I'm not saying that I have the solutions here. I'm not saying that you should have the solution, but moving forward, the people who taught us these languages are people from previous generations, right? They are the ones, maybe even when they learned the language, it was probably orally, verbally, right? It wasn't a written format. The generations that came afterwards are the ones that are, helping the language evolve, bring into different spaces, including the digital space. But we cannot forget that the knowledge, the origin of the knowledge itself, comes from the people who are older. Any insights or anything that you can tell us about how potentially could we engage with the older generations, to bring them into these spaces, or at least to have conversations with them, to show them the value of, if we want our languages to be passed down to future generations, this is one of the ways we can do it, is through what you're doing, creating the foundation of digitizing any language out there. African languages obviously is what we're focused on here. Any thoughts on that at all? Like, I'm sure you must have thought about it, but your process of, as a type designer, basically creating scripts digitally for languages. So what has your experience with that been? This is going to be my last question, and then we're going to close off. So take your time. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I feel like we have to push boundaries, right? We have to think about how do we involve more people in the process, because I'm sure every step of the way there are obstacles, right? You just mentioned yourself, and this is why I'm bringing this up, because you just mentioned yourself. If you change a character, you bring it from one part of a sentence or even a word up to the middle or to the end, they change completely, right? They can change the meaning completely. And if you don't speak the language and you are the one doing this, so obviously you may not be, let's say, producing the best possible quality version of it. So how do we engage more people in the process to make sure that everything you're spending a lot of time and energy and resources in is actually the best version of what it can be?
Yeah, I mean, for one part, I feel like this conference kind of like helps solve that, because to be honest, I don't know if there's been a lot of type designers come to speak here, but it's, I've tuned in and I've seen a lot of like professors, a lot of PhD holders really speaking on the linguistic side of our language, and it's really interesting because, when I think about type design, it's all more of just like, oh, this is how things are. How can I make it better? How can I make it exist digitally? And perhaps a linguist would be like, oh, how can I preserve? How can I teach this orally? So it's a lot of like, we all have our roles to play. I feel it would be nice if there is a certain platform which kind of holds everyone, Yeah, that's I feel like that would really be a breakthrough in our journey in preserving, language, where we don't work in isolation. That's I think in one of the last slides, I did make mention of it, where we need people to work hand in hand. So I don't just design in isolation. You don't like speak about this language in isolation, and after today we call it a day. Till next year. So I feel like after conversations like this or conferences like this, we need to like find a way to really get together and start finding ways we could, especially now we are thinking about, everything is really fast paced, AI this, AI that. There's also the question of like, if you don't exist online, it's like you're going to extinction, So yeah, we need to really have those groups, those communities, I don't know if I would be able to start one, but I feel like the right people hearing this would be able to know what to do, and then we start to bridge that gap between, the elderly and the young people, because when they leave, they will be the ones who would be able to carry on that language, And so it's more of a passing on. And I think this is really important. Also with documentation is something really, that has broken us because we don't have the proper documentation, and so we need to start documenting these things, and also making it available for those who would, someone from maybe the diaspora who would like want to try to find their roots, and they stumble on a certain information on a certain language their forefathers really had as their own. And it's not difficult, but it's really hard for, oh, I want to learn from my roots, and that information is really lacking. So I feel documentation will really go a long way, especially digital documentation. I feel like at this point we should have ways where we can, upload a lot of information on what we do online, and see people take it to the next step.
I completely agree with you there, and I feel like the fact that you're even talking about documentation as a type designer, is already like you're already doing more than let's say, a typical designer who would be focused just on their work. But as you realize, when you're working with, in the humanities sector, it's not just you're never working in isolation. You're always working with people from other industries out there, and you're bringing into the project, you're bringing their knowledge and experience, right? So you're sort of already doing that. And you mentioned that spaces like AFLC, like African Languages Conference, we hope that someday we can be a space where we're bridging the gap even between generations. We're not quite there yet. We still have the majority of the speakers here. Yes, I agree with you. There are lots of professors, even though this is not necessarily, it's not an academic conference. Some of it can be, sure, because we are inviting everyone to participate. But we sure need a lot of, voices, a variety of voices, older voices, younger voices as well. And I truly believe, to answer your other question, we did have another typeface designer before. Last year, we had a couple of them. Simon Chori, I don't know if you know Simon Chori. Yeah. So they joined. And before that, before we started working with Silicon, I think the majority of people working in the space of language justice never really thought of how important it is when we're talking about language preservation to also talk about digitizing these languages. Because like you said, if you're not online nowadays, let's say nowadays, before things were different. Nowadays, if whatever is happening is not online, then unfortunately we have to ask, does it really exist? Right? Because that's the direction that humanity is going, and you're a big part of making sure that African languages is actually thriving in the digital space, which is part of our mission at AFLC. So anyway, I think I've monopolized enough of the time and your time as well. Thank you so much, Chisa, for your time, for your knowledge, your experience, for sharing with us. I hope you remain a part of AFLC, the AFLC community, because we need more people from your background to be a part of the conversation. Not just the one time, and I think you said that earlier too, is not, we can't just talk about it one time and then see you next year, right? We have to keep designers, type designers, font designers as part of the conversation as well. And with our next speaker as well, what she's doing is also really important. I'm not saying you have to stay, but if you want to stay, Chisa, you are welcome to participate in the conversation. For my on my behalf and behalf of AFLC, thank you so much for being a part of the conversation today. And I want to say Silicon at Stanford University for nominating you. Thank you so much, because this was truly an enriching conversation. Yeah, so take care, Chisa, and I hope you can still join us for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. All right, so I think we're going to take a little bit of a break because we have started a little bit early and we still have 2 more sessions to go, Chinenye, and then we have Jordan coming on afterwards. So we're going to take a little bit of a break here, and we're going to be right back in about 10-15 minutes. Thank you everyone for joining us. I want to say thank you to the technical team, to the interpreters, I believe still working in the background. And to everyone joining us, thank you so much. I'm going to go off camera and I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Wow. A round of applause for them. A round of applause. Thank you so very much. That was very entertaining and very energetic. I am so very glad. I personally got to experience this. I feel very honored. I hope some of you, or all of you, feel honored the way I. So just take a moment and let that soak in. How that feels, how, the welcome and the way that people have received us here. I truly do hope that for those of you that are here have felt really welcome, have felt warmly embraced. I know I have embraced some people here. Yeah? I'm saying this because a little while ago, we were all outside and under the sky together, and the dance group welcomed us. And if that welcome ceremony didn't tell you everything you need to know about this, I don't know what else would do. So that is AFLC for you. It's not just a conference that starts when people, someone taps their mic and says good morning. It's a conference that starts with us. It starts with the people of Africa. It starts with the people in the diaspora, with the culture, the community, the kind of energy you carry into a room with you. And now we are in that room. So welcome. I personally welcome you. And on behalf of AFLC, I also welcome. And can you also welcome? Please do. Yes. I will introduce myself to you, but I probably need a different welcoming. I'll tell you later, okay? So I just want to welcome you joyfully, wholeheartedly to the African Languages Conference 2026. So I want to talk a little bit about what AFLC is. And before I tell you my name, I think I should talk a little bit about the things that matter to AFLC. I want you to know that this is not just a conference about African languages. It is a conference that happens in African languages. It's not a conference about African languages. It's a conference that happens in African languages. And by Africans, for Africans, and for everyone in the world who understands that the knowledge and futures of all billion people cannot and will not be told in someone else's tongue. I know how it feels when somebody speaks your language. It feels warmer. You understand much more faster, and there is some sort of empathy there. So this is the 5th edition of this conference, and for the very first time, we are in Ghana, right here in the heart of Accra, the University of Ghana. It's a beautiful university. And this year's theme is Language Justice, African Languages for Social and Economic Development. Language Justice. Language Justice. 2 words that together carry the weight of everything that has been excluded, overlooked, and underestimated, and everything that is possible when we choose to change that. Over 1 billion Africans communicate primarily in indigenous languages. 1 billion, quite a lot. And yet those languages remain in the margins of education systems, digital platforms, economic policy, and public. That gap is not natural. It is a choice, and AFLC exists to help us make a difference, a different one. Today and tomorrow, you will hear presentations delivered in Akan, Twi, Ikosa, Kiswahili, Dagbani, and English. You will hear from linguists, educators, technologists, storytellers, and advocates. And you will be part of the conversation that is genuinely, unapologetically African. Okay, so this is where I get to talk a little bit about myself. Are you curious to know about me? Really? I feel honored. Okay, so my name is Rahman Sekela. Some of you have seen this. My name is Rahman Sekela. I come from Tanzania, the land of Kilimanjaro, and the Spice Island of Zanzibar. I work as a translator, but I also work in subtitling and dubbing, and it's mainly from English into Swahili. Somebody was asking, do you speak French? No, I don't speak French. Fortunately, unfortunately, it's all okay. And I've done this, the work that I've mentioned, translation, interpretation, dubbing, and subtitling, for more than a decade, and I really do love it. I've been part of the shift from guessing what is on screen to actually experiencing global stories in Kiswahili. And that's going to be part of my presentation tomorrow. My work sits at the intersection of language, media, and the creative economy, where African languages move from the margins to the center of global storytelling. It's a real honor to be your MC today, and I'm excited to learn, exchange ideas, and celebrate African languages with you all.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope we are all doing well. I would like to welcome us once again to day 4 of the AFLC 2026. My name is Fatima Adams, and I would be your moderator for this session. Before we dive into the session, I would like to give a little overview of AFLC and what the journey has been for us since we started. Over 1 billion of Africans speak indigenous languages every day, yet these languages remain largely excluded from classrooms, courtrooms, technology, and economic opportunity. That is why African Languages Conference, AFLC 2026, brings together language activists, scholars, technologists, policymakers, educators, and community leaders to forge pathways forward. AFLC, founded in 2022 to celebrate African Languages Week, AFLC was built on a clear mission to build a collaborative platform that promotes African languages and advanced languages and digital rights through advocacy, education, and action. In 4 years, we've grown from a community initiative into a global platform, convening over 2,000 participants, 130 plus speakers, and sessions in more than 24 African languages. In 2024, we formalized as a 501c3 nonprofit organization, deepening our governance and year-to-year continuity. AFLC 2026 gathers under the theme Language Justice, African Languages for Social and Economic Development. This is our second on-site edition hosted in Accra, Ghana, earlier this week on February 23rd to 24th, and it now continues with 3 days of online programming on February 26th to 28th via Zoom. All sessions are live streamed on the AFLC YouTube and Facebook platforms with interpretation in English and French provided throughout. We would proudly acknowledge our partners and sponsors whose contributions have been vital to the success of AFLC 2026. Silicon at Stanford University, African Translations, African Language Consultants, at University of Education Winneba, International Decade of Indigenous Languages. With that said, I would introduce our speaker for the next session. This session is going to be a presentation done in Igbo, and it's going to be on why linguists are the essential guardrails for African AI. Our speaker for this session is Chineye Anikwenze, who is a software engineer and researcher at Tonative Research, specializing in language infrastructure for low-resource environments and the systematic failure of NLLP models to process tonal languages accurately. She bridges AI safety and cultural preservation to ensure digital sovereignty for African languages. The session is going to cover a critical gap. As generative AI becomes a part of Africa's digital infrastructure, a critical gap has emerged in how tonal languages like Igbo are processed, with standard AI models stripping tonal markers that define meaning, leading to culturally hollow and potentially dangerous translations. Drawing from Tonative Researchers' validation of over 51,000 entries, this session demonstrates how human-in-the-loop validation repairs literalism and hallucinations in AI-generated Igbo content. It argues that linguists' role is shifting to become the essential architects of accuracy for the AI era. With that said, I would like to remind us that we have interpretation ongoing in English and French. So kindly look out for the group button at the bottom of the screen and choose your choice of language. I would also want to ask that during the course of the presentation, if you have any questions or contributions, we can drop them in the Q&A section or in the chat box, and all these questions will be addressed at the end of the session. I will now hand over the microphone to me to take us through this session. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. My presentation is actually primarily in Igbo. There was a mixed type that was supposed to have been corrected with examples in Igbo language. So yeah, it will be primarily in English language as well. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shinea Nukwenze. Let me just share my screen. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, great. Okay, yeah. So I'm a software engineer and researcher, and I spend my days moving between two worlds, the world of code and of African linguistics. And I have to tell you that these worlds, they are not quite as separate as people think. And right now, in this moment of history, they are colliding. And the outcome of that collision will determine whether our languages survive the digital age or whether they become something that we no longer recognize. Now, before I go any further, I'd like to acknowledge, everyone in the call with me today, whether you're a linguist, a historian, someone that works in language documentation, oral literature, even translation. This talk is specifically for you because I want to highlight that in this age of AI and generative AI and all the news that we've been seeing, this conversation is crucial because you, the linguists, the humanities scholars, the people that understand how language actually works are important. And yet, and I say this with sadness, many of us feel invisible in the whole AI conversation because, it feels like the conversation is happening behind locked doors. And it seems like, you need to speak programming languages and be in machine learning to be let in. And because, not all of us are programmers, many of us assume that, you don't belong at the table. So I am here today to shatter that assumption. We are hitting a wall in AI, in African AI development, and it's not a hardware wall, it's not a computing wall, but rather a linguistic wall. And until we break through it, every system, every AI system that claims to speak an African language is at best an impersonator. And at worst, it's the machine that, confidently produces wrong outputs that are culturally hollow, and it's because no one in the lab can tell the difference. And that's because the people who can tell the difference, that's the linguists who actually study language and the structure and everything around it, they haven't really been invited in. So my work is really about changing that. And my work is focused on proving that linguists are essential guardrails that keep, our African preservation, the preservation of African languages from crashing. And today I'm going to show you exactly why by taking you inside the machine and showing you what it sees, what it misses, and why only you can fill that gap. So let me set this scene because we are living in an age of extraordinary AI hype. Every week there's a new announcement. I think I just saw that OpenAI raised over $100 and something billion. And there's a new model, there's a new tool that can write your emails, that can generate artwork, that can summarize meetings, do a whole host of things that is relevant to us today. Even translating text in languages, we've always had that though with Google Translate and everything. But the media coverage, it's been so hyped, and the money, the venture capital investors, what they are pouring is enormous. So billions and billions of dollars are flowing into AI companies that promise to make the world more connected. But yet, if you're an Igbo speaker or a Yoruba speaker, or even Hausa, Twi, any of these languages spoken in the continent, you know that something is deeply wrong. Because if you've tried these tools, because I do try it a lot, and if you try the text to speech or the speech to text, and if you have it to speak the language, yes, sometimes for the text, the grammar can be close, but there is a feeling missing, and the tone is usually wrong. And that cultural resonance, it's missing sometimes. So it just sounds like someone that memorized sometimes just trying to parrot it back to you. So that feeling, that instinct that something is wrong, is a signal, and that signal is the sound of an invisible wall. And today I want to explain what that wall is made of, and how the engineers, and why the engineers building the systems often cannot see it. And I'm going to explain what you as a linguist, what you can do to tear down this invisible wall. So let's begin with a central problem, that is the semantic collapse. Now, collapse, that's dramatic, but it's deliberate, because what I'm describing is not a minor technical error or a formatting glitch or a typo, but a fundamental failure of meaning. So that's the moment where the AI produces language that looks correct, sounds fluent, but can pass basic grammar checks, but yet it carries entirely the wrong meaning. And sometimes it's an innocent wrong meaning, but sometimes it can be dangerous. Now, to understand why this happens, we need to start with what makes tonal languages fundamentally different from the languages the AI systems we are primarily trained on. So most of the data that powers modern AI systems, they come from English, French, German, and a handful of other high resource languages. And these languages, they do share a crucial characteristic, in the sense that the meaning is primarily carried by a word order or morphology. That's the sequence of words, the suffix of a verb, the article before a noun. So tone in these languages is expressive and it's emotional. It's optional to the meaning. But in Igbo and in many African languages, tone is not optional. Tone is definitional. So the pitch at which you say a word, it does not modify its meaning. It is its meaning. So let's take the word apa in Igbo. So this is actually, in this instance, akwe is actually 3 letters in Igbo language. The K and the K is actually kwe, and it's a diagraph. So these are 2 syllables. So without tone, it's nothing but a sequence of sounds. But with tone, aqua means clothes. Aqua means cry or weeping. Aqua means egg, and aqua means bed. So these are 4 completely different meanings, but it has one spelling. So the only thing that really separates them is the tone, or the example of isi. So depending on the tone, it can mean head, it can mean smell, it can mean source, it can mean leadership, it can also mean blindness, really. So they are not subtle differences in nuance. They are entirely different concepts that happen to share the same letters. Fun fact, when I was preparing this talk, I was testing with Gemini AI, and it actually tried correcting me on this halfway being 3 letters. It insisted that it's 4 letters. So it fundamentally shows how it's already looking at the word as a Latin alphabet, not exactly as an Igbo alphabet. So here's a critical question that I want you to sit with for a moment. So when a large language model is trained on Igbo text scripts from the internet, from news sites, social media, digitized content, what does the text look like? Does it include tone marks? The answer most of the time is no, because standard Igbo orthography uses diacritical marks to indicate tone, but in casual digital writing, WhatsApp messages, tweets, and all the informal text that fill the internet, these marks are almost always omitted. So because it takes effort to type them, which is why I, brought up that with Chisofu, and even me personally, I had to download the Igbo dictionary for my phone, so in order to maybe use those specifically. But even at that, it's mainly because of the the underscore marks. So most keyboards, they don't support them easily, and so the text that the AI learns from, it's overwhelmingly toneless. So the AI reads it as A-K-W-A, and it says, okay, this is a word. I'm going to assign meaning based on the words around it. So it's based on probability and based on what the other Igbo texts have been scripted from the internet did the word. And of course, it guesses, and sometimes it guesses correctly, and sometimes far too often it guesses wrong. This is semantic collapse. So the machine does not know that it's guessing because it doesn't really have a way of knowing, and it produces output with complete confidence. I don't think I've ever really used an AI. It tells me I don't know. It usually says something, right? So it doesn't really flag the warning, and it does not say, oh, I'm not really sure about this. It just simply inserts the most statistically probable meaning, and then it moves on. And that creates like a hallucination of fluency. So the output, it looks like the language and it sounds like the language, and maybe can pass surface level tests, but beneath the surface, the meaning, collapse. So the soul of the word, it just gets replaced with a statistical approximation, one that is closest to it. So now you might be thinking, okay, how bad can we really be? It's a theoretical problem, but let me explain how bad it can be. So imagine a health information system deployed in a rural part of Igbo land. It's designed to give genuine medical advice to patients in their own language. That's a genuinely good intention. And the patient comes in describing pain, and the system is asked to communicate instructions for treating a head injury. And the word that should have been used for head, easy, with the correct high tone, then is rendered with a falling tone, maybe easy, that's the smell. So that's what no longer means head. It's something else entirely. So the instruction is now medically nonsensical, and the patient is confused. And the care worker who trusts the system because it was built by engineers with good intention does not catch the error because they are not a linguist, or they may not even know how to speak Igbo. And that is a category of error that can be happening in AI health applications. And I bring this up because I think it was in January when OpenAI released they said they were releasing health, ChatGPT Health, and also Google released a model for health languages that they really promoted as being text-to-speech and speech-to-text. So, we can see that, yes, they're already building health systems for these AI tools, and African languages are not really quite considered. So you can see that this is the kind of error that can happen in legal translation systems as well, education systems across our continents. And the people who have the training and the knowledge to catch these errors, that's the linguists, the native speakers with formal education in their languages, are not really in the room. So this is the wall, that invisible wall I was talking about, and that's the invisible wall that I want you to help me break down. So why does this happen? So now that we understand what semantic collapse is, let me take you inside the machine and show you why it happens. Because to fix the problem, we need to understand its root cause. So not to get too technical, but I want to introduce a concept that is absolutely crucial, central to everything that follows, and that's the concept of embeddings. So when an AI processes language, it does not see the words the way you and I see the words. So it does not really see the meaning. It sees mathematics, specifically what it converts every word into a long string of numbers, a vector. So the vector is the word's address in the mathematical space that helps it determine similarity. So words that are related in meaning are placed close in this space. So the word king is close to the word queen, the word cat is near the word dog, and the word doctor is near the word hospital. So this mathematical proximity is what allows the AI to make connections, to infer that a physician and a doctor, that they are similar, and to understand that a sentence about cats and dogs is a sentence about pets or about animals. So this system, it works reasonably well for English, but for African languages, it breaks down in a few critical ways. So the first problem is a low resource scarcity. Now, to build a high-quality mathematical map of a language, the AI needs enormous amounts of data. So English has like hundreds of billions of words in its training data. I think the GPT-4 or GPT-5, that one has over 3 trillion parameters that we are used to train the data. But low resource languages like Igbo just probably have a few 100 million on a good day if you scrape every available resource aggressively. But it's still vastly less than any European language that was used because of the availability of the data that it was scraped on. So with insufficient data, the map of the language is sparse and has gaps in it. So the AI fills those gaps by borrowing from languages that it knows better. So in this case, primarily English language. So this means that when you ask the AI to process a concept that doesn't appear frequently in its training data, it reaches into the English knowledge base, finds the closest English equivalent, and then it translates the maths, and then it translates the words. So it's doing that translation. So you end up with Igbo words in an English conceptual framework. So the vocabulary is African, but the underlying structure of meaning is Western. So that is also a problem. And then the second problem is a cultural flattening. So even if we have all the Igbo texts in the world, the embedded system will still struggle with cultural concepts that do not have direct Western equivalents. So let's think about concepts like Oha in Igbo, that's communal decision making, or Ubuntu, the Southern African philosophy of shared humanity, I am because we are, or the complex social hierarchy that is embedded in the Yoruba pronoun system, where the word you choose to address someone is determined by their age, social standing, their relationship with you. So this system of linguistic respect, the AI system, it simply does not have it. Just give me a second. So here is the problem, right? Because the AI does not know that it has lost the meaning. And because it cannot audit the own embeddings for cultural accuracy, it doesn't really have a way of flagging when the representation of the concept is shallow. So it would need a human with deep understanding of both the language and the culture to inspect the work and say, okay, this embedding is wrong and it has captured the dictionary meaning but missed the social meaning. So that human, the one who can see where the mathematics is failing is the linguist. So you are the only ones that can look at what the AI has produced and say, okay, not just that this is wrong, but the conceptual framework is missing. And the structure of this sentence, it betrays a cultural assumption that does not really exist in this language. So that is a kind of judgment that cannot be automated, at least not yet. So it requires a kind of lived and embodied experiences of a language that takes years, even decades to develop. So the engineers, we need you, and some of us may not know it yet, but we need you. So I want to dwell on something that might feel counterintuitive because, there is the argument from developers, and I want us to push back on it. So the argument is like, yes, we know that African languages are underrepresented, but the solution is more data. Give us more Igbo text, and we'll fix the problem. And it sounds reasonable, and it sounds like the kind of solutions that engineers are good at: more data, more models, except it's not quite true, right? Because just imagine the kind of translation the AI is making from like this instance in this sentence. It's just formulating words, like there is no rupo gift. It's just coming up with hallucinations just to justify the difference when it cannot translate it. And this is like an instance from the validation data sets, the validation that we've been doing in my work at Suneti, but I'll get right to this later. So more data, yes, more data will help at the margins, and it will reduce some of the gaps in mathematical map I had earlier described, but it will not fix the semantic collapse. It will not restore tone, and it will not really repair the cultural flattening. And here is why. The AI systems, its learns pattern, does its entire function. It does not learn meaning. So it just learns about the statistical regularities in text. And if the text it is learning from is in itself toneless, if it's culturally flattened and it's being a product of all the years of colonial writing and us missing the tone in our digital conversations, then more of that data will not really teach the AI anything new. It will just teach us more of the same distortions, and it will just cement the errors and standardize the wrong answers as the correct answers. So let's think of it this way. If you give a child nothing but textbooks with spelling mistakes, giving them more textbooks, it will not teach them how to spell correctly. It should just teach them that the mistakes are correct. So the problem is not really the quantity of the resource, but rather the quality of the resource. And quality in this context means culturally validated translations. It means text that has been reviewed by a native speaker who can confirm that not only are the words correct, but the meaning, including all the cultural threats that the meaning carries, has survived the translation. So there is also a second dimension to this problem that I find equally troubling, and that is the standardization of discussion, like I mentioned. So when an AI system is deployed, when it goes live and people start using it, its outputs begin to circulate, and people read them, share them, copy them, and in some cases, those outputs end up in other data sets that future AI systems will be trained on. So these errors, they'll just get propagated, they'll get reproduced, and eventually it might become accepted as the written form of the language in these two spaces. So let's just say a generation from now, if you don't do anything, then the Igbo that exists on the internet may be predominantly AI generated. And if the AI that generated it was trained on toneless, polyvalidated data, then it means that the languages that our children encounter in digital spaces will be a ghost of the real thing. So it should be fluent sounding, maybe possible, but it's not semantic, it will be semantically hollow. So that is the trajectory we are on right now, unless we intervene. And that intervention means human oversight. It means linguists at the table, auditing output, defining standards, and catching these errors before they proliferate. So it also means moving the expertise that lives in your head and just into the development pipeline. So what does the alternative look like? What does it look like when the linguists are actually in the loop? Let me talk about the work we are doing at Native Africa. So the example, the instance that I had shared here is an instance of our validating our data set that we scored from open source AI data sets like the Masakani. And we use the models, we use available models to train them, and then we humanly validate the sentences one after the other. So we started in the last quarter of last year, and we are building a rigorously validated African language data set. It's not the largest, but it should be the most rigorously validated, because size without quality is as harmful as it is useless. So our current workflow, it covers over 51,000 language entries across multiple African languages, about 8 languages currently. So we treat tone as essential and treat it as what it actually is, the difference between meaning and non-meaning. So our validation workflow works in stages. First, the AI, we use the AI to generate the output from the open source project, and then the translation or definition or an example sentence like I showed earlier. Then a native speaker reviews it, not just for grammar, but for tone, for cultural relevance, and for the kind of subtle semantic judgments that only someone who grew up inside the language can make. So we ask specific demanding questions like, okay, does this word carry the right weight in this context? Is there a cultural concept that is collapsed into an oversimplified Western equivalent? And does the example sentence actually reflect how a real, say, an Igbo person would actually use the word? Or does it reflect how an English speaker would use the Igbo translation of an English word? So these are not questions that a statistical model can answer at this point. They require human judgments, cultural knowledge, and linguistic expertise. So they require specifically people like those of us joining the call today and those of us in this conference. And we are building this through the process. We are building through this. What we are building is we're not just trying to build data sets and just publish it, but we are building standards. We want to define what correct means for Igbo AI and African AI at large, actually. So we are creating benchmarks against which future AI systems will be evaluated. And the big tech companies, the ones with the largest AI systems, the ones whose products, they have hundreds of millions of users, they will need African language data sets of this quality. And when they do, is the kind of standards that we establish today that will be the standards that they have to meet. So we are not playing catch up, we are not playing catch up. Our intent is to write the rules. Now, I want to spend a moment talking about what this means for linguists specifically, because this is the part I think many of us may not have fully considered. Your role in AI is to define the ground truth. So in AI development, the ground truth is the term for the correct answer that the model is trained to produce. That's what it gets verified against. So even if the model gets it right, it is because the answer matches the ground truth. And if it gets it wrong, it is because there is a gap between its output and the ground truth. So right now, the ground truth of African language AI is being defined by whoever has the time, the funding and the technical infrastructure to create data sets. And that's usually not a linguist, right? Because it's usually the big tech companies that, they are the engineers that are working with automatically scraped text with minimal human review. So that ground truth is being established by default by whoever is at the keyboard. So when you become part of the validation process, you are defining what the AI must achieve and establishing the ceiling. So that then makes you the authority. And that is a fundamentally different relationship to the technology that many of you have been told is available to us. As humanities, because I actually come from a humanities background. I did history. So I want to close by zooming out, far out in the future. By the year 2050, demographers project that 1 in 3 young people on this planet will have African heritage. So it means the continent is really growing. The cities are growing, the economy is growing, and the digital presence is growing at a rate that outpaces many regions in the world. So right now, Africa has one of the largest, fastest growing internet user base in the world because the mobile connectivity is still expanding into communities because there are still communities that don't quite have broadband before. So AI services, AI powered services in healthcare and agriculture, I did mention, the medical models that Gemini and even I think Anthropic also released as well, and OpenAI, right? So these AI powered services, they are constantly being released constantly in healthcare, agriculture, education, finance, and they are being deployed across the continent. And it's extraordinary and it's an exciting prospect. It represents a genuine opportunity, but there is also a profound risk because every AI system that is being deployed, every chatbot, every translation engine, whether it's voice assistants or medical information tool, they are operating in a language. And the language it operates in is what shapes what it can say, what it means, what it understands, how it just generally operates. So if we do not build this linguistic guardrails now, if we do not insert qualified like linguistically trained humans into the AI development pipeline now, while the systems are still being built, then we'll not really get another chance because it's very expensive to start training models from scratch. So when the systems get deployed and they reach hundreds of millions of users, then their output, it will circulate and they will train the next generation of models. And these errors, they'll just continue compounding and the simplification just becomes standardized. And maybe the version of Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa or Swahili that exists in the digital world, it just becomes a diminished, flattened shadow of the real thing. And the consequences that our children will grow up in digital spaces where their language has been processed and packaged by machines that learn these languages from bad data with no tone and no cultural depth, validated by nobody who actually cared about getting it right. So that is what is at stake. And I want to read you a line from slide 10 because I believe it with everything I have. If linguists do not shape the systems, others will shape our languages for us. And it's not going to be out of malice or deliberate disrespect, simply because someone has to fill the vacuum and someone will have to decide what AI should say when it speaks Igbo. And someone will have to define what correct looks like. And if that someone is not a trained linguist, if that someone is not a native speaker with deep knowledge of the culture, the history, the social meanings that is embedded in the language, then what gets built will be inadequate. So the question is not whether African languages will exist in the age of AI, because they surely will exist. Some version of them will be on the training data, and some version of them will come out of the model. The question is, which version? The question is whether it will be a version that carries the full weight of our history, our culture, our philosophy, or a version that's been processed into something manageable by a machine that learned language from a corpus of poorly transcribed text. And that is a choice we have to make, but only if we can act. So here is what I'm asking you to do practically. So the first bit to participate in language data sets. There are African language data sets projects underway right now. So Native Africa is one of them, but there are others. I think Equalize AI also exists. Even across there are different projects. And they need expert reviewers. They need people who can distinguish between a tone correct entry and a tone incorrect entry. So they need these cultural validators. They need people like you. So the second is designing evaluation benchmarks. So one of the biggest gaps in African AI right now is the absence of high quality linguist, design benchmarks for evaluating AI performance in our languages. So the languages that exist, they are largely designed by non-specialists, especially in low resource languages. So when a company decides, okay, their AI works in native languages, so what standards are they measured against? We don't really have specific standards to compare them against. So right now, the answer is often a standard that a linguist would find shallow, and that needs to change. And the linguists are the ones that need to change it. The third is auditing AI outputs. Pick up your phone, open, an AI app. Type something in your language. Look at what comes out. Is it correct? Is the tone right? Does the cultural meaning survive? If not, then we need to document it, publish it. On LinkedIn, on your social media, even in spaces like that, like this one, right? We have to make the errors to be visible. Because if the errors go unseen and if they are not reported, then it becomes the standard. And the fourth is advocating for human in the loop pipelines whenever AI is being deployed in the African language context, in health systems, in education, in government. So whenever an AI system is speaking to an African person in an African language, there needs to be like a validation process that involves people with genuine linguistic expertise. So we need to push for it, demand for it. It's not an unreasonable ask, right? It's just the minimum that our languages deserve, else we risk the extinction or just flattened languages. Because really, honestly, when I heard AI was coming out, I was so excited because Igbo was started to be one of the most endangered languages. So when AI was coming out, I was like, right, it's going to survive. But if it's surviving on poly data, then our language is just going to get watered down. Okay. So we have a choice in front of us, right? We can step back and let the machines approximate our existence. And I know my focus is Igbo because I'm Igbo, but it just generally applies to every other African language. We can let the machines produce a version of our language that is plausible, but linguistically and culturally shallow. or we can step forward and take sovereignty over our digital speech. We can decide that the Igbo or the Hausa, the Yoruba, that exists in the language in this age of AI will be a living language. So we can decide that when a machine speaks our language, it should do so with the full history and the soul of this language is intact. So the future of the African AI, it's not only a technical problem, it's also a linguistic problem, it's a cultural problem, and that also makes it your problem as a linguist, right? In the best possible sense, because you are the ones that are equipped with the tools to solve this. So yeah, thank you very much for your time and attention. I look forward to questions or comments.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nye, for this presentation. It was very interesting to say. I would say that last year, a big part of the conversations that were going around in circles that I found myself in is AI coming to take the jobs of linguists? I think that this highlights how at the end of the day, the human part of the human role in making in the language industry is still very important, and that AI doesn't actually take, because it's not going to be able to cover all the cultural nuances and other things. So I would say that I really enjoyed this conversation, this presentation. Thank you so much. With that said, I would like to find out from audience if we have any questions, any contributions. We have some few minutes left. We can have Chinye address them. Okay, so there's a question from Oluwa Bukola, and the question is, linguists have developed numerous databases over the years, example, African language datasets. But the real question is, how frequently do AI designers actually access and engage with this data?
Right. So do you mean like training the AI models? Training the AI models, because the work that I mentioned we've been doing is on fine-tuning the models, because if the models, if the data sets that were used to train these languages, the AI, like I mentioned, the models need enormous amounts of data to be able to be more accurate. So since you don't really have like that trillions, billions of data sets across board, the AI won't really be as accurate, and that's still the hallucination that we still see to this day. So that's why I advocate for the human in the loop, because yes, we do have data, but the AI system really shines more on larger data sets. But as with our low resource languages like Africa, we don't have that as much. Yeah. I don't know if that answers your question.
So I would just like to add a follow-up question too. So if we do not have enough data sets for them to access, how do they actually get access to this data that we currently have? And then what are the ways, okay, I think your presentation covered the ways that we can improve the data sets, but then how can we ensure that these AI designers do actually get access to these data and then make use of it in their process?
Yeah, so it's that collaboration, talking about it, that's the collaboration part of things, because, we do need more collaboration between engineers and linguists, and that's, part of the work we are doing with Native. We have engineers like machine learning engineers. We also have, linguists, and we do that collaboration in ensuring that the data sets that are being validated by linguists, by native speakers, they are being deployed back into the pipeline and released as open source, so that any of the companies that need the tools, that need these languages, they can incorporate these validated data sets and use them for fine-tuning the models. And our goal really is to eventually be getting projects that we can validate for these big tech companies, because individually, we can't possibly train the data sets up, build models right from the scratch, because it takes millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to train these models from scratch. So what we do is providing the data sets that can be used for validation and for fine-tuning the models. So it's really about collaboration at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the clarification. I think Avishta has a question.
I do, if you don't mind. I figured since I'm already on the stage, I'll just unmute and show myself. Hi, I think I've been saying thank you, Fatima. I think I've been saying your name, Chinenyen. I'm really sorry. Can you say it again so that I can learn?
That's all right, because I don't even know if I'm pronouncing my name correctly. I have like a mother tongue interference. So it's like CH, she and she sound. I do mistake it sometimes, but it's supposed to be she. Well, I do have some mother tongue interference from where I came from. So sometimes I call it she, but it's actually CH, like she sound. She sound. So it's
Shinenye.
yeah,
We've been communicating for at least the last couple of months, and this whole time I'm like, oh, I got an email from Chinenya. I got an email from Chinenya. And then today, when you introduced yourself, you completely you said something that I did not expect. In English it's also the ch sound, and then in Spanish that I speak every day too, it's still the ch sound. So for me, it's like it's natural, but I'm sorry I've been getting it wrong this whole time. Anyway, to my question. I think, coming from not so much yesterday's keynote, but today's keynote, which you heard a little bit of today, and now listening to you, I keep hearing that collaboration is key, right? From different industries, from different, all throughout your presentation, you talked about linguists and how they're important in this entire process. I would like to know, I have a few questions, but let me start with this one. How much, like you as a software engineer, how much of the work that you're doing actually includes or involves linguists? And when you say linguists, like who are these linguists? Because I see the potential here for people who are, younger, haven't gone to university yet. And if there's an opportunity for them to study and make a career out of this, like who are these individuals? Like what do they do exactly? How do you work with them? And in other words, how is this potentially creating economic opportunities for the younger generations?
Yeah, right. So that's really an important point that you brought up, and that's also quite a challenge that we've been having in our community at Native, because how we actually found people has been through collaborations. We've had, we have a couple of lecturers, like professors in linguistic and on languages that share the call to their students, those that are studying in school. And currently we are still operating on a volunteering project. So our goal is to have evidence of things to show them. We can start applying for grants and find opportunities that actually provide employment, because this is a huge opportunity across different institutions in Nigeria, for instance, to empower maybe university students to contribute to projects like this, as part of their work, and then they can be paid stipends. So currently we are operating on a volunteering basis, but that's really our long-term goal, because yes, the economic value is actually there, the possibility is actually there. But currently we've been working with volunteers, that people that want to keep in the mission. But yeah, the goal is apply for grants, get opportunities from big tech. They have lots of money, so if we have more of evidence of proof of work of what we've done, we can apply for those opportunities and then share that, with people. Yeah.
Yeah. And as we saw in our keynote yesterday, big tech, yes, they're there, but the care, the passion, the love for your language, this can only come from people who belong to the culture, who speaks the language every day. Big tech is there, can give you money if you put your case forward in the way that they want to, right? They're there, they can give you the funding.
Yeah,
Go
we
ahead.
have to do
Sorry.
something. Yeah, I wanted to say you have to show them something. Like that's why we are, validating this manual sets for now, and then we are publishing it on, on Hugging Face, like putting the data out there. Then we can have evidence of, the work that we've done, and then use it to prove that yes, we can actually take on, whatever project that is thrown at us. So yeah,
Mhm. Yeah, and now my other question, I again don't, I'm always curious about so many different things. I feel like I'm always monopolizing the conversation. I know Fatima wants to close too, so let me just ask you one last, then and then we can close up if we don't have any more questions from the audience. So my next one is about I'm sure you're familiar because you work in the field with the CLDR, the Common Locale data repository, I think. Is that what it's called? CLDR? Like basically Unicode's, repository of data for languages. You're familiar with Unicode, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Unicodes, yes, but
Yeah. So in short, it's CLDR, the Common Locale Data Repository. Yeah, I believe that's what it stands for. This is where this nonprofit organization called Unicode has been gathering data from basically people who speak the language themselves. They've been, practically been volunteering their time to put in like the data from their languages, right? And then Unicode uses that to digitize languages, including several African languages. And they don't just so there are several levels to that. They bring into the system at the basic level, and then the language. All languages are at different levels of being digitized within our digital sphere, and there you always need to have translators and people who work with the language professionals who are adding to these data sets, right, to just keep amplifying the language online. So it kind of seems to me that you're probably working with different types of data sets, and the question still, this was just to provide context, but the question is still the same. How much of it, as you're interacting with these data sets, how much of it is written? How much of it is oral? I'm asking this because at the very beginning of your conversation, you talked to us about aqua and how it changes tonal languages, how it changes so much based on, how you say it. And to be quite honest, I'm sure you're familiar. In English, we have that too. Depending on how you pronounce a word, it changes the. And we see this in many different languages, but obviously, I can't even take English as an example here because it's the global language of communication. It is the most advanced language that we have nowadays. But bringing it back to African languages, like the data sets, when you are working with them, how much of it is oral? How much of it is written? How much of it is in any other format if they exist?
Yeah, I mean, currently we just started last top quarter of last year, so we are still in our nascent stages. So we are starting off with text, because the data, these models, not all of them are free actually. So we are kind of limited with open source data sets that are available to us. That's the first step. So we do have this proof of concept with the 1,000 languages validated now. So the goal for this is to widen the scope across industries, and then we can eventually add audio, because the audio is really going to be the most important part of tonal languages like this. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying, it's vital to many African languages. Many of them are not even written yet. They don't have a script. So how do you want to digitize a language that does not have a written script when maybe potentially the data set is purely focused on text?
Yes, and that's actually accurate. Like the audio, we do need that to create that large data, because even with Gemini, that suppose that is supposed to have wide range of data. If I speak to it in Igbo, put on the tonal part, the robots they just murder the language. Like they completely decimate the pronunciation. So yes, that's an angle that really what we should be looking into as well. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, I'm going to stop here. Shinyenye, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to let Fatima close up for today. Thank you so much for answering my questions. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thank you so much for the insightful questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Nii. Thank you so much. This presentation was very engaging and it was very informative as well. With that said, I'd like to thank you and thank our interpreters, our technical team, as well as our audience for still sticking with us. We still have one more session for the day and we would close for the day. This session is going to be in English and it's going to be on innovation, integration, and industry. The speaker for this session is Jordan William, and the session starts at 6:30 UTC. So I'll urge all of us to stick and stay for the last session of the day. Thank you so much.
All right. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for joining this session. For those who are now joining, welcome to day 4 of the AFLC 2026. And to begin, I just want to give a brief introduction into what AFLC is, if this is your first time, and if not, just a quick refresher. So over 1 billion Africans speak indigenous languages every day. Yet these languages remain largely excluded from our classrooms, courtrooms, technology, and economic opportunity. That is why African Languages Conference 2026 brings together language activists, scholars, technologists, policymakers, educators, and community leaders to forge pathways forward. So AFLC's journey from 2022 to now. Founded in 2022 to celebrate African Languages Week, AFLC was built on a clear mission: to build a collaborative platform that promotes African languages and advances language and digital rights through advocacy, education, and action. In 4 years, we've grown from a community initiative into a global platform, convening over 2,000 participants, 130 speakers, and sessions in more than 24 African languages. In 2024, we formalized as a 501c3 nonprofit organization, deepening our governance and year-to-year continuity. This year, the theme is language justice. The AFLC 2026 gathers under the theme Language Justice, African Languages for Social and Economic Development. This is our second on-site edition, hosted in Accra, Ghana, earlier this week on February 23rd to 24th, and it now continues with 3 days of online programming on February 26th to 28th via Zoom. All sessions are live streamed on the AFLC YouTube, and Facebook platforms with interpretation in English and French provided. Now, to mention some of our partners, for this year, we have Silicon at Stanford University, African Language Consultants, and African Translation. So to dive right in, I'm going to say I'm going to give a brief introduction on the session we are about to have. So for this session, it's going to be presented by Jordan Williams, who is going to be speaking on NCBD modernism, innovation, integration, and industry. This session explores the use of the NCBD logography system as a tool for teaching, learning, and preserving African languages in engaging and innovative ways. It highlights how NCBD can create economic opportunities through native language learning, bridge the diaspora to Africa, and globalize African cultures through fashion, technology, tourism, and education. The session invites participants to explore how an ancient script can be reimagined as a living system for cultural pride and industry in the modern world. Now, a little about our speaker. Jordan Williams is a researcher and lexicographer, specializing in the NCBD script and its diaspora connections, both within Africa and among communities descended from those spoken from the continent during the transatlantic slave trade. At this juncture, I would like to hand over the mic to Jordan to share that presentation and give us everything that they want to share today. Thank you very much. Jordan, over to you.
Hello guys, can you see me?
Yes, Jordan, we can see you, but could you speak up a bit?
Sure, no problem. It's closer. Hello everyone, my name is Jordan Williams, and today I will be giving my presentation on NCBD modernism. Give me 1 second. Perfect. I have so many things to show you guys today. If this will scroll to the top. Perfect. Perfect. Alrighty, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Sounds good. Perfect. Okay. So we have several different topics we will be covering on the topic of incivity modernism. Last year, I kind of brought up how incivity can be used and how it's been explored in the modern era, how people are using it in fashion and design, and how they're choosing to build a relationship with these symbols. Now, with more time, with more collaboration, with just more enthusiasm from the general public, not only in Africa, but abroad, incivity has grown to be not only a enhancement for fashion, for tattoo art, several different things, but now people are formalizing ways of learning language, of using these signs for animation, for language learning, machine learning, AI. Education in general has been a huge win for this script in the past 5 years or so. This is a very old system of writing. However, how these signs are being used in the modern day removes some of the layers of secretism surrounded by some initiatory societies. So now, instead of you having certain hush-hush things surrounding certain signs, simplified and modern versions have been made. However, the shape has retained its, similar figure. This is just a background about me. My name is Jordan Williams. I am a lexicographer, a researcher, and a recent graduate from Texas State University as well. I have done so many different things with so many amazing people. I've recently actually came back from Nigeria in September. I was supposed to go in December as well. I wasn't able to. With SCI Berkeley, they were able to get me out there as well, not only explore and speak to the Ekpe Society, but also just clarifying narratives of what incivity can be for the community and how we move this rich culture forward for the community abroad as well as those in the continent as well. I worked or have done lexicography work for artists like Flavor, Caveman, ODXYZ, so many different people, as well as help some of the advice for some of the Black Panther films as well. I've also done some personal research on Epe, Abakwa, and also various societies that use incivity and their connections to the various communities in the diaspora. Cuba, Haiti, Brazil, the southern US, Trinidad. There are several pockets across the Western world that have carried this rich culture. So yes, the project goals here are to incorporate reconnection for the diaspora, as well as the native cultures in Africa to not only learn via these shared cultures and graphic systems, but also documentation. As we know, incivity outside of the initiatory states did exist in a public format. However, with the tragedies of colonialism and the slave trade, this caused a huge disperse of a lot of these graphic systems, as well as, just over time relationships with people. There's been civil war, several different things that kind of degraded what a multicultural system of communication was over 2,000, 3,000 years. So this is just a quick visualization, some of the personal research I've done on the costumes, the heritage material culture, with some of these similar groups that brought these cultures with them or in their present day homelands that maintain these pockets of influence that are part of this project and study. So the Ajagan community, the Bibio community, the Cuban community, which has the Abacuac Society in Las Matanzas in Havana, the Efik community, and there are several, not just weavers, not just metallurgists and other different craftsmen, but several communities across the southern US who preserved incivity and other similar material cultures in their own formats, as well as the Igbo people in southern Nigeria as well. There are many other groups here I did not name. There are many in Cameroon who also have connections to this rich culture. Ekbe and Nsibidi have been seen in Orobo culture as well as Ija culture as well. So this is a vast network of trade, which unfortunately with the advent of Western powers transformed into something very, very different. So what is incivity? Often limited and misinterpreted to merely writing or symbols hidden in cults and rituals, incivity is a 4,000-year-old history of monoliths, chants, hand and eye gestures, graphic signs, myths, and legends, and clan origins all knitly tied together with vast networks, independent networks of communities, cultures, and cultural spheres. So it won't necessarily just be, hey, this is this one group who have these specific things. No, the use of a sign or symbol may change depending on community, though the immediate understanding is still the same. This created a vast, rich, and diverse network of communication as far as Congo to what we now know as near the Benin Kingdom. However, there are some modern day studies that are exploring graphic expressions that parallel Nigerian expressions with Ghana and Togo. So we don't know how far and how old this this actually has gone and how far these people have spread this culture. But using the artifacts we have today, we can guess around 2,000 to 4,000 years old. So the pre-modern versus post-modern. So the pre-modern incivity is very, very diverse. There is no such thing as one format just because there are several communities who would use a sign for various societies in their culture. For example, a concentric circle, so a spiral of sorts, could be a yam for an agricultural part of society, whereas for the water spirit and other divination societies, it can be a mirror. Or, now you're dealing with, masquerade and other societies, it can be the inner parts of a tree. So it changes relative to the context or the level of the society that someone would be in. But however, the base meanings for these communications stayed the same. This is why we're able to have people who have body adornments, things like treasure boxes, even formalized writing up until the period of the transatlantic slave trade, which caused divergence. So now networks of trade, which once operated surrounding law and commerce, now have kind of infighting and issues given the immense wealth that could be made with Western trade, soured relations intercommunally because now people are worried about who's going to be sold where. So many different things that slowly degraded this central authority of or central understanding of what incivity was. So the pre-modern incivity, this format is present in various degrees depending on the region. There is no central one authority in these styles as there's various different functions in various different communities. However, some of the oldest formats we have are from the Ajagum Nim artifacts, which are the water spirit societies of the Ajagum people. Even before Ekpe, what we know today is associated with incivity, we see a lot of these things are originating from the graphic and visual artists of the women of the society, rather than the most commonly misconstrued the myth that men are the only authority given incivity. So now the postmodern incivity scripts uses all these graphemes that have been collected with location, surface level understanding. We try not to delve into initiatory secrets or anything like that, giving respect to the community as well as the loss of so much information given, the tragedy of the past that now creates a system of communication for everyone to use. And the beauty about this system of communication is though the base level sign will be interpreted one way, it gives you so many different, other formats or overlaps that can fit any culture in the world, not just in Africa as well. But to show proof, on September 2nd, 2025 of last year, I went myself to Nigeria alone. I know everybody was like, whoa, you're going by yourself. But I had no issues, a very lovely trip. I initiated into ECBA to ensure that not only incivity is protected by, the ECBA society, as well as ensuring that the public narratives are for the people, ensuring that the best communication can get out there, kind of removing the stigma surrounding these symbols and signs. So anything I say isn't something I'm not saying without actual proof and support. So incivity, multiculturalism, and connection. Incivity in this format has allowed so many vibrant opportunities for culture to be displayed both in Africa and abroad, reconnecting millions of people to ancestral homelands by following the signs that many have forgotten. Incivity being so diverse and so widely used among so many people has been a great way of tracking and reconnecting better than in some cases like DNA. We do find some overlaps with DNA, but it's like because of the diversity of communities that may share the same DNA, it's like, how do I actually know? But now if you have these signs that are from specific communities that bear these same symbols that no other community in the area would have, DNA can't do that. These stories and these material cultures people preserve in the West, and also vice versa, people in Africa as well are connecting and finding that they have people that survived and brought material culture to the New World. Places in Brazil, places in Cuba, Southern US, Haiti, and several other places that now this is a means of revitalization as well as reconnection. Now, we cannot deny historical fact with material culture that has been exported and now creating new diasporic cultures. This is just a few examples. I have a few artifacts that I've done with my own personal research, but these are scattered across several different communities. The Afipo or the Hugo in Igbo land, they have Obuma, which is like the central house that they'll have, the ancestral house, that in this case, in Afikpo land, which is very close to the Cross River area, you'll see this palaver, which is drawn onto the statues within or the shrine areas that are in the central house, that there's no sacrifice or anything made, but this is a communal meeting house, which implies that the cross isn't just something that was brought by Europeans, but has been here a very long time, which indicates anytime there's a problem or issue, there's a meeting or a discussion that's had. Very interestingly, a lot of these similar signs have been spotted on, I'm sorry, several different groups, spotted not only in other different areas surrounding. So, for example, we have these Ayen Eto, which are Ayen means child, Eto means tree, so it means a wooden child or tree among the ethnic in Ibibio. Cross, the sign for cross Iyang means also a river. So there are early documented traditions where during certain festive periods to drive out any negativity or sickness in the town, there would be these, well, it depends on the use of the doll, but in this case, it would be to drive out any sickness from the homes of people. And then they would strike these dolls on their way to the river and then now throw all these things there into the river, which would say to like theoretically get rid of everything in the town. There are also uses of these same dolls for remembering adornments on the face when used for weddings for women in the fattening house, from things to like just memory. For example, this other Eniento for Ibibio land is it has Akba Niset, which means sorry, Ipa Niset, which means a cross on the heart, essentially because Esit means heart. Esit also means the central part of the compound of the house, which means ancestors, well, they were buried inside the center part of the compound, which kept people connected to their lineage, as well as um, gives the impression that the people of the region held ancestry and family into a very high regard. From these, though, now we start seeing some of this material culture surviving in the New World. So in South Carolina, among the Edgefield estate, we start seeing these signs survive, these similar marks and X's, which are specifically on items of fire or water, which in Ekbe, across these several different traditions, is not a secret. Okpo Ekbe are any kind of plants or materials that grow that are near water and can be used for fire. So several different parallels that only certain things can show up with keen understanding. This doesn't just happen because someone decides to mark something. We see these same traditions in Abakwa society among the Anaforana, which is known to be a direct derivative from Nsibidi, as well as when I told you that that cross sign means meeting, we see on the floors of the churches in Savannah, Georgia, these they sometimes tie them to Congolese cosmograms, though there's been some further exploration that shows these crosses are also connected to the various cultures that use Nsibidi as well. So now the church was not only a church, but now a meeting house for the community, as it is to this day. Similar things have been seen in Louisiana as well, on the grave of Marie Laveau as well, as anyone would write and mark an X to give thanks for any gift that was said to, they were basically, people would make a request, and if the request was fulfilled, they would mark an X, which, as you can see, so many different people have left a mark, which can tell you a lot. But yes, now actionary writing. Incivity can be understood as a system more than just symbols or signs. They are drawn from visual cues. However, when they're combined, they trigger actions that we do every day. Incivity itself, even within several communities, is acted out. It's not something that you just sit and write and then you leave it. If you ever forget a sign as well, you can immediately act it out. No other script in the world can boast that. The moment you forget something too, you can immediately not only say it, you can act it out, and you can write it. This comes from several different theories. A lot of the popular ones, for example, one says that the sacredness of inner grows from these earlier fertility rites among the women's societies required silence. So how will you communicate without speaking? That's where you get earlier graphic signs or gestures of the eyes and hands. So we understand that now communication isn't just necessarily graphic, or that incivity isn't just something that you copy to understand. It's an experience. It's human experience plus visual representation. And that's what makes it so solidifying as well. I can teach everyone in here probably 100 signs in probably 10 minutes. And you think that's a lot, but when you see how these can be reused again and again and again, it doesn't seem too bad, which makes it easier to retain what was brought up earlier in the previous presentation, the issue with tonality, homonyms, and such. Well, now you have a visual representation of everything you're saying. So the moment you forget, it can be acted out or it's happening around you. I'm currently even working on a project that's using the life of everyday Calabar citizens, taking pictures and showing these characters with the daily actions that they're doing. So it's not something you have to make up. These are There's the difference between taught or projected learning versus experienced learning. And I feel people have a deeper understanding when you've done it yourself. I don't have to tell you something or force you to imagine something you've already done. So this makes Incivity much more, it makes it faster to learn because you've already done things that are in the characters. This has become so popular that last year, 2025 showed us that Incivity is very much alive, not only from Calabar Carnival, which became a huge trending thing on Twitter from all of December well into January, from I think early, like late November, sorry, all the way into January. It brought so much different money into the city, as well as so many people willing to come out. I did an expo in August that a lot of people came to write their names. I didn't realize that they'd actually done this. They made their own wrappers with things. They made their own means of projecting the same signs, and now everyone loves it. It's not something that has to be hush hush or something seen as fetish for the community. It's actually something that's attracting tourism, social development. Now people are writing with it. There was an issue of how do we get paper? How do we do this? We used riverbed chalk. We ground it up and we put water. We're writing on banana leaves. At first, people were like shocked, but then now it's standardized. Now everybody is writing like that to learn the basics of these things. There's a WhatsApp community as well. Several people are now embracing the idea of incivity for the community rather than it seen as just an elitist tool or something. So this is a further spread of the progress. So Incivity has been patronized by the senator of Calabar South, Asok Young. So he wears Incivity all the time. Several businesses, including NTM Royal, which decorates and does so many different things for individuals across the Calabar community, as well as several people outside of Calabar. He's done stuff for Yaya. I've seen him do stuff for several different amazing people, and they come to him and they continue to come to him. For artifact preservation, I was able to go to Calabar, Oran, Arachuku, several different places that they have artifacts that are historically connected to not only the slave trade, pre-colonial era, several different uses of incivity that aren't just immediately for Ekba at the time. So these various different pockets of progress help this project continue, as well as show that it's not just one person doing these things. These are several people who are embracing this project and work. Here's a few pictures from what I was telling you. We took a leaf, broke it up. Everybody loved it. They were just writing. It stays. It's a very, very beautiful color, very cheap. You're not having to really like spend any money. The moment you run out of chalk, you can go to the river and get your own. We use broomsticks as reeds to write, so it was very, very fun, very, very relaxing. Economic insights. So many people I know as well are creating products. They're creating materials that showcase incivity, but not only as a means of just making money, but this is a means of, hey, this is my culture, this is my identity. I want to showcase to the world who I am in a means of material. Even the GT Bank in Calabar has incivity on it now. So several steps forward that are showing, hey, we, the community, want to engage and want to do these things further, which is why I'm very happy to do this work every day. For potentials and need for incivity learning materials. So I personally have been making worksheets and books and such. I have grown to learn more Igbo, more Efik, more Ibibio, and more Jagam language. However, I am one person. So the collaboration in the WhatsApp group with people has been a huge part of this progress. And now I hope next year well, I'm applying to Fulbright this year to hopefully be in Calabar next year, to really be there a longer period of time, to really embrace the community and as they embraced me, and we worked together to really further the progress. As you can see, so many people loved it. A lot of the understanding was immediate too. So many people tell me like, hey, I want to learn more. These are too easy. They tell me that all the time, like, hey, I want to learn more. I want to do more. And there's so many people from so many communities that sometimes English is the bridge language, as was brought up earlier. English is kind of the global language of communication now. However, for language revitalization, we're slowly trying to move away from that being just the sole means of communication. So really embracing the diversity of the communities that we have. And this is just another reiteration of that GT Bank, just showing that really it's no longer just something an ECBE titled person needs to know. The city for ECBE will always be around. However, this is now something that the community can embrace, the country can embrace as the national script. So many implications for future design, typography, and such. And these are showing the kind of layers. For one side, modern incivity and ECBE tourism and pedagogy. So ECBE incivity is exclusively used by the members of the ECBE fraternity, a secret fraternity group in southeastern Nigeria and Cameroon as well. Its symbols are highly abstract and layered and encoded ritually with instructions and several different things for the society. So this is more so Sina Akara. These incivity, the average community wouldn't even be able to see or be able to read. And it's not something that, hey, we have to hide these things. It's just because of the format and the use of the society with these symbols. However, that's no issue. They can all ECBE members will be trained and understand public modern incivity as well. Modern incivity in public education and pedagogy. So public incivity appears in towns, markets, communal spaces. There were so many pictures I wanted to upload, but I was like, hey, I don't want to just keep flashing things in everyone's face. But there are so many places that are now starting to ask questions, to now take pride in these signs, that this allows for clarity and education and communication. So no longer is it just, hey, incivity just for December, just for, holiday. It's now something that's part of everyday life. And it's not imagine, it's now becoming to the point where it's influencing tourism, like influencing people wanting to come to the town to know about the events, to know about the culture, to know about the history that's there. So this is a great implication for trade and tourism networks in the greater Bende area, so for the Abia State area, for the Akwa Ibom area, and for the Cross River and Cameroon areas, as well as extended to, unfortunately, due to the political situation in Cuba, this, isn't the easiest, but Cuban abaca is also being played and done in the US as well now. So we're starting to see really a huge branch of diaspora collaborating for this. Even the palaces and the royal houses in Calabar and other similar areas, the Arochukwu Kingdom, there are several communities in Itu, in Uyo, and Akwa Ibom states that also want to use Incivity as well, just standardized, just for education, for daily use, as well as just seeing how it's a means of collaboration and really celebrating each other. So here's just some quick, exercises to wake you guys up. I know I've been chatting a while, but this is using emojis. This has been a great way when sometimes people don't have pen and paper, but they want to still participate in the WhatsApp group. I just have them upload an emoji that matches the character here. So even if you're not able to write out the activity, you can somehow still participate by just uploading emoji. So I don't know if any of you guys, I'm so sorry guys, wants to participate by uploading your own emoji, you definitely can. There will be a few of these. It's just showing not only you're active, but understanding how visual communication, even with modern technology like this, can be done with something ancestral. So you guys are more than welcome. Yeah, there's quite a few. Yes, woman, pregnancy. And mind you, these are all, even though they are my handwriting, a lot of these signs, if I show you the older versions, it's not too much of a difference. They're actually supposed to be my backdrop here, the comparison of the older and new. Um, just some quick analysis. And it's so easy to do these things with something like emojis because you see it every day. So this has been great in teaching people, but I've also made worksheets and such as well. So yeah, this is, for example, this is an animal worksheet. This was a native language worksheet. So because of the WhatsApp group being so linguistically diverse, um, to refrain from the issue of perhaps favoritism or tribalism, because I'm one of the only people that can really take the time and stop and say, hey, you need help with this, you need help with this. I just kind of leave it to be neutral instead of, I can write Efik really well. I can write Igbo pretty decently. My jargon is improving, but I don't want to seem like I am showing favoritism to any given community, as well as even the diaspora. I don't want everything to be Anglo-centric or anything like that. Now, for comparison, this was a great activity to show people kind of how native culture and modern technology also combine to make something very beautiful. So this is an example of gaming in comparison to Ekbe, so an Ekbe actual play, how the masqueraders and several other different dancers and attendees, how they collaborate with the masquerades and all these symbols and signs, very much to how it creates an effect of a gaming monitor and a device. So person is playing the rattle, the masquerade will move according to the signs and different things that are played. And it's just really a very beautiful event that a lot of people find very fun. Like they come every year. It generates a lot of tourism, as well as the beautiful, rich culture that can preserve through modern documentation. So I really do love the work that I do. This is just showing how using traditional motifs, these characters are immediately derived. So there's no kind of, hey, like, how did you get that? Or, that seems like a bit off. Like we have documentation of Bakara, we have written documentation outside of just European accounts from at least the 1600s about Okara cloth. So it's been around almost 400, 500 years, but it's probably been around longer than that. That shows that these signs have been around for a while and they're great for the integration into modern, symbology or modern representation of some of these things. So the FAL Konko or the Ekbe house motif is modeled after the architecture, the aerial architecture of the house. So the outer gates, the inner courtyard, outer courtyard, the main house, and then the inner rooms, which are for the initiates and all that stuff. And each one of these signs, of course, like I said, they have their own encoded information that are used for the society, but the society sees that these symbols, and they're not the only ones that have surviving incipity as well. Several other communities as well preserve their signs, that it's all made a standard unified um, convention that we can all use for our education and our enrichment. Recently in Ekpe Junction, I was tasked with writing an Ekpe Junction because there was a certain event that needed to be announced. So it was written out in a video format. And this has one of the Asibonge Kondo, which is the name of one of the FAs that made the injunction to other Ekbe lords, which this was written a month ago for the ban of the display of Idemiko with Unka groups, because there are people that were not initiates doing things they weren't supposed to, but a formal letter was written. And now all the other Mbonge Ekbe also know how to read this. They're learning how to use their own language in comparison with Incivity and how it works, and how the same mentality that was used for the creation of Okara and other former forms of Incivity now parallel what's being done with modern Incivity. So several communities, but now it's like, hey, when I read this, I can read it in my language. I can see what's being said. And just to show that this is not something that's made up again, that same symbol is actually outside of the actual lodge in Calabar that has these things. So it matches up. It's not something I'm making up. It's something that's there. It's something in reality. And it's been around. This is what as of late till 1966, this diary of Old Calabar, this was written around 1700. So nothing much has changed, which shows you that even if, these may take a modern format, the history that is stored within each of these signs is very much real, very much old and ancient. This is just a few snippets of the WhatsApp group as well as personal, even my friends, they now text me and write out things for me in Incivity because they're learning. So we have the US, we have Canada, we have the UK, as well as several different communities in the WhatsApp group, showing that there's a need or there's a desire to learn. It's not just something, that just comes up. It's something that people actually want to learn, they want to take a part of, they want to do something with, and it's been a very beautiful thing. This is just another example. Here we have a key making ceremony involving the branch and the broom. It also has oboti hanging above. This branch is from an oboti tree, which is a symbol of fertility and royalty in Efik and Ibibio culture. This is also Ogirishi for any Igbo community who's here. They also know that's a very old and sacred tree for their community as well. Similar rites are done for people in those communities that even though you see Efik and Ibibio here, these words can be changed for Igbo or Ajagum, and they fit similar traditions that are done within those communities as well, which is why the things like the Aro Confederacy and such was able to build such a wide network of communities because the culture was very similar. And even when areas weren't similar or agreeable, graphic representations can still include the divergence or the difference in ritual or understanding. This is just a picture from the expo last year. It was very sweet. Yeah, everyone wrote their name, and then we all just put all of our leaves on the floor. It was very sweet. Just a graphic representation of some of the work that's been done, its implication for compulsory multicultural education. So the issue that was brought up earlier, hey, some of these communities have never written in their scripts. Well, now there is something that's not only visual, but it's literally something you can use texting. We make WhatsApp stickers using handwritten. If any of these characters need to have a different format, or someone wants to immediately take part, they can handwrite, scan, and it's put into a WhatsApp sticker to use on their phone. If the issue is like readability, or legibility, sorry, sometimes I will take that one-on-one with someone, but most times because I have people who are community leaders for the various languages and they all speak English as well, it's a great help that we can communicate and collaborate that ensures the best representation for these communities. So if Europe can do Montessori school and several things that they immediately are able to learn, English, French, German, Italian, all at once in English, why can't, the African learn several languages at once using one graphic sign? And this is great too, because all I have to do for something like this is add French or Spanish or Portuguese, and now it connects the diaspora as well to these various communities again. So this is beautiful for implications for education, multicultural education, documentation, history, and it's just a great way of engaging. Like a lot of people I know now, they didn't even want to write their language, but now they're like, hey, I actually want to learn more because I like how it looks. I understand it. I like how my name looks. There's a personal connection with something rather than just, and Africans themselves are very visual people. We're very actionary people as well. The things that we do, from how you present yourself, everything you do is a cue. It's an understanding. It's symbolic in itself. So what more should writing and representation be? And yes, these are some of the people. I never want to just say, hey, this is all me, this presentation is all me. These are definitely some of the amazing people who have helped me along the way for representation of these various communities and appropriate documentation of what this sign means. Or I've helped with signs. They tell me what the native language would be in each respective language. This is Etubon, the person who invited me to Calabar for everything. He's a very amazing person, super sweet. Yes, and he also did his Happy New Year as well with these signs as well. So just showing how these aren't stagnant in one place. These have also been used in Black Panther. So these are from the throne room. This is from an Njagam artifact on the right here. Seeing all these signs from, this is a Calabar ceramic from the 8th to 11th century. It's literally on T'Challa's cloth, meaning speech, because he literally gave his speech talking about, who's this new guy who's coming to, try and usurp my throne and stuff. All these things were, to the average person, you just thought it was something, cool. For someone who's an historian, you really see the pride and the research that went into kind of creating this multicultural African society that was Black Panther. And it's even along the column walls. So it's not just something stagnant in a book or, in a shrine somewhere. It's in the lives of people. It's in artifacts. It's on things. It's on, places and everywhere. Before I start this conclusion, I just want to make sure my screen is still there. I do want to show there are some technologies that exist, Ethic AI, Yin, which is for Ibibio language, and then Igbo, Donkooku Igbo API, which does have some of the incivity along the side as well. So these are some of the resources that people can use to really connect to these signs, as well as showing that this work is collaborative. I'm doing stuff with SEI at UC Berkeley, as well as the the Views Project, because it's a very long thing to say. The Views Project at the University of Cambridge, which that's also not only a collaboration, but also strategic connection. They have a lot of artifacts that were taken from the area, and these connections allow for people to see these artifacts because they're not in Nigeria currently. Reconnection narratives, as well as repatriation. Hopefully in the future, with enough people who want to see these things and do things with these artifacts, they're able to reconnect. Documentation can be done, and just more characters can be sourced for collaboration, understanding, comparison, historical documentation, because these are now pieces of communities. So sorry for the little tangent. I just wanted to showcase these resources. And if you need any of these, you can definitely text me here in the chat, or I'll showcase all of my contacts later. But in conclusion, the presentation it shows that incivity is not only a past thing or initiatory cult science that scares anybody. It's a means of graphic communication, mnemonic representation or expression through everyday experience, captured, anciently or modernly. It's still human experience, which is a great means of interface when learning your language. With everything you say and do is based off of previous experience, even if you may not immediately remember what these words have relationships with for you, especially if you make something graphic. Now it becomes something that you understand. It becomes instructive. You can now use these signs too to understand more about yourself, your own culture, your own identity through action. Something simple, as simple as hand, has things like stick and wrist in the character already. Things like weaving, or things that people climb trees and stuff in the village and stuff to go get palm. All these things that are in one sign that immediately invoke memories and identities that we all have. That makes it something unifying. That makes a rich, beautiful, identity of culture that creates a beautiful network of heritage. But I do not want to talk everyone's ear off. I want to give the floor to any questions, comments, or concerns. I really do appreciate all of you guys' patience. And I do want to show some of my sources. Some of these also have more information in them. So you may have saw several pictures. There's a picture or a link that'll have several of these pictures in them. And then these are some of my contacts as well. But yes, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, Jordan, for the amazing presentation. I mean, it gave us insights into a world that is very new to us, to some of us anyway, like myself. I mean, I had never heard of the language till I stumbled across your presentation and then had a bit of time to try to understand where it's coming from, where it's going. And I think your presentation has encapsulated that beautifully. And it's very interesting to see how people have modernized it. People are now getting more interested. People are excited to learn their own languages again. It's beautiful to see. I mean, it's something that we want to see across the world, across every community, right? We want people to be excited to be a part of that community, to speak their own languages, to read, to write it. And so I thank you very much for this presentation. We've definitely very much appreciated. And I can promise you that after this, I am definitely going to be looking into it, because the use of the emojis, I mean, it's very interesting. Yeah. So thank you very much once again. So we haven't received any questions in the chat box, but if you have any questions, please feel free to either leave it in the chat or in the Q&A, and we will address it as soon as possible. Yeah. So are there any questions, any comments, any suggestions?
Yeah, Nanafi, as I said earlier, since I'm here, I might as well turn on my camera
Sure.
and ask my questions live, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. Okay, so first of all, thank you so much, Jordan. I'm familiar with your work. It's not your first time participating in African Languages Conference, so thank you so much for coming back again this year and for always being willing to share your work. I think the fact that you keep coming back and our community keeps growing. So every time you come back, there's new people that's learning about the work that you're doing, but also about NCPD. So in general, lots of people are learning about that. Unfortunately, also, I know you're located in the US, and it's already, for our African audiences, it's super late already for them. And as Nanafi herself will tell you, and the team at Bolingo who have been helping us in the background, they've been doing this since 8 a.m. Since before 8 a.m. actually, in this morning. And it's been going on for about 12 hours. So a lot of them are probably resting now. And I imagine people who have joined us since this morning are also resting. But please be assured that despite the smaller audience that we have towards the end of the day, this is still being recorded, it's still going to be shared, and it's also being live streamed on YouTube, so people can always go back and listen to everything you shared today. And I have to agree with Nanafi that everything you shared, it was just so beautifully presented. You went through the entire sort of like process and like the history, and this is where my question comes in, because if you joined earlier today, I asked these questions because every time I listen to these conversations, I see these gaps, right? These gaps between, the work that you're doing. It's amazing, and you're doing your best to put it out there. But we know that unless they are potentially not, I'm not bragging about AFLC, but I'm just saying, if there aren't conferences like this that are bringing people from different industries, different communities together, then only people who work in your field will know about your work, unfortunately. your network can sometimes help to expand your work, or it can also just stay within that sort of community. So this is why I feel like AFLC, we don't focus just on one sort of community. Earlier today, we had a lot of people present on the third sub-theme, which was digital information and AI. And today, you didn't really focus on anything like that, right? In your presentation, you had nothing to do with that. But there were still, and maybe Nanafi can join in here, but there were still many, and Shinenye also, there were still many intersections. We're seeing like how these amazing works are happening for different languages. And obviously, you feel personally connected to Incipity and to the languages where the script is being used because of your heritage, right? And just like everybody else is doing the same for their language and their heritage language. But unfortunately, and I don't know if this is even feasible, what we're realizing throughout is that there isn't a place like a repository or a coalition of some kind where people are learning about what you're doing and can do it for their, for their language too, for their culture too. Maybe there is, and you mentioned Views. I'm familiar with Views. Dr. Pippa still is the one who leads Views from University of Cambridge. It's an amazing project. But even I've had conversations with her, and even she has told me that she's struggled to get the word out there about this sort of work that they're doing. There are so many amazing things that are happening. I still believe, like, even when I joined this, this community or industry many, many years ago, I still see the same thing. There's a lack of space where you're seeing people like Shinyenye and Chisa Okwu, like the people working in AI and the people working on the ground, because you're someone who's also working on the ground. Some of the pictures you showed, you said like you just went there and all by yourself and you went great, like you did. Obviously, I'm sure you did your research before going there, but you just did it, right? So in a way, you kind of answered with your presentation today, you kind of answered like my previous questions to the previous speakers as to how do we bridge this? Really, like it's through that sort of interaction that you had. How do we bridge, the different generations? I brought this question up earlier. Chisaoku, the keynote speaker, he talked about, him as a type designer, the work that he's doing to help digitize African languages. And then I told him, but what about the people who actually have the knowledge and live experience with these languages and these cultures? How do you interact with them? And to be quite honest, there wasn't a whole lot that he could really say, because I feel like all these people are working towards the same goal, but not interacting, not talking to each other. And I wonder if it exists and I don't know about it, I will sincerely apologize. But is there a way? Do you think that there's a way where we can bring people working to digitize languages and people who have lived experience with these languages and have spoken them and experienced the culture firsthand their entire lives? Is there a way to bring these communities, different communities working towards the same goal together? What do you think about that?
So, well, that's what my Fulbright actually project was. It is. It's called Folkmwet, literally just means house of art. It means school in Efik. But it's youth, like actual people would come to and graciously Etubom we use his conference room in his hotel. It was what was used for the meeting. That people come, they're from various communities, they have different skill sets that they contribute their language, just input that helped us with the understanding as well as the voting for these signs. So it's never just this is the sign and that's it. We actually have the community vote and talk. But there is a gap between, because digitally we have a lot of people, even at these smaller events, there is a lot of people, but it's the institutionalized you because even as you saw this, it's on a bank. So it's not like a matter of, hey, it's not out there. It's now a matter of and I'm glad I actually, like I said, initiated into ECPA and all this other stuff too, and they've helped. Like this is the first year or second year now that we really can say, hey, it's not just this, or we're starting to attack these misconceptions surrounding incivity. But I personally want to make a website. The need for a centralized database or a blog, because I have WordPress. I do upload things, but it's WordPress. A lot of WordPress sites can be suppressed again because it's just like a matter of search. Um, I I feel the need, like I said, what I'm doing my project will be longer time with the actual community, so actual interaction, as well as digital documentation. So whether that is just a more elaborate form of, my blog, or I just showed 3 resources as well. They're all great for the individual use, but communicating with them as well. Like they all are on board with me individually. It's just now, like I said, again, you go into politics and social interactions in modern day Nigeria. It's like, oh, okay, you're doing what with who? You're doing what with who? Most people actually have been pretty great with this project. Everybody has wanted to collaborate, but sometimes on an institutional level, there can be some issues about, hey, I thought this was just for our community, or I thought it was just for our community. That can cause some issues, but I would say, like I said, 95% of the case, that's not the issue. It's more so the a bridged gap. So it's like, hey, you have a lot of these people with digital means, like they may have a phone, but now it's they need that one-on-one to really understand, kind of like a school. They need that tutoring or introduction into what the visual stuff is. Some people who know their language may write it differently because there are some cases where there's no standardization of the representation, or there's dialectical inflections that, hey, someone writes something like this, someone else may not know how that's written or how to interpret that. And it's like, hey, how do you transition that person who may barely even know how to use the Latin alphabet to write their language to now something visual, which actually is it's much easier than you think, because teaching people alphabet and then teaching people what something visual is, they're like, hey, okay, I understand this more than now using the alphabet, but now I'm trying to still keep the local culture. So like not completely erasing Latin alphabet, because people still have books, they still have things that are written in the information, but now integrating a visual component. So that's been easier than just, hey, forget about all that stuff, remove that, and then move into something else. There's just some gaps, of course, with the communication aspect.
Yeah. I'm just gonna, I don't know if anybody else in the room has questions, but I'm just gonna leave with this one comment. I think your talk just inspired another layer that I'm hoping to add to AFLC for the future, for the next edition. I really believe from just listening, I'm located in the Americas as well. I haven't been privy to, I haven't been participating in all the conversations like people who are in Africa are able to, because of time zone issues, as you know. And I hope to go back to that, but I keep seeing the same issue. And I feel like through AFLC, we have the potential to create such spaces where we can bridge the gap, at least between generations, in the countries where we're hosting the on-site event. We just got started with doing hybrid events. It is not easy, as I'm sure you can imagine. Big international conferences like this, they take a lot of hard work. But I think I'm hoping that we can assemble a proper team next time, wherever we decide to go. We don't have this information yet, and when it's going to happen as well. But I'm really hoping that what you just described as a space where you rented a conference hall. We had that this year in Accra, but one gap that we couldn't, we didn't even occur. I don't believe it even occurred to us, is to invite maybe some elders, knowledge keepers, to be a part of the conversation as well, to invite them not just to speak, but facilitate conversations about language between the younger generations who were present at the conference, and academicians, scholars, but not necessarily elders. So I think they're a vital part of the conversation that's missing. And I feel like, at least with the on-site conferences that we're having, there's an opportunity anyway for us to be able to include them in the conversation as well. As we know, online, it gets more challenging. Internet is always an issue, but the technologies, the devices
Yes.
themselves can be an issue. So, but since we've gone hybrid, we're doing the on-site events, the conferences. This is where we can explore that, and whatever is learned in that space does not have to stay there. It can be taken online by, let's say, the younger generations, right? And at least we have the infrastructure, some of it within AFLC, that we can, bring the information from that in-person space, to the digital one. So I'm going to talk to Addie offline about this. I know I'm going to add more to our plate, but I think if there's anything that I'm taking from all these conversations, is that these gaps are no longer ones that we can afford. We need to address them, these gaps between these different industries. And I know it's possible because you're doing it. You've been doing it for a little while already. There's an opportunity to learn from it, right? So if we do decide to go in this direction, you better believe I will be reaching out to you again to see how we can, maybe if you want to join us in making this happen. Anyway, that's enough of me time. Let's go back to Nanafi. I'm sure she wants to go to bed too soon. So let's close out the session. Thank you so much, Jordan, for your time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
All right, thank you very much, Jordan and Avishta. Once again, it has been a very interactive, very interesting presentation, and we appreciate you coming to this platform and sharing it with everyone out there, so that they can also experience it, hopefully learn something from it, and hopefully, make a practical use of it in their own communities. So thank you very much once again. All right. I think at this juncture, I would like to thank everyone for attending the fourth day of the AFLC 2026 conference. I'd like to thank the coordinators, the organizers, the technical team, our speakers, and of course, the audience, without whom all of this wouldn't have been possible. So I think I'm going to share a bit about what's going to be happening at on tomorrow's schedule to give us a fair idea of what we can expect. We are going to be having a panel discussion on community literacy, reading and writing in our own languages, which is going to be held in Fulfulde or Pular. Sorry about that. Then after that, we are going to be having a presentation on an analysis of idiom translation strategies in children's literature. Yes, moving on, we'll also have another presentation in Madinka on language justice and the future of Africa. Then up next, we have another presentation in Douala on artificial intelligence and translation or interpreting in Douala. As you can see, it's very, very packed, very interesting. We also have a presentation or workshop, which is going to be in English, on AI and data science applications in African languages. Another presentation, but this time in Igbo, on open and accessible digital repositories for African languages. And then last but not the least in any way at all, another presentation in Yoruba on indigenous syntactic structures and educational development in Oke Agbe. I'm not sure if I mentioned it correctly or if I butchered it, but hopefully I did it justice. So those are some of the sessions you can expect for tomorrow, which is going to be the 5th day of the AFLC 2026. And I hope to see all of you there. Make sure to come in your numbers. I can foresee that these sessions are going to be very interesting, very interactive, and I think we can all come together and learn so much from interacting with these sessions. So one final thing that I'd like to say is that I'd like to thank you all for your engaged participation today, and we definitely look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Come with a friend, introduce them to the AFLC 2026 so that they can also learn something new, right? Like we've learned today in the, I don't want to butcher it, but the session we just had. Yes, thank you very much once again. And I'd like to hand over to Avishta now. See you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. I think you've said it all, Nanafi. We're just about to close off now. So we'll see you all for day 5 and also the last day of AFLC 2026. Take care, everyone. Have a good day, afternoon, and evening. See you tomorrow. Bye.